His deft touch trailed the tender flesh at the juncture of her thighs, teasing and testing, promising and denying. She sensed he held himself back, but she knew he needed such emotion tonight. It was her role to give it to him, after all, as his wife. But even as the thought occurred to her, she recognized it for the falsehood it was. This need, this want, was nothing close to a role. The feeling clutching at her now was no demure wifely chore, no sense of reluctant duty. This was something that left her inverted, gasping on the inside, vulnerable parts exposed. She lifted her body up from the bench. It was far too cold to undress, and she felt too frantic to take the time. Her fingers reached for the buttons of his trousers, and then he was springing free into her hand, clearly wanting. She stared down at his body in the moonlight, remembering how he had reacted to merely the touch of her hand at the inn. Time seemed to slow down to a crawl. The night sounds roared in her ears, muffling the pounding of her own heart. Slowly, daringly, she lowered her mouth over him, seeking to give him the same sort of pleasure she had just endured, rejoicing in his resulting groan of frustration. This time, she meandered, ran her tongue along his length. The masculine scent and taste of him stirred her body to rising passion again. He proved a remarkable study in patience, letting her do her worst, but in the end it wasn't enough for either of them. Too soon, or too late, it was hard to know which. He clasped her head in both hands and drew her up to meet his lips in a searing blaze of a kiss. She felt out of her skin, another woman entirely, to be kissed in the breaking shards of moonlight by a man whose mouth had just done deliciously wicked things to other parts of her body. "I do not regret marrying you, Julianne." Her heart jerked painfully toward the sound of her name on his lips. The promise in his words felt every bit as heady as the promise in his kiss. It was not a declaration of love, but for now, for her, it was enough. He pulled back and searched her eyes, and she was drawn into the rawness of his scrutiny. She wanted him to stay this way forever, unshaven, dishevelled, his eyes sparking with lust and something more promising. It felt as though something was shifting between them, something portentous and clarifying and too sweet to refuse. "Show me," she whispered, willing to beg if necessary. "Love me tonight." This time he obliged her desperate plea. There was no pain, no hesitation on either of their parts. She gasped out loud, welcoming him inside her, welcoming even the feel of the cool stone bench against her back as his weight pressed down on top of her. He moved slowly at first, but when she raked her nails across his back in encouragement, he began to move more purposefully until she was driven toward that bright, dancing spark once more. It became a want beneath her skin, now that she knew what this feeling was about, and it unfurled within her like a cresting wave. Julianne cried out from the sheer surprise of it crushing over her, sure that she would break in two before she ever grew tired of this man's touch. And only then, when she caught her breath and offered him a brilliant smile that she hoped bespoke everything he had done to her heart, did he finally turn himself over to his own oblivion. Chapter 17. Patrick awakened to an unexpected trinity of sunlight, servants, and Julianne. The beam of sunlight poking its way through the bedroom curtains was more a curiosity than a puzzle. He knew the sun came up. It bloody well did every morning. It was more that it usually came up after he began his day. Likewise, he could hear two servants scratching about somewhere in the room, stirring the fire, pouring water, speaking in hushed tones. It had been almost a year since anyone had done those things for him, and he resented both the presumption and the intrusion. Unlike the servants and the sunlight, which were jarring but understandable, waking in a bed with Julianne was a conundrum he could not wrap a coherent thought around. He lay still a long moment and stared at this puzzle who was his wife, unwilling to blink lest he shatter the moment into too many pieces to reassemble. She lay on her stomach, her face to one side, and her arms pushed up under the pillow. It had been late by the time they had returned last night, but he was surprised by how soundly she still slept. Her hair glowed like polished copper in the light of dawn, and a dappled skein of sunlight fell across her nose, illuminating the scattering of freckles there. He was reminded of the moment he had discovered those freckles at the Blue Gander. Then he'd seen only the evidence of her vanity. Now he held a deeper appreciation for her myriad, maddening layers. He'd made a study of her in coaches and rail cars these past few days, and understood that while she ruthlessly denied those flaws egress by day, they were apt to slip out in private moments. She might have a well-earned reputation for giving people the cut across a crowded ballroom, but it was likely because she couldn't actually see them. She was flighty and steadfast, cold and passionate, predictable in her unpredictability. He wrapped a long red curl around one finger, lingering over the pleasure of it against his skin. Her deep, steady breaths lulled him right up to the abyss of hope. Last night had been a revelation, but had it changed things between them? He wanted a future with this woman, beyond the lies and the conundrum of a likely murder charge. He wanted her in his bed every night. And, if he was honest with himself, he wanted to visit that folly again, but this time with an armful of blankets. As the sound of the servant's exit reached his ears, he leaned in to press a kiss to Julianne's nose, tracing the path of those freckles with his mouth. The warmth of her body beneath his lips told him this was no lovely, transient dream, and the soft, satisfied sound she made further told him she might be amenable to more. She stirred, opened her eyes, smiled. "Good morning," he told her, his heart stretched taut by those up-curved lips. And it was a good morning. The press of grief he felt over the loss of his brother and father had not been completely assuaged. He suspected it would be months, if not years, before he felt whole again. But last night's moon-soaked coupling had dissolved the last 5 days of frustration. It had been something he had not planned, and an understanding he had not dared hope for. She had given him a staggering gift, far more poignant than the mere offering of her body. She had given him hope for the future, and that was something he had not had in 11 hard months. As he stared down at her, Julianne lifted a hesitant hand to her nose. Her smile faltered, ever so slightly. "You are staring." "You are beautiful." "Then you are deranged," she scoffed, a husky sound that sent his body stirring. She sat up and her hands lifted to comb through her hair. But taming those wild tresses was a hopeless cause, and they both knew it. "I must look of fright." Patrick nodded solemnly. "Better to lie back down and let me muss it up some more." "Both dogs probably need to be turned out. I prefer not to contend with a puddle on the floor." She lifted a brow, and certain parts of his body lifted right along with it. "We haven't missed breakfast, have we?" "I think it is likely we will be late." And yet he lingered, his mind refusing to focus on words like puddles or breakfast. He was far too interested in the bunched neckline of her night rail. The freckles on her nose had unearthed an unholy curiosity in what other breathtaking discoveries she kept hidden. When they'd returned to their room last night, they'd undressed in darkness, forced by the cold night air and utter exhaustion. Sleep had demanded a place of priority. But now it occurred to him he'd never properly seen Julianne's body. That was a damn tragedy for a married man to claim. Jemmy chose that inopportune moment to jump up on the mattress. "Jemmy, no," he commanded, remembering her earlier concerns about fleas and such. But Julianne only laughed and patted the mattress. "Let him come, Patrick. The poor dog had a devil of an arrival yesterday." Jemmy crawled toward her, his tail a pitiful thump against the bedclothes. Julianne bent a kiss to the terrier's nose, which caused Constance to stalk up from the foot of the bed and nose in between them with stiff-legged suspicion. "Behave," Julianne warned her pet, and miraculously, Constance lay down with a soft huff. He took a moment to inspect the shoulder Jemmy had laid open on the little dog. "You did an excellent job cleaning her wound," he observed. "Being obsessive over cleanliness has its advantages." Julianne cupped both dogs' muzzles in her palms and murmured nonsense to each one in turn, and Patrick's chest tightened against the irony of his fastidious wife offering these admittedly smelly beasts good-morning kisses. He felt a bit like the dogs, desperate for a kind word, a touch, a kiss. Patrick pointed to the floor. "Down," he commanded. "It is my turn." The dogs' tails beat a muffled rhythm against the blankets. "Down," he tried again, but the dogs did no more than grin happily up at him. "Get down!" Julianne's voice rang out. That finally sent both dogs jumping to the floor. Patrick glared down at them. "Impertinent beasts." "Jemmy listens far better to you than he does to me," he groused. "That is because you are not animated enough with your delivery." He inched closer to her. "I was not aware dogs preferred nuanced orders." "Dogs require a master with some enthusiasm. You tend to hide yours." He reached out a hand, grasping the edge of the ribbon that beckoned at her neckline. "I have plenty of enthusiasm, Julianne, and I would show you a taste of it this morning." "How enthusiastic, precisely?" Her words teased his ears and made his fingers itch to touch more than just the ribbon on her night rail. "Enthusiastic enough to think we should ring for a tray to be sent up," he murmured, unwilling to relinquish the prize of Julianne in his arms for anything as trite as mere sustenance. He found himself wanting to make each second he had with her stretch into 10. She gasped as he nipped at her newly exposed neckline with his teeth. "But everyone will be waiting for us. They will imagine we are, well, that we are too busy." For breakfast. He could feel her teetering on the edge of acquiescence, and her indecision merely fueled his desire. "I would like to be too busy for breakfast," he whispered against her skin, wondering if he ought to silence her objections the proper way, with a long, heated kiss. And what better way to convince the cynics downstairs that this is a love match? She stiffened, and he felt the motion all through his body, a harbinger of looming disappointment. He drew back, searching her eyes for the source of her sudden shift in mood, unsure of exactly what he had said to break the spell of the moment. "Julianne," he started, but she halted his protest by pulling her night rail closed and retying the ribbon firmly. "I would like to avoid speculation among the guests and staff on our first day here," she said, her earlier interest deflating before his eyes. "And have you forgotten the dogs need to be let out? Constance will happily relieve herself on your shoes if she happens upon them on the floor, which seems a certainty given your slovenly habits." He tried once more, lifted a finger to her chin and raised it up. Her eyes met his, a beautiful sun-splashed green. "Are you so sure you won't regret the loss of the morning?" "Your family and guests will surely be waiting for our appearance." She pulled gently from his touch. "You are the Earl now, with responsibilities waiting for you. And I have not yet met your sisters. Your mother said I would have a chance at breakfast." Patrick's hand dropped to his side. She was right. Mary and Eleanor would be unleashed from the nursery this morning to show off their blossoming manners to their new sister-in-law, and his mother would expect them, if for no reason other than protocol. In the end, it was his sense of familial duty, rather than the thought of Constance piddling in his shoes, that had him pulling back the sheets. He dressed quickly, and the dogs responded with a clatter of nails, vying for a position of supremacy to be the first one out. "I'll only be a moment," he told her as he reached for the door. "Shall I meet you downstairs for breakfast?" Her lips curved higher, and he was struck by their wistful arch. "That sounds lovely. And perhaps, because you have conceded me this, I can promise you tomorrow's breakfast as forfeit." Her words chased him from the room with a smile on his own face, but he was also left with a sense of loss. She might comfort herself with the thought that tomorrow would bring another breakfast, another kiss. But Patrick was reluctant to take a single second of their time for granted. A white-capped maid arrived before Julianne could even locate the bell pull and began bustling about the room, opening curtains and such. Julianne lifted a hand and blinked against the sun, scarcely able to believe that not only was she up at the yawning mouth of dawn, she was about to be dressed and ready for battle. Though by London standards it was several hours too early, Julianne indulged in her usual morning ritual, making up the bed with sharp, efficient movements. Such a thing might be less than befitting a countess, but she didn't trust anyone else to do it according to her specifications. Shrugging off the maid's wide-eyed protests, she moved on to pick Patrick's discarded clothing up off the floor. Only then, when she could look around the room without her chest going tight, did she turn herself over to the business of washing. Patrick's earlier words stayed snarled in her thoughts as she padded on bare feet to the wash basin. She retained a delicious soreness in places that made her breath catch, but it was not a painful sort of feeling. Indeed, it had hurt far more to hear him encourage the facade of a love match, as if the real possibility of it was so foreign an idea. Last night's love-making had been a revelation for her, a splintering of her preconceived notions of marriage and intimacy. She had awakened to the pleasure of a husband's touch, and she wanted his love in truth. But while he certainly seemed willing to tumble her, the degree of his regard remained uncertain. She was not too proud to admit to herself that she was well and truly smitten, but she was far too proud to be willing to risk it alone.
"Shall I lay out your grey silk?"
The maid held up a dreadfully dull frock, pulled from the depths of Julianne's bag.
"It seems to be the most suitable for mourning."
Julianne sighed at the reminder. She didn't want to spend her first 6 months of marriage clad in sombre tones, no matter that propriety called for that very thing. She'd packed her grey silk 2 weeks ago in London with no thought other than what a fashionable young woman might wear to an earl's funeral, but at the time she'd not anticipated coming back to Somersby as Patrick's wife. "I suppose it will have to do," she was forced to agree.
"Perhaps you could hang up the rest of my gowns while I'm at breakfast. They are becoming terribly wrinkled." "Of course, miss."
Julianne gave herself over to the servant's ministrations, knowing this single dress would not serve until her things could be fetched from London. A solution came without warning, and the inquiry was out of her mouth before she could even consider what she was asking.
"There was a maid who served me during the November house party who was handy with a needle. Her name was Prudence Smith. Is she perchance still employed at Somersby? I would talk to her about possibly making over some of my gowns into something more appropriate for the family state of mourning."
The maid shook her head.
"The name is not familiar to me, Lady Haversham."
Though Julianne knew she should not, she itched to ask more. Surely it was important to establish whether Prudence was lurking somewhere on the estate, waiting to pop out from a corner like a veritable bogeyman. But she was quite sure Patrick wouldn't see it the same way, and so she reluctantly tucked the instinct to ask more questions away for a later time. He was waiting for her in the foyer. His hair was mussed and he'd needed to shave days ago, but her stomach skittered with heat as his eyes met hers and held. "Are you sure you would not wish to return to our room?" His voice was a delicious rumble over the distant clink of cutlery and the low laughter that echoed down the hallway. When he reached for her hand, the brush of his fingers against her wrist made the fine hairs on her arms stand at attention.
That is,"
she stammered, trying to remember why they were not already dashing up the stairs. "From the sounds of things, they are already seated, and will presume we are abed anyway," he coaxed. She shivered against the feelings he seemed able to pull from her skin with a mere touch.
"We must face them."
Missing breakfast, she knew, would be a tactical misstep. She gently tugged her hand away.
"There will be time enough for that later, Patrick. I refuse to provide the guests with anything more to speculate about."
Including what wicked things might have kept her abed with the new Earl of Haversham, even if a part of her wanted nothing more than to return to bed and speculate on those things herself. Patrick offered her his arm, and together they stepped into the dining room. Julianne normally enjoyed a well-timed entrance, but the rush of eyes felt like a scald of heated water, and her smile faltered. Conversations fell apart, and chairs everywhere scraped as the men gained their feet. Greetings were murmured, introductions hastily made. She spied her father as she made her way to her seat. She caught the ghost of his frown, and mentally sorted through the long list of his likely disapprovals, starting with her inappropriate wardrobe and ending with the fact she had married a man who most of those in attendance suspected of murder. As she sat down, two young girls watched with openly curious faces. They showed promise of maturing into future beauties, but for now they were still coltish and unrefined. These must be Patrick's sisters, Julianne realized, trying to refrain from squinting in their direction. They'd run rampant during last year's house party, but they had grown in the 11 months since she had last seen them, and were sitting perfectly still, hands folded neatly in their laps. She found herself surprised by their maturity. Then again, much else had changed. It should not surprise her that two little girls might change too. As the gentlemen sat down, Julianne put on her paced smile, the one she adopted when dancing with gentlemen whose hands seemed to sweat through their gloves. She turned herself over to the ghastly business of trying to enjoy herself. Or, at least, appearing to enjoy herself. Apparently, the guest's lingering grief was to be fed on coddled eggs and pastries, because the table almost groaned under the weight of the food. As she fumbled her way through a plate of smoked herring, Mr. Blythe, Patrick's cousin, leaned closer to address her directly. "Lady Haversham, I find myself curious about the circumstances of your arrival. Has the magistrate been informed?" His voice brimmed with a faint hostility. "Given that you've been summoned to provide a statement to the inquest, I feel sure he will want to know you have returned." Julianne examined her plate as she considered how to respond. She remembered meeting Mr. Blythe during the November house party, and had presumed him a rather uninspiring young man. Her impression had not improved with time. "By all means, you should feel free to share the news with the magistrate," she finally offered, addressing him with the full force of her disapproval. "Although you should also tell him I will not be providing the statement he seeks. A wife cannot be compelled to testify against her husband." She could hear the hushed whispers flowing up and down the table in response to her announcement. Mr. Blythe, however, appeared to have no use for whispers. "What vile subversion of justice is this?" he demanded. "You were happy enough to accuse the man of murder 11 months ago." His venomous gaze darted to Patrick. "Has he forced you to it, then?" "No one has been forced into anything," Julianne retorted. "But if my decision makes you uncomfortable, you are welcome to leave." Next to Mr. Blythe, a heavy-set woman in a black turban set down her fork. She addressed Patrick in a familiar manner, her mouth fixed into a straight line. "My brother always welcomed us at Summersby. Are you implying that will now change, Haversham?" Patrick's expression remained difficult to read. "Nothing has changed in that regard, Aunt Margaret. You and Jonathan are, of course, welcome to stay here, as you always have been. My wife, I am sure, speaks only of wanting our guests to be comfortable." "I am glad to hear that," Aunt Margaret said stiffly. "I'd hate to think you'd abandoned your family on account of your wife's ill manners." Julianne gripped her fork, scarcely able to believe that not only had Patrick just openly contradicted her, but that Mr. Blythe's mother, of all people, had accused her of being ill-mannered. And that was when Julianne realized that this was one of those times her mouth was going to quite run ahead of her good sense. She offered her new aunt a tight smile, 3 seasons' worth of experience coalescing into the oft-practiced gesture. "Perhaps, if my manners are so ill, Aunt Margaret, you might feel more comfortable eating elsewhere. Your own dining room in London, perhaps." Patrick's sisters, who, despite their tender age, were clearly scholars of sarcasm, dissolved into giggles. Aunt Margaret's mouth opened wide enough to catch a 3-tined fork. As it were, Julianne felt as though she were being quite magnanimous to hurl only a well-timed insult instead of the cutlery. The older woman abruptly stood up. Chairs scraped as gentlemen up and down the long table were forced to once again abandon their plates. "I find I've quite lost my appetite," Aunt Margaret said archly. "Oh dear," Julianne said with feigned politeness. She, of all people, could recognize a theatrical bid for attention when she saw it. And judging by Aunt Margaret's girth, she doubted the woman would stay afflicted for long. "I hope you are not taking ill. Why, that might force a premature leave-taking, and I can assure you we would all be quite devastated for the loss of your company." The woman's face turned as red as the jam waiting to be spread on the toast. And then she swept from the room, and Mr. Blythe was throwing down his napkin and stalking out after her. Julianne heaved a relieved sigh. "Now then, I imagine our digestion will now be much improved, but if anyone else finds their appetite similarly upset, you are welcome to leave as well." "Although," Patrick countered, his eyes flashing a cautionary warning, "we of course welcome those guests who have come to honour my father and encourage them to stay as long as they wish." Julianne battled a flare of anger, though she also knew she had perhaps plunged too far afield of good manners with the last of it. After all, while the table had not been precisely welcoming, no one else beyond Mr. Blythe and his mother had bordered on rude. She dotted her mouth with her napkin, hovering on the bitter cusp of an apology, when George Willoughby spoke up to save her. "As the new mistress of Somersby, your wife is well within her rights to ask us to leave, cousin." Julianne experienced again that sense of relief she had known when Mr. Willoughby had so publicly come to their aid yesterday. And again, she felt that odd sense of regret that she had misjudged the young man once upon a time, refusing even to dance with him as she stalked the larger, more promising prey at that November house party. She smiled at him, and this time it was her real smile, the one that she could not control in the slightest. "It is none of your concern, Willoughby." Patrick's stern voice nudged in, poking holes in her victory. Julianne's smile faltered. "He's only trying to help, Patrick." "I do not require my cousin's assistance," came her husband's surprisingly cool reply. Willoughby's gaze swept the crowd before finally, almost apologetically, coming back to rest on her. "Someone needs to speak out on your behalf, Haversham. The title has passed to you, and you have not yet been formally charged with any crime. Your wife should know there are those here who do not wish her ill." His voice rose, this time addressing the table. "Haversham deserves our respect, as does his new wife. And if there are those among you who would disagree, I suggest you follow the way of Aunt Margaret." Chapter 18. "Julianne, wait." But she was off immediately after breakfast, storming up the stairs at a pace that left no doubt at all to her mood. Patrick followed her. Bloody impertinent girl, making him feel as though he had done something wrong when she was the one who had practically ordered his entire extended family to leave. His father had just been buried, for Christ's sake. Tossing out family who practically lived at Somersby was unthinkable. The devil take it, she was like an unschooled horse, intent on having her own way, trying to throw him at the slightest provocation. Well, she would soon learn he was an excellent rider. He caught up with her in the upstairs corridor just outside their room. He grasped her elbow, but she promptly used it to deliver a swift jab to his ribs. "What in the devil is wrong with you?" he hissed, rubbing his side and casting a furtive glance down the hallway. A maid exiting one of the rooms several doors down ducked her head in embarrassment and hurried off with her ash bucket. Bloody hell, they were causing a spectacle for the servants. It would be just his luck to have Willoughby or Blythe come across them in such a way, brawling like a fisherman and his wife. "Why are you angry with me? I'll wager it ought to be the other way around, after your performance at breakfast." "To which performance do you refer?" Julianne offered him an overly sweet smile that made his teeth ache more than his ribs. "My attempt to defend you against those family members who would spread vicious rumours? Or perhaps my struggle to sit quietly while my husband permitted those same people to speak so disparagingly about me?" Patrick wasn't fooled in the least. While she could certainly be sweet when the stars aligned and her world tilted right, the smile stretched tightly across her lips did not begin to plumb the depths of feeling that ran beneath his wife's skin. She was a consummate actress. This, at least, he was learning. She could control the curve of her lips and the tilt of her brows like a master puppeteer. But her eyes gave her away. At the moment, they were flashing at him like a smuggler's beacon. Infinitely more interesting than sweet. "You do realize I can discern your smiles." He tried to glower, though he suspected he wasn't half as good at pretending as she was. The ones that are genuine versus the ones you use merely to get your way. Her brow arched. "Then I encourage you to pay close attention to which I am employing right now." He couldn't help it. His lips twitched, ignoring the signals his brain was sending. Damn it. He couldn't keep hold of his annoyance with her. She was a woman defined by fierce loyalties, willing to defend to her last breath those whom she cared for. It was difficult not to admire her or respect her intentions. But the reality of being married to a woman like Julianne was like being tied to a summer storm, unpredictable at best. Liable to kill you if you didn't approach it with caution. "I apologize if my words hurt you," he told her. "I know you meant well. But my father prided himself on being generous to friends and relatives. Somersby has always been open to anyone who wished to stay here for as long as they wish. Aunt Margaret and Jonathan spend every summer here, and George Willoughby has been known to sleep in a guest room for a good 6 months of the year. Permitting them to stay is an important part of honouring my father's memory, at least for the near future." A puff of air escaped her lips. "Oh," was all she said. As if it had never occurred to her he might have a good reason to permit his hanging-on relatives to stay as long as they wished. And then she turned the door handle and plunged into their room, with nary another word. Patrick stalked after her, annoyance winning out over bemusement in his choice of emotional responses. Apparently to Julianne's mind, apologizing to him when he had just done the unthinkable and apologized first, approached an act of treason. He kicked the door shut behind him. The hinges squeaked in protest, and he frowned at the distraction. In Morake, he wouldn't have given creaking hinges a moment's thought. Hell, he wouldn't have blinked if the bloody door had toppled off its frame. But this gave him an uncomfortable pause, because it was his door. His problem. Probably Somersby had people on staff for this sort of thing, but it bothered him that he didn't know. All during breakfast, when he hadn't been contradicting his wife's sharp tongue, he'd been confronted by the realization that everything at Somersby, from the silver cutlery to the staff removing their dishes, was now his responsibility. The enormity of the task before him made him twitch, as did his beautiful, infuriating wife. He pulled up, unsure of what exactly he should say next to her. What few choice words he might have managed became even more muddled as he considered whether he was even in the correct room. It was neat as a pin, for one thing. His clothing had been picked up from the floor and folded neatly on his reading chair. The bed, where he had awakened this morning, was now made up with military precision. The squared edges of the coverlet sneered at him, proclaiming that any further mischief on this pristine surface would be ruthlessly denied. The various medical supplies that usually stood atop his bureau had been removed, and now small crystal bottles and ivory-inlaid brushes and an entire army of hairpins lay scattered across the top. "Did you do something to my room?" he asked, tersely.
"Our room, I should think. I straightened a few things, and I may have asked the maid to unpack my bag."
An awful suspicion took root. Patrick strode over to his wardrobe, the one that held his jackets and riding boots and such, things he had left behind when he had departed for Scotland, and threw open the doors. A cloud of sachet-scented air puffed out at him, generated, no doubt, by the sea of gowns that now hung there, glittering like jewels in what, heretofore, had been an incontrovertibly masculine domain. There had to be at least a half-dozen or more, in varied rainbow hues, with lace and ribbons sprouting like weeds from every crevice. "What have you done with my clothes?" he demanded.
"I am sure the maid folded them away in one of the drawers. I shouldn't think it would matter. It is not as though you ever hang anything up."
Damn it to hell and back. She had invaded his thoughts and his life like a miasma on the wind, and now she had taken over his bloody room. He turned from the travesty of his repurposed wardrobe, prepared to argue for a return of his space and his things, only to discover that his wife was now working to reach the buttons on the back of her dress. Well, she'd certainly become more comfortable around him. Perhaps there were some benefits to the intrusion he had not considered, and the prolific nature of her clothing and the loss of his personal space aside, he couldn't deny she looked so bright and tempting and unexpectedly right undressing in his room. His bones hurt at the sight of her. "Can you help me with the buttons?" she asked, seeming oblivious to the torment she was causing with merely the suggestion that her dress might soon be removed. "I need to change my gown." He stalked toward her, irritated with himself for not being more irritated, and regretting the realization she wasn't expressly undressing for him. He frowned at the gown she intended to shed. "Why, when you have just put it on before breakfast?"
"A countess cannot wear the same gown for afternoon that she wears in the morning."
"What would you propose to wear instead?" he asked, genuinely confused. Did women really do that? Take off one perfectly clean, perfectly functional gown, just to put on another, based on the turn of the hour hand? He'd never stopped to consider it before. He didn't want to consider it now.
"I was considering wearing the blue silk, the one with the lace redingote. I know it is ill-suited for mourning, but as the gown I wore to breakfast is the only one I have that might be considered suitable for bereavement, I need to have a care with it."
She turned away from him, offering her back and the buttons waiting there.
"Clearly, I need to have more gowns made."
Patrick knew in that moment, as he began to unbutton her, two distinct things. One, he did not want to know what in the bloody hell a redingote was, and two,
His wife needed a caning more than she needed a new wardrobe. The number of gowns she had pulled from her bag in the space of the few days he had known her made him feel vaguely ill. "If I might beg the question," he said, trying to circle this conversation back around to something sane, "you knew you were coming to a house in mourning. Did you not give any thought to the matter of what to wear when you arrived?"
"I packed a gown appropriate for attending a funeral."
Her eyes flashed a green warning over her shoulder.
"But I certainly didn't expect to arrive as Mistress of Somersby. Convention calls for 6 months of mourning."
She stepped out of the gown and laid it carefully across the bed, leaving her clad only in her crinolines and corset.
"Perhaps we could take a trip into Leeds tomorrow to find a seamstress. I would like to invite a few close neighbours over for dinner at the end of the month. But I would need something appropriate to wear."
His response was instinctive, rather than well considered. "Have you forgotten my father just died? A dinner party seems a poor idea just now." Julianne moved toward the wardrobe.
"I disagree," she argued. "You've been tried and convicted in the eyes of your own relatives, and that does not bode well for your eventual defence. This morning's breakfast has shown me we need to plan an offensive strike to turn public opinion. Surely you will need character witnesses to stand up for you if you are charged."
"And you think a dinner will change their minds?" She paused, her fingers running over the blinding array of gowns before finally settling on one.
"A small dinner that includes neighbours and acquaintances from town will help us sort out who among your family's friends might be relied upon for support. But I certainly agree we need to tread carefully and respectfully. That is why I'll need just the right gown for it."
That reference to us and we again. By the devil, but his new wife was a meddler. "Are you claiming the right gown does not exist among the 100 or so you have stuffed into my wardrobe?" he asked dryly.
"Our wardrobe."
She turned and smiled far too sweetly, a swath of blue silk clutched in her hands.
"And no matter how many gowns I may own, none are appropriate. I need mourning gowns, not ball gowns."
Her smile softened into something warmer and marginally more real.
"It is the way it is done, Patrick. It will be expected of your wife."
He stared at her a moment, struck again by that earlier sense of not knowing the way of things in the world into which he had been tossed. He knew almost nothing of social matters, having spent his life mostly in the company of books and animals. This was, admittedly, Julianne's area of expertise. But did they have to have this conversation while she was standing in her corset and stockings? Because it was damnably hard to think when his brain was being denied its fair share of blood. He forced his fingers to unclench. Perhaps a dinner party wouldn't hurt. Indeed, there were elements to Julianne's arguments that made perfect, if reluctant, sense. "Aunt Margaret will probably have an apoplectic fit when she hears you are planning to honour her brother's memory with a dinner party," he warned. "She is a martinet about such things." Julianne smiled, and this time it was her real smile, the one that made him feel as though the sun were breaking over the horizon.
"I don't give a fig for what Aunt Margaret might think, or her detestable son. With any luck, they have already departed."
She stepped into the new dress she had chosen, some complicated thing that he could now see came in several pieces.
"Do you think George Willoughby will stay, though? I hope I did not imply that I wished him to leave."
Patrick sighed as his wife's bare skin disappeared into yet another gown. "Yes, well, while you certainly put some effort behind it, I don't think you can count on anyone leaving, at least not as far as my aunt and cousins are concerned.
They spend practically half the year here, and autumn is a favoured season in Yorkshire. And given Willoughby's mooning looks toward Julianne during the latter half of breakfast, Patrick half suspected she had unwittingly ensured the young man's stay had just been extended until Christmas. Aunt Margaret usually stays through the start of snow, if memory serves. She's not such a bad sort, he added. You might try being a bit more understanding of her. An unladylike snort escaped Julianne's lips, one he was quite sure her swains in London had never been permitted to hear.
The way she has tried to understand your position. She has been quite quick in her judgment, and her son clearly hates you.
He hesitated, wondering how to explain the odd mix of family politics that always swam just below the surface at Summersby. There was jealousy at the heart of it, to be sure, perhaps a vein of cruelty. But his trouble with Blythe was more complicated than that. I do not believe he hates me. Or, if he does, he likely believes he has good reason. Blythe has always been difficult. Julianne raised a brow, clearly waiting for more. Patrick sorted through which pieces to share. Amid the usual family squabbles, one, in particular, teetered at the top of the list. He'd always considered his earliest memory of arguing with Jonathan Blythe to be trite, almost silly. But when he trotted it out for a new inspection, it still made his fingers curl in objection. When I was 9 years old, I loosened one of my father's coarser bitches in with the foxhounds because I was curious what sort of puppies would result. I confided what I had done to both of my cousins. Willoughby kept silent, but Blythe told his mother, who, in turn, told my father. But when my father showed no inclination to punish me for the deed, Jonathan set about ensuring I suffered what he felt was a fitting punishment for dishonouring my father. Julianne's eyes narrowed.
What did he do?
Patrick hesitated. He drowned the puppies in the lake, just days after they were born. He felt it was justified. After all, their birth, and therefore their deaths, had occurred solely on account of my own mischief. Patrick recalled how he had discovered the water-soaked flour sack filled with sodden, still bodies there on his bed. How guilty he had felt, and how he'd been convinced of his personal culpability in the outcome. Julianne gasped in horror.
And you call that merely being difficult?
He thought he was righting a wrong, I suppose. He is not necessarily a bad person, but he approaches zealotry in his quest for justice. Patrick shrugged off the flare of misgiving that thinking of his cousin always wrought. His dislike of me is simple to explain, really. He thinks I have done wrong, and is determined to see me punished for it. She pursed her lips, though she remained a trifle pale.
It is a shame that Mr. Willoughby is the only one of your close relatives who believes you are innocent. But thank goodness someone does.
Willoughby, again. The name alone made Patrick want to gouge his eyes out. Or, better yet, gouge out Willoughby's. Willoughby has not said he believes I am innocent, Julianne. He merely encouraged everyone to wait for the results of the inquest. And given the choice between which of his two cousins he liked least, he'd be hard-pressed to place one over the other. The damnable thing was that while history had given him a sense of Jonathan Blythe's character, he was not precisely sure what to make of George Willoughby's. Because while Willoughby hadn't drowned any puppies, he'd certainly lurked in the shadows and watched events unfold, then demanded recompense for his silence. So while Patrick was grateful for the younger man's seeming acceptance now, he could not help but feel some hesitation over his cousin's motives.
I would like to pen the dinner party invitations this afternoon, Julianne said,
working her fingers over a row of front-facing buttons that, regrettably, needed no help at all from the male quarter.
"With your approval, of course," she added as a murmured afterthought.
Truly, did it even matter whether he offered his approval or not? He could not envision a world in which Julianne would fall into line like a typical English wife. Hell, he wouldn't be surprised to find she'd already put pen to paper. I agree that perhaps you need a new gown or two for this party. There is a seamstress in Shippington, if memory serves. My mother or the housekeeper should be able to point you toward her. Her fingers paused over the buttons, and Patrick congratulated himself on his deft handling of the situation. This was where she was supposed to thank him. Instead, she pursed her lips.
"I would prefer to find a seamstress in Leeds."
"Shippington is closer. Leeds would require an overnight trip, and my presence is needed here." His eyes lingered over his wife's face, noting the faint flush of something there. What was she up to? And why this mulish insistence on Leeds? He could see it then, in the tilt of her chin and the pull of those expressive brows. Trouble.
Prudence mentioned she had once worked for a seamstress in Leeds before coming to Somersby, and the girl was brilliant with the needle. "I am rather particular about such things," she added,
as if that was all the explanation needed. Patrick's jacket suddenly felt 3 sizes too small. While she seemed to have a point to make here, he was quite sure it had little to do with either a needle or a new dress. He met his wife's innocent-eyed gaze with a darker one of his own, even as his fingers returned to what was fast becoming a perpetual clenched state. What is this really about? Julianne struggled to think of a rational argument that might nudge this conversation in the direction she needed it to go. Rational arguments were not often her forte. Still, while she knew she could be impulsive at times, there was nothing rash about this latest idea. Why, she'd thought about it for at least a good hour or so.
"Knowing the location of one's enemy is the key to a strategic defence," she said determinedly,
as she slipped the lace redingote over her shoulders.
"I learned that lesson on the battlefields of London's drawing rooms."
"This isn't a bloody musicale, Julianne. You are talking about tracking down a woman whose testimony could hang me."
"I don't think we should find her for the purposes of having her testify," she qualified. "But we should know where she is."
His eyes flashed an ominous warning. It is too dangerous.
"I would argue that not finding her is too dangerous. Surely it makes more sense to determine if she is lurking about, waiting to point her finger at you. I've ascertained she isn't at Somersby, at least. I think we ought to look for her in Leeds."
She held her breath. Patrick had handled her request for a dinner party surprisingly well. Indeed, he had handled the entirety of the morning, from the slights she had lobbed at his family across the breakfast table to the suggestion of a new wardrobe, far more agreeably than she would have predicted. Perhaps she was overthinking it, and her new husband was actually a malleable spouse who would let her carry on however she pleased. And perhaps kittens might sprout wings and fly. No. He issued the single word as though it were a verdict, instead of something they might discuss reasonably.
"Why won't you even consider the idea?" she protested.
"Because there is no guarantee that finding her will go the way you think."
"I would not say anything to endanger your defence."
"My worry, Julianne, is that you often say and do things without thinking. Finding Prudence could well seal my fate." He hesitated. "Or is that your intention?" She sucked in a startled breath.
"No!"
How could he even think such a thing? She was determined to save him. Hadn't she promised him she wouldn't testify? but the dark question in his eyes was punishing. If she meddled, he believed she would tighten the noose around his neck.
"I am trying to help, Patrick."
She cringed to hear her voice ring with the faintest edge of desperation.
"I've just discovered you. It might be selfish of me, but I am loath to sacrifice you to things we might control."
"There is nothing for you to do. Mackenzie will come to Yorkshire as soon as he's finished with my legal affairs in London. We let Prudence stay hidden wherever she is." His eyes softened a small degree. "And if I am arrested ahead of Mackenzie's arrival, you must wait here at Somersby and try to stay out of trouble." Julianne choked back a cry of surprise. Arrested? The very word sounded like the vilest of curses, slipping darkly in her ear.
"Could that happen? I thought you would be safe from such an outcome, given that I am no longer going to provide a statement."
He waited a fraction of a second too long to answer. "I do not think you should worry overmuch. If your testimony is removed, it stands to reason they will lack evidence to recommend me to trial. Mackenzie's efforts in London are purely cautionary. He wants to be prepared, just in case." Julianne felt a faint stirring of unease. Why had Mackenzie presumed his legal machinations in London were cautionary? When he'd boarded the train to London, they'd not yet even discussed the removal of her testimony. But her thoughts were too unformed to resist the distraction of her husband, who was taking a determined step toward her. Her world narrowed down to nothing beyond the warmth in his eyes. Julianne. His voice dropped to that low, delicious rumble, the one that made pleasure swim drunkenly in her chest. "I am glad to hear you do not wish to lose me."
"Don't do that," she warned. "You are trying to distract me."
"The way you distracted me last night." His mouth spread in a languid smile, the one that made her stomach stamp its feet and turn in confused circles. "You have proven yourself quite adept at distractions. Surely you can see that turnabout is fair play."
"There is nothing fair about the way I feel about you,"
she bit out. But her petulant words only made that smile stretch higher. Infuriating man. Almost as though he was enjoying her upset over the thought of his possible arrest. When he at last spoke, it was with measured care. "I know you wish to correct past wrongs. Your desire to make things right is an admirable sentiment. But if you care for me at all, surely you can see this way is better." That made her blink.
"I do care for you," she told him,
the words too hoarse and too quick to be anything but honest.
"Last night was—"
Her voice trailed off, trembling on its downward trajectory, until she found the right sentiment.
"Far too short."
"And cold," he pointed out, stepping even closer. "For example, it was too cold to take the time to undress. We could rectify that now. In fact, I've a mind to undo those buttons you just worked so hard over, and to muss up that beautifully made bed." She slid precariously on the thought. How easy it would be to close her mind to the more sinister possibility of their future, and just enjoy the moment. How much kinder it would be to surrender to his ideas for how they ought to spend the day. She felt as if there was a string between them, and he was slowly, expertly pulling it taut. But that string could choke her so easily. He'd not even been home a day, and he was already calmly discussing his looming arrest. But he was here, with her now, and in the end her thoughts and objections were too easily shoved deep. Patrick's hands lifted to her face, and his fingers were nearly a searing pleasure against her skin. She closed her eyes and leaned into his hand. She couldn't help it. When he touched her like this, it was though he was setting a torch to her reservations. Not that she'd ever had any around him.
"I suppose I could make the bed up again,"
she breathed, and was rewarded by the touch of his lips on hers. The kiss chased the unpleasant conversation to quieter corners of her mind. There was only this moment and her husband working some sort of black magic on her emotions. She tried to remember what they were arguing about. Truly, she did. It was important, she sensed. But she was loath to jerk her thoughts away from the lush distraction he was posing. And as he took what she offered and deepened the kiss, she forgot how to breathe, much less how to speak. Chapter 19. Julianne grasped the coachman's hand and stepped down onto Shippington's dusty streets, wondering if her husband yet realized where she had gone. She hadn't set out to deceive him exactly. But when she'd spied Patrick with his head bent over a mountain of paperwork in his father's study, agitated and cross and cursing under his breath, she'd realized that asking him to accompany her to town today would serve no good purpose. He had been thoroughly distracted by estate matters and seemed none too happy about it. Well, she was thoroughly distracted by her dwindling wardrobe. All week she'd struggled with the decision of which dress to wear, settling for which was the least objectionable rather than which was most suitable. She'd worn her grey silk nearly every day, a nod toward propriety over cleanliness that had her cringing each time the maid buttoned her up the back. She had not been exaggerating when she'd said she needed new clothing. While Patrick had not disapproved her insistence on having some new gowns made, neither had he called up the coach and taken her into town. Still, they'd only been married for 2 weeks. He'd learn the way of it soon enough. And she could forgive him his obtuseness for the simple fact that despite her dwindling wardrobe choices, her new role as Patrick's wife was proving far more pleasurable than she'd imagined, especially after their inauspicious start. The past week had been filled with small, joyous discoveries, such as the fact that his feet were ticklish, or that he awakened in a state of readiness each morning that ensured they were nearly always late to breakfast. But while he had been unfailingly attentive, seeing to her every pleasure, he remained maddeningly silent on the matter of their marriage of convenience, which, to Julianne's mind, really wasn't proving very convenient at all, at least in matters relating to her heart. When she'd agreed to marry him, she'd thought, naively perhaps, that feeling such strong attraction toward the man who would be her husband could only be a harbinger of their future happiness. She'd believed that she could convince him of her regard and earn his in return. But 2 weeks of marriage had shown her that happiness was not a simple thing one plucked from a vine. It was sharp-edged and shifting, and had layers she had not anticipated. Despite the pleasure to be found in their bed, Julianne was beginning to wonder if such sensual attraction was enough. She wanted more than his passionate kisses and his willing hands on her body. She wanted him to open his heart. And while he had been unfailingly generous in other things, he kept that piece of himself under lock and key. But such thoughts had no place in her day's mission. So she shook off her worries and set off at a brisk walk, searching for the seamstress's shop Patrick's mother had recommended. She pasted a sunny mask on her face as she stepped into the shop and reminded herself that with this first proper foray into town, she must strive to neither call undue attention to herself nor offend the natives. The little bell on the inside of the door tinkled merrily as she pushed inside, but its hopeful sound could not improve the circumstances of its sorry existence. The seamstress's shop was exactly what Julianne had feared finding in Shippington. At most, there were a dozen or so bolts of fabric lining the shelves on the wall, only one of which, a coarse black cotton that seemed more of the sort to grace one's settee than one's shoulder, might be considered to emulate a status of mourning. The walls of the shop were decorated with nothing so much as the occasional knot-hole, and there wasn't a piece of furniture in the place. Not exactly an establishment that invited lingering or a leisurely consideration of a new wardrobe. In fact, the only thing that came close to capturing her interest was the shop girl, who was pinning a half-finished piece on a mannequin near the front window and refusing to look in Julianne's direction. "Excuse me?" The woman's dark hair and hunched shoulders knocked against the walls of Julianne's memory. The girl looked an awful lot like the missing maid she was not supposed to be thinking about. Then again, her thoughts had been a tangled web this past week. It should not surprise her she was imagining the girl everywhere she looked. Instead of turning around and offering a greeting, as good manners and probably her position demanded, the girl ducked her head and stepped behind the curtain that separated the shop showroom from its workspace. Her curiosity now thoroughly piqued, Julianne started to follow, but just as her hand reached out to brush the dark velvet fabric, a woman roughly the size of a draft horse stepped out, muttering below her breath. She stopped short when she saw Julianne.
"Oh, my apologies, miss. My girl told me there was a customer out front, but she neglected to tell me you were a lady."
The shopkeeper's hands fluttered over her apron, smoothing and worrying, and finally untying it and shoving it beneath a shelf.
"How might I help you?"
Julianne smiled, though this was a distraction she was no longer sure she wanted.
"I'm in need of a new gown, and I'm afraid my timeline can only be described as desperate. I am to host a dinner party at the end of the week, and I need a gown suitable to reflect the family state of bereavement. I am willing to pay for a rushed order, of course." "Then you are the new Lady Haversham, I presume?"
At Julianne's cautious nod, the shopkeeper's already ruddy cheeks pinked up.
"Mr. Blythe mentioned the events at Somersby to me husband over a pint at the King's Widge. Me congratulations on your recent marriage."
Julianne's own mouth firmed in response. Honestly, had Shippington really named its public house after the King's, Widge? And was Blythe staying there, regaling the locals with sordid tales of the new Earl? He'd left Somersby nearly a week ago, though his mother was still very much underfoot. And over the course of the last week, she'd given little thought to where the man had gone, other than being glad for his absence. Her stomach tightened in irritation to realize he remained so close to Somersby.
"Let me hazard a guess," she told the shopkeeper. "Has Mr. Blythe been spreading tales about town? Perhaps suggested Lord Haversham might sport scales and breathe fire?"
The shopkeeper's eyes widened.
That is... He did not.
He means to discredit my husband. I should have a care how much stock I put in his words, if I were you." She straightened her shoulders. "Now then, with respect to the gown, I was thinking of a similar style to the one I am wearing, but perhaps in black instead of this horrid grey. I need it completed by Friday morning and delivered straight away to Somersby.
I also wish to place an order for 5 additional day dresses, all black silk, but in varied styles, of course, to be finished by the 2nd week in November." She smiled meaningfully, certain her business was not only welcome, it was direly needed. Why, the poor woman couldn't even afford enough fabric to fill her shelves. The shopkeeper shook her head, wiry lines radiating from her eyes. "I don't think I can help you, Lady Haversham." Julianne waited for an additional explanation, but none appeared forthcoming. Honestly, no wonder the town floated in a backwater sort of non-existence. What kind of self-respecting seamstress turned down an offer of work? Why? In London, she would have already been seated on a plush settee, a cup of tea in one hand, the latest plates from Paris spread out before her, and a veritable army of staff bringing bolt after bolt of fabrics for her to see and touch. Here, they'd been haggling for what seemed an eternity, and her hand was still noticeably empty. "In London, my modiste has always been able to accommodate my requests," Julianne said slowly, trying to make sense of this new, nonsensical world. For the first time it occurred to Julianne that perhaps the world she had married into, namely the alien territory of Yorkshire, was a different beast than London. The shopkeeper shrugged apologetically. "Unless you plan to settle for broadcloth, we'd have to order the materials out of Leeds, and if you'll forgive me saying, you don't seem the broadcloth sort. If the fabric is delivered promptly, we could possibly have the first gown finished by Saturday next, and the rest by the end of November, but then that would be a rushed order, I'm afraid. I've only the one girl to help me. While Miss Smith is fast of hand, we've other customers to serve as well." Julianne's thoughts promptly abandoned her request for a new dress, which was clearly a lost cause, and shifted to the latter part of the woman's explanation. "Miss Prudence Smith?" she asked, daring a glance toward the curtain where the shop girl had so recently disappeared. "Aye," the shopkeeper clucked in annoyance. "Not the most dependable of creatures, but devilishly clever with a needle, which is why I kept her." Behind Julianne, the door's bell rang out, and the shopkeeper's eyes pulled away. "Oh, good afternoon, Mrs. Duffy's. We've finished those new drapes you ordered. I'll be with you in just a moment." The woman turned back to Julianne. "Shall I order the crepe from Leeds, Lady Haversham?" Julianne's feet itched, but she forced herself to wait. "Oh, I think I'll just have a look at the broadcloth and think about what you have advised." She waved a nonchalant hand. "Please, I do not want to keep you from other customers with my indecision." She pretended to study the meagre selection of fabrics, waiting until the shopkeeper's attention was fully absorbed with the new arrival. Then she pulled back the velvet curtain and stepped behind it, letting it fall with a muffled rush. In the rear of the shop, the atmosphere was markedly different. Fabric was offensively strewn about, with little rhyme or reason, and chaos was the order of the day. The air hung thick with the scent of silk and wool and lamp oil, and Julianne wrinkled her nose against the unpleasant scents. The girl with dark hair was bent over a pile of piecework in one corner, and Julianne's chest felt hollow as she spied her. "Prudence," she whispered. The former maid leaped to her feet, and the fabric in her lap slipped to the floor. "Oh!" Her hand fluttered about her chest. "You startled me." She sounded close to breathless. "That is, customers aren't allowed back here. Which is why you retreated behind the curtain, isn't it, Prudence? You should remember from last November, I am not so easily dissuaded. Please, Miss Baxter." The girl was trembling visibly now. I can't risk getting sacked. Not from this job too.
Julianne knew the vivid flush of triumph. She'd not broken her promise to Patrick, and yet she'd stumbled across the maid anyway.
It is no longer Miss Baxter. I am Lady Haversham now. And what do you mean, sacked? The whole point of my speaking on your behalf in November was to make sure you weren't blamed. It's not so simple, miss. A house in mourning doesn't have house parties, Prudence choked out. Or hire new maids. I've been out of work since November last. My mum is sick, and the doctor is expensive. I had to come from Leeds to take this job, even though I knew it was a poor idea to come back to Shippington. That may explain why you are working here, but why are you afraid to speak with me? Julianne demanded.
The former servant's cowardice had gotten them in this muddle, and a bit of explanation was the very least she was owed.
Perhaps you would prefer I fetch the magistrate so you may explain it to him.
That, finally, brought a flush to the girl's pale cheeks. Her gaze darted toward a bolted door at the rear of the room, but Julianne stepped to the left, effectively blocking the girl's escape. By God, she would be caught in last year's fashions before she let the chit fly out the back door now. Prudence wrapped her arms around herself, her chest heaving in protest.
Please, she moaned. I can't speak with you about this.
Julianne slipped closer to the frightened girl and tried on a more soothing tone, the sort she typically reserved for first-year debutantes who had ripped the hems of their ball gowns or spilled punch down the front of their bodices.
Nothing is going to happen to you, Prudence. I just want to talk to you about what happened last November.
Oh, the girl moaned, tears spilling down her cheeks.
I knew this job was trouble.
Julianne only narrowly resisted the temptation to shake the former maid's thoughts back to centre.
Focus, if you please, on the matter of what has you so upset to see me. And why do you so object to Shippington? It's just a town. Being so close to Somersby brings back terrible memories of that day, Prudence cried softly. I told myself it would be all right, that you'd gone back to London. But then I saw you, walking in the procession for Lord Haversham's funeral. And that was when I knew I had made a dreadful mistake.
Julianne fought back an impatient huff.
What has seeing me at the funeral to do with any of this?
Prudence wiped a hand across her eyes.
I didn't only see you. I also saw...
Her voice fell to a tear-soaked whisper.
I saw the man who held the rifle that day.
Julianne's heart began to thump in her chest. Surely she'd misheard the girl. Surely it couldn't be so simple. Patrick had not been at the funeral.
Are you sure?
She pressed, her mind racing with swift surety toward a new conclusion, one she'd never considered in all these long months.
Oh, I'm quite sure I shall never forget that face, Prudence choked out. I see him in my nightmares.
By the stars. It was unconscionable. And yet, now that she considered it, Prudence's explanation made so much more sense than the one they had all presumed to be true. Julianne had seen someone running away from the scene. Prudence had been adamant she'd seen a man aim and pull the trigger. That she could have overlooked such an obvious fit to the events of that morning made her lungs feel heavy now with regret.
Do you know who the man is? Julianne demanded. No.
The girl shook her head, swallowing a hiccup.
I was so surprised I just dashed into the nearest shop and waited for the funeral procession to pass on by.
She swallowed and accepted the kerchief Julianne handed her to wipe her eyes.
I was not of a mind to march right up and ask his name, mind you.
Excitement coursed through Julianne's limbs. As chilling as the idea was that someone might have purposefully murdered Eric, this, finally, was the proof Patrick needed to convince everyone of his innocence. She needed to tell him. She needed Prudence to tell him. Surely he couldn't be angry with her. She hadn't purposefully tracked the girl to ground, and Prudence had just named someone else as the killer. Well, not named exactly, but still. Julianne swallowed the lump of excitement swelling in her throat.
"Where was this man standing when you saw him?" she pressed.
Perhaps it didn't matter that Prudence did not know the man's name. Julianne had attended the funeral after all. Perhaps she could name the killer herself, although she was loath to go down this particular twisted path again. Prudence shuddered.
"He was standing near the family. Was he tall or short? Portly or fit?"
I don't know."
"He was taller than you, I think."
Julianne recalled with frustration how she'd needed to similarly extract the description of the killer in November. That had turned out poorly, but this time she was determined not to leap to an incorrect conclusion.
"What colour was his hair?" "I couldn't tell. He was wearing a tall black hat and a black coat."
Julianne struggled against a building impatience as she realised they were speaking of a man of unknown name and hair colour who would have the audacity to wear black to a funeral and who was possibly, but not decidedly, taller than her.
"If you cannot recall any of this, how can you be sure he was the man who pulled the trigger?"
she asked in irritation.
"It was his eyes,"
Prudence exhaled, shuddering with the effort.
"I'll never forget 'em. So cold, like he could see through me. He looked up toward the folly when the smoke cleared, and it felt like the hand of death was settling over me."
The girl's voice rasped low.
"He did the same thing during the funeral. Looked right at me."
Good heavens! Julianne supposed that explained Prudence's hysterics last November well enough, as well as her white-faced terror now.
"Was he a guest at Summersby?" she pressed. "Or perhaps a servant?"
"He did not eat with the servants during the November house party, and he wasn't dressed like a servant. His clothes were finer than that." A terrible thought occurred to Julianne, like a gust of wind that scraped skeleton branches against windows in the dead of winter. Many of the guests who had attended the funeral were still in residence, a perpetual plague of Patrick's family and friends who would not leave. Whoever this was, he could still be at Summersby. She grasped the girl's arm.
"Prudence, you must come with me. You must tell someone."
"Oh, no, miss," Prudence protested through a fresh wave of tears. "I couldn't. I've told you all I know." She tugged against Julianne's ruthless grip. I would like to go now."
"Go where? You've the shop to mind, or you'll lose your position, and you've said you need the money."
An idea took root.
"Let me help you. You said you wished you had not come to Shippington. I could help you get back to Leeds, if you will but assist me with this small matter. How much to pay your mum's doctor, and make sure you have enough to set by?"
Prudence stilled.
"Oh, would you, miss? Perhaps a few quid? If you'll grant me this, I promise I shall disappear and you'll never see me again."
Julianne released her hold on the girl's arm to dig through her reticule.
"I shall give you 5 gold sovereigns, but you must come back to Summersby with me and help identify the man who killed Lord Haversham's son." "But the killer could be there. What if he saw me that day? What if he tries to kill me?"
Her fearful tone ruffled Julianne's sympathy, but not her resolve.
"Don't you see?"
Julianne stretched out her palm, hoping the fistful of coin she had retrieved from her purse would be enough temptation for Prudence to stay.
"The man Whoever he is most certainly dangerous. If you stay silent, someone else could be hurt by him."
Prudence reached out her hand and cupped the coins. She seemed to weigh them a moment, closing her eyes against whatever internal struggle claimed her. When her lids next opened, her face crumpled with new tears.
"I am sorry, miss. Wish I could help you truly. Please, ever care for yourself. I'd hate to see you hurt."
And then she lunged to the door, threw the bolt, and fell out into a spear of sunlight. "Wait!" Julianne cried, scrambling to give chase. She tossed herself after the terrified girl, her heart pounding a terrified hole in her chest. She had just found the woman who held the key to Patrick's acquittal. She could not lose her now. Desperation surged through her as she stumbled into a back alley. In her vastly inappropriate heels, the walls of the nearby buildings proved too narrow to do little more than lurch unsteadily a few steps at a time. A horrible smell wafted on the air, along with a swarm of black flies. She could see the hem of Prudence's skirt disappearing some 100 feet or so up ahead. Were there 5 doors leading off into the flanking buildings? Or were there 6? She aimed in the general direction where she imagined Prudence had gone, only to trip over a refuse barrel from a butcher shop. She tumbled to the ground, and blackness crept in on the periphery of her vision as she tried desperately to shake the bits of offal from her hands. Her body insisted she screamed, but she shoved the instinctive urge away. Because being tangled in a barrel of intestines was not the worst possible thing that had happened to her today. Patrick's brother had very likely been murdered in cold blood, and the deed had been pinned on Patrick. Prudence was gone, the 5 sovereigns with her, and Julianne had no idea who the killer might be. Patrick knew she was looking for him, even before he saw her. His awareness of her was often subtle, a shift in the atmosphere of the house. Julianne was a force unto herself, and it should not surprise him that the air would bend to her will. But the rumpus down the hallway was no bending of air. It sounded as though a herd of cattle had been admitted into the front foyer. She was probably feeling neglected and stomping about to demand her fair share of attention. God knew he'd rather put his hours to better use enjoying his wife than sorting through Summersby's accounts, but if he was to take over the estate and leave it well prepared in the event things took a regrettable turn, this afternoon's focus had been necessary. He needed the knot that had taken hold in the back of his neck as the sounds of her heels clipped down the corridor. Perhaps an hour's diversion, and then a return to the books would not be remiss. He glanced out the window and was shocked to see evening shadows stretching across the lawn. No longer afternoon, then. Perhaps she had a reason to be angry. He pushed back from his father's desk, and the task that had occupied his attention for the entirety of his afternoon. He'd resisted sitting down to it at first. He'd presumed, as he had all these years, that the work of managing the estate was tedium personified, and indeed he'd spent the first hour staring at the notes scribbled by his father's steward and gnashing his teeth. But as he'd slowly begun to apply a more clinical eye, he had been surprised to discover there was a pattern to the work, a need to sort out problems and apply an appropriate intervention. Not that different from the practice of veterinary medicine, really. He'd spent the latter part of the afternoon working out solutions and feeling somewhat more optimistic about filling his father's shoes. A knock came, firm and quick, and so very Julianne, that it sent a smile blooming on his face. He took a step toward the door, already contemplating how he might reap the benefits of his wife, spitting mad and looking for his undivided attention. By the devil, she had proven a surprise this week. He'd thought he was marrying her as the means to an end, only to discover that the means was the most pleasurable part of it. He opened the door, and his smile fell away, chased by the sight of her. She didn't look angry. She looked awful. In fact, she looked so awful, his eyes simply didn't know where to land. Her hair was coming down from its pins, and her skirts were smeared with blood, clearly not her own, given the remaining bits of gore clinging to the fabric. Had she taken a spill off her horse and injured them both? Tried her hand in the kitchen, as both scullery maid and cook? Butchered a bloody cow? "What has happened?" he demanded. She closed the door and leaned back against it. "Would you happen to have some brandy?" The scratch of her voice only plucked more violently at his misgivings. "What has happened that I should need a drink to hear your confession?" he asked slowly. "It is for me, Patrick, not you." She drew a haggard breath. "I've ordered a bath, but I wanted to speak with you before I went up." He sniffed. Not even a fresh cow. She smelled worse than she looked, if such a thing were possible. And this was Julianne. If she felt this conversation was more important than bathing, something was dreadfully wrong indeed. He poured her a glass of brandy. She drained it, sputtering only a second before holding it out for more. He added another finger and then waited for her to explain herself. Her fingers curved around the delicate crystal glass. "I've been to town. I had not realized you'd gone out." Indeed, he'd been preoccupied with books the entirety of the day, and he'd neither seen nor heard her until now, with the sun almost gone from the sky. There was plenty to get a body into trouble in Shippington, particularly if that body, delectable though it might be, belonged to his wife. A pulse of worry rounded through him. God's teeth, what had she done, that she was tossing back brandy as though it was water? Something had happened on her trip into town, and he'd wager it wasn't anything as innocuous as meeting the vicar in her shift. "I've seen Prudence." A tensile silence descended over them. He could almost swear he could hear the irregular beating of her heart, or perhaps it was his own, bounding in denial. The afternoon's success in his father's chair fell away. It scarcely mattered whether he felt more competent now to assume the responsibility of the title, if the gallows loomed once again on the horizon. But worse was the shattering sense of betrayal that snaked through him. Over the course of the past week, he'd begun to hope and believe in a future. With her. He'd placed his life in her hands, despite better sense, despite even the tutelage of history to guide him. He ought to have known better. "For the love of God, Julianne, you promised me not even a week ago you would not," he snarled, knowing he sounded like a wounded animal and feeling little better. "Please don't shout at me, Patrick. I've had a devil of a day." The finger she pressed to her forehead left an offensive smear on one temple. "I did not go to town intending to find Prudence. I only went to visit the seamstress, as we discussed. It is not my fault she had taken a position there.
And you are the one who insisted I go to Shippington instead of Leeds, horrifying experience though it was. I had planned to ask you to come with me. You seemed in no mood for coercion when I checked in on you this morning.
He uncoiled his muscles, but only just. The blood still pounded in his ears. He had indeed insisted Julianne utilize the services of Shippington's seamstress. But he had been speaking of a hypothetical use, trying to mitigate the potential damage of a trip into Leeds. And that was before she'd staggered into the study, covered in offal and demanding brandy to assuage her guilt. He forced his fingers to unclench. Just tell me, Julianne, what about this meeting with Miss Smith has you so upset you would forego a bath for it? And why are you covered in the worst parts of a cow?
She spoke to me about the murder.
His stomach tightened in denial, even as his thoughts clawed toward survival. Because that was the next step, wasn't it? The bloody maid still thought he had murdered his brother. Has she spoken with the magistrate, then? His mind began to toss over the chances of escaping this alive. He didn't like the odds.
I don't think she's spoken with him, no. She's powerfully afraid to speak to anyone. She bolted when I encouraged her to come to Summersby and talk to you. I lost her somewhere between the alley and the butcher's shop.
She swept a reluctant hand down her dress.
This happened when I gave chase.
A harsh laugh escaped him like a cannon blast. Not that the thought of Julianne sprinting to catch the woman who would hang him was anything close to amusing. It was done, even if it hadn't been done purposefully. The second witness had emerged, and now his chances to escape a conviction were shattered. The devil take all. It was his worst nightmare. Because the woman he'd married in order to silence her testimony had, innocently or not, gone and found someone else to do the job. Rage boiled through him, hot and in need of an outlet. Why is she afraid, when it's my neck on the line? Julianne hesitated.
She feels very sure Eric was murdered, that his death was not an accident.
Of course she does, he snarled. She told you as much 11 months ago.
She never named you in November. She only described what she had seen, and I filled in the pieces with my understanding of events. But today she told me she saw the man who killed Eric. Recently. She swallowed. At your father's funeral.
Disbelief had a way of unmanning a man, making him impotent, rendering him mute. Patrick struggled through that now, knowing he needed to speak clearly this time. I did not attend my father's funeral. He somehow managed to get out.
I know, Patrick.
Her affirmation fell softly.
I was there.
Her lips formed an apologetic frown.
But she is quite sure of what she saw that day, even if she is not precisely sure whom she saw. Which begs the question, who wanted your brother dead?
Patrick suffered through the question, so painfully constructed it seemed impossible to contemplate. He'd spent the month since his brother's death in purgatory, almost paralyzed from the guilt. Such a burden was not easily lifted, not even for such a sinister possibility as acknowledging that Eric may have been murdered. She seemed sure, he asked, hoarsely.
Prudence did not know the man's name, and bitterly few details to describe him, but yes, she is utterly convinced she saw the killer at your father's funeral. Think on it. It makes sense. You claim you swung your rifle away from your target at the last minute, but how far would you have had to swing the barrel for that bullet to strike your brother, who was standing behind you? And do not forget, I was there that morning. I saw someone running from the scene, and Prudence was quite insistent, even from the start, that she saw a man aim a rifle directly at Eric.
Patrick's mind raced back to that day. He was tired of reliving it, and yet he could never forget. He could still smell the ever-present decay of dead leaf litter stirred up by his feet, the pungent smoke from his fired rifle. He'd imagined that day was the dawning of his own personal hell. But now, for the first time since this nightmare began, he turned himself over to a different thought. A black but welcome rage rolled over him as he contemplated this new facet to his brother's death. His anger pointed at a nameless, faceless enemy. Was this the answer to his dilemma? Or was he fooling himself, reaching for the explanation he wanted, instead of the one that made sense? What proof did he really have of his own innocence, beyond Julianne's white-faced insistence the maid had seen someone else? And how could they convince someone to believe them? He wasn't sure he believed it. He'd heard 2 rifle retorts that day, and he'd always presumed one of them had been Eric's. The thought that there could have been a third party made his chest tighten in anger and hope.
Surely we have enough to go to the magistrate now and stop this senseless inquest, Julianne pressed.
Patrick wanted to believe it. Oh, God, he wanted to think he hadn't killed his brother. But the sinister possibility that Eric had been murdered was simply too fantastical to accept without further proof. He reluctantly shook his head. We've a phantom witness that you failed to identify 11 months ago, and who has now disappeared. If we raise the suspicion of murder, who is to say the deed won't be pinned on me? Continuing to claim that Eric was killed by an accidental gunshot, at least, provides an opportunity to argue a charge of manslaughter instead of murder. He hesitated, sorting through options, discarding some, reconsidering others. I think we need to wait and consult with Mackenzie when he returns.
Someone killed your brother, Patrick. The killer was here, at Summersby, during the November house party, and he was here during your father's funeral as well. He could kill again.
Her voice choked on the shimmer of a sob.
He could kill you.
If someone killed Eric, that does not mean they would come after me. Eric had any number of friends in London. It stands to reason he might have acquired some enemies there too, particularly in his last months. He'd run up quite some debt and had come home to ask father for more funds. Perhaps someone got tired of waiting.
That is one possible explanation. She shook her head. But it is not the only one.
Patrick hesitated. He didn't just want to trust Julianne. He needed to, with an intensity that almost frightened him. You are really worried about me? He asked, more gently now.
How could I not worry? Even if I sometimes want to kick you for your idiocy, I do not want to see anything happen to you.
He folded his arms around her, the sorry state of her person be damned. Other than a bruised shin, that is. She breathed heavily against his shirt, and he could feel the warmth of her breath through the thin cotton.
I would aim my boot a little higher, she said, her voice muffled.
"I do not recall that a kick to the cods was part of the vows you took," he said over her head, even as his thoughts struggled to coalesce into a plan of action. The key, he knew, was speaking with Miss Smith, wherever she was. He struggled, and failed, to bring the maid's face to mind, knowing he must have seen her at some point during the November house party. Or perhaps not. After all, he'd spent most of his time sulking in the stables that week.
"Don't make light of this, Patrick."
She sniffed against his chest.
"How can you hold me like this? I smell."
"Aye, that you do." She stiffened in his arms. The feel of her helped calm the vicious pattern of his pulse, though the smell of her was indeed ripe enough to turn his stomach. But he had come home nearly as filthy on any number of days when he had served as Marique's veterinarian, and he tightened his arms around her. "Didn't you know?" he added. "The blacksmith made me promise to honour you, no matter the stench."
"He did no such thing,"
she protested, her voice muffled. "You are fortunate I am not a squeamish sort." Now that the first fear of betrayal had settled, he was a little in awe of what she had gotten herself into, all on his account. He would not be surprised if the day's disgrace had caused permanent damage to his fastidious wife's psyche. That she had come to speak with him first, shrugging off the need for an immediate bath, told him her state of mind far more eloquently than any strategized confession. He thought better of the instinct to place a kiss to the top of her hair, which was in want of some good lye soap. Instead, he whispered into her ear, "I am sure you never thought to hear these words from my mouth, but you desperately need a bath." She shook, as if fighting off a laugh, then pulled back. Her red-rimmed eyes met his.
"I think it is foolhardy to wait for Mr. Mackenzie's return before speaking with the magistrate. Such a man has the power to help us. It's his job to sort out these facts, after all."
For a moment, Patrick considered it. Could he trust her to remain steadfast in an interview with Mr. Farmington, Shippington's long-time magistrate? And moreover, could he forgive her if she did not? He knew her body now, and how it fit in his palms. Knew her sharp mind and her sharper tongue, and the way she said things that made his blood run too hot for comfort. But her words were every bit as ill-tamed as her hair. He had no way to predict what she might say if given an audience with the magistrate. Mackenzie had been quite clear in explaining this part of it. A wife could not be compelled to testify against her husband. But Julianne, taking the matter into her own hands, even accidentally, was a different dilemma entirely. He shook his head. "It is too early, Julianne. But do not mistake my desire to wait for any sort of apathy. We've at least 2 things to keep us occupied while we await Mackenzie's counsel."
"We have?"
she asked, carefully. He nodded slowly, as if he could keep her tethered. Hadn't she just proven herself incapable of leaving well enough alone? The idea that she might yet prove his downfall would not quite leave him, and that, quite ironically, made him feel like a bounder all over again. He had treated her poorly to have judged her so quickly when she had first staggered into the study and announced she had seen Prudence. Keeping her close, and knowing what she was thinking and doing, would perhaps grant him a small, if unpredictable, measure of control. And he owed her this, even if his instincts told him to bundle her up and lock her in their room for her own safety. First, we need to try to find Prudence, sort out what she truly knows, and convince her to go to the magistrate. He will not be swayed by anything but the maid's own free testimony. Julianne nodded her approval with the plan he laid out.
And the other?
We need to discover who might have wanted to kill my brother. Chapter 20. Julianne looked out over the crowd and wondered which of Somersby's dinner guests might be a murderer. It was a muted gathering, as befitted the family's circumstances, but that did not mean it was a drab affair. The drawing-room was filled to the brim with family and friends milling about, offering their condolences as they waited to be called into dinner. Despite the preponderance of black clothing, except, unfortunately, on her, there was a hum of anticipation in the room, and overhead the beeswax candles burned brightly, adding light and warmth to what could have been a dark mood. She wished Patrick was here with her, but he'd come in straight from the barn. She'd taken one look at him and sent him back above stairs, declaring him in desperate need of a valet and a haircut. Now, as she waited for him to return in which she hoped was a more presentable state, she circled among the guests, smiling here, listening there. Mr. Farmington, the grey-haired magistrate who had questioned her so unerringly in the hours following Eric's murder, stood sentry next to her father. Aunt Margaret stood beside them, nodding agreeably at something the magistrate was saying. The woman was still clinging to Somersby with the persistence of a barnacle, but at least her perpetually sour expression had softened tonight with the arrival of her son among the guests. Farmington's eyes shrewdly followed Julianne's progress through the crowd. He'd struck her as a fair man in November, offering his handkerchief when her tears had flowed during that first regrettable interview, but he seemed harder tonight, more the magistrate, less the sympathetic ear. She kept her distance, moving on after a few mild words of welcome. Patrick had decided to trust her, to include her, confiding in her, and discussing a plan of attack as if her ideas had merit. It was a heady feeling, and it sent a bright bulb of happiness blooming in her chest. She would not squander that trust now by lingering overlong with the one man in the room who would certainly have more questions for her than answers. 24 guests fanned out around her, and she considered each one's potential. She dismissed a group of people clustered around the Dowager Countess in one corner of the room. They appeared to be local gentry, and while she remembered their faces from the Earl's funeral, she did not recall seeing those extraneous souls last November at the house party. Instead, she focused on the gentlemen she remembered attending both the house party and the funeral. One of the men who fit the bill was the darkly handsome Dr. Merrill, who was standing near the windows and listening politely to something George Willoughby was saying. She supposed she needed to keep Willoughby on her list of potential suspects too, but he appeared so young and earnest tonight, she felt an instinctive twitch of remorse at her duplicity. In contrast, she didn't know much about Dr. Merrill. She was inclined to dismiss Shippington's doctor as a suspect, even though he'd attended both events. It was not only because he was quite young to hold such an important position, or because he had the sort of face that made women stop and stare in stupefied wonder. It was because the doctor had purportedly attended the Earl in his final hours and laboured mightily to save his life. She'd heard of his heroics from her maid, who had ended the story on a dreamy sigh. Not that Julianne blamed the girl. Once upon a time, she might have sighed a little herself. Mr. Blythe, who had also attended both events, was standing by himself near the mantel, watching the crowd in much the same manner Julianne was. That held her attention a long moment. Was he a guest who felt only barely welcomed? Or a killer searching for a new target? The covert inquiries she had pressed around the room so far had come largely to naught, and only the hot-blooded Blythe seemed capable of something more nefarious than ill-spirited gossip. She moved toward him, her mind sifting through the possibilities. Blythe inclined his head at her approach. "Ah, the indomitable Lady Haversham has come down from her new pedestal. I understand I have you to thank for my belated invitation. I admit I was surprised to receive it." Somehow Julianne found a smile. Blythe's vocal efforts to discredit Patrick and Shippington had ensured, to her own mind at least, that he was now a prime suspect, and she'd known of no better way to ascertain Mr. Blythe's potential involvement than seeing him interact with the family. "Consider it an olive branch," she told him. "Patrick feels it is important to respect his father's memory by honouring those guests he always welcomed in life. No matter our inauspicious start, you are always welcome here at Summersby, Mr. Blythe." His face darkened, but before he could respond, a murmur went up among the guests. Julianne turned away from his glower, seeking the source of so much distraction. Her gaze swept the swirl of indistinct faces, and she leaned in, depending on her ears to sort out what had stirred the crowd from its otherwise polite stupor. A shiver traversed her spine as she caught the low baritone of Patrick's voice, perfectly tuned to tug a reaction from her body. And then her husband stepped into focus, and she had to look twice. Gone was the scruffy veterinarian, with a face in need of shaving and hands in need of washing. He was clad in a splendid black evening jacket, a bit loose in the chest now, thanks to his leaner existence in Moraic, but the very sort of jacket he should have been wearing during that memorable dance so many months ago, and which she had begun to doubt he owned. His hair had not been trimmed, as she had ordered, but it was combed into respectability. Her fingers itched to touch the rakishly long edges, there over his ears, and a selfish part of her soul was glad to see it had not been shorn after all. His eyes met hers, warm and frankly appreciative. While manners demanded he ought to stop and greet the guests who were parting before him, he headed toward her with singular purpose. The murmured voices hushed, and she knew everyone in the room was watching his progress with wide eyes and busy minds. But she could not bring herself to care. The moment slowed, pulsing with some elemental rush of emotion that, despite 3 seasons of searching, she had only ever experienced with Patrick. Attraction, desire, want. Would it always be like this? Her feet pointing themselves toward him, divining her way, as if she had been fashioned to some degree for this man, and this moment. She felt spun back in time to this same house and this same man, asking for a waltz and ending with a kiss. She knew there was a proper plan to follow, a need to smile politely and take his arm as they moved into the game of stealth that awaited them tonight. But that plan withered beneath an overwhelming urge to go up to their room and see where this look, this feeling, might lead. He stopped in front of her. "Do I pass muster now?" Her eyes catalogued the changes a half-hour had wrought. Now that he was closer, she could see there was a small nick on the left side of his lower jaw. Infuriating man, shaving himself. She might have known he'd refuse her order to use a valet, much as he'd refused to cut his hair. Despite the obvious risk to life and limb, her eyes approved of this new version of her husband. Even her nose approved, the scent of him familiar, but laced with the new fragrance of soap. But most compelling of all, under the new layer of polish, he was still Patrick. Handsome. Deliciously disreputable, as if any moment he could toss off the yoke of convention and snub the entire room in favour of saving an animal's life. "You'll do," she told him. Then added, "You've always done." His smile was slow in dawning, almost sheepish. "Why, Lady Haversham, are you telling me you like the unkempt version of your husband?" "I like both versions of my husband." She laughed, although truly there were more than two versions. She might like the man he presented to the world, but she treasured the man he became behind their bedroom door. Her cheeks warmed even now as she considered what he might yet do tonight, when their guests had gone home and they fell into bed. And then Mr. Blythe cleared his throat. Patrick's eyes lifted from her face. A sudden frown claimed the smile that had just stretched across his face. "I was beginning to wonder if you'd deign to notice your guests, Haversham," Blythe drawled. Patrick nodded curtly. "My apologies, Blythe. You are, of course, correct. I must offer my greetings to the crowd." He offered Julianne a thin smile. "I shall return to escort you in to dinner." Julianne stared after her retreating husband. Her heart tugged to follow him, but pride kept her slippers sewn firmly to the floor. She turned back to the man who so paled in comparison to her husband's magnetic pull. She supposed she ought to speak more with the loathsome Mr. Blythe. After all, it was the express purpose of inviting him here. "Your husband seems anxious to be away," Blythe observed. Julianne was not the least bit embarrassed to have been caught ogling her husband, but unfortunately, Patrick appeared to harbour some misgivings. "He has a responsibility to his guests," she replied coolly. Blythe's suspicious gaze swept the length of her skirts before coming back to probe her face. "Perhaps he disapproves of your refusal to mourn the Earl's death properly." A rush of heat claimed Julianne's cheeks. After the destruction of her grey silk in her argument with the butcher's barrel, she'd faced a near impossible task of selecting a gown for tonight's dinner from her remaining wardrobe. The gown she wore had a modest neckline at least, but it far more befitted a London ballroom than a quiet family dinner. "I have not yet had time to acquire a wardrobe appropriate for bereavement, Mr. Blythe," she replied stiffly. "A natural consequence of such an unexpected marriage, I would think." Julianne's brow shot up.
"Do you have a point you wish to make?" she asked. "Because truly I cannot see how my marriage is any sort of concern for you."
"And yet I admit to being concerned, truly, in the matter of your decision to marry my cousin. I cannot decide if you are an idiot or an actress, Lady Haversham." After a moment of cold appraisal, she decided to indulge him. After all, the entire purpose of this dinner was to acquire information, and at the moment she held his undivided attention.
"I promise you, I am neither."
She angled her body closer, daring him to continue down this ill-advised path.
"But feel free to enlighten me, Mr. Blythe. Why might I be an idiot when I've merely married the man my conscience bade me?"
"Your conscience?" His gaze dropped suggestively lower. "Or your circumstances? You see, I know my cousin well. A consequence of so much time spent here at Summersby, I suppose. He is a man who has always weighed his options carefully before acting, sometimes to the point of paralysis. It would take a powerful motivation to convince a man like that to marry in such haste."
Blythe leaned in until he was so close she could see the uneven slant of his front teeth.
"It is entertaining to watch, as marriages of convenience so frequently are. But is it even Haversham's?" Julianne had expected it, of course. There could be little other interpretation, and Mr. Blythe was proving himself a rather gauche communicator. Still, it made her gasp to hear him say it out loud.
"Is what Haversham's?" she clipped out.
"Come now," he chided, shaking his head. "The scandal sheets have painted quite the picture of you these past few years. You are, of course, widely praised for your beauty and wit, but not widely known for your propriety." The audacity of the man near left her breathless.
"I assure you, Mr. Blythe, that the only thing you ought to be worrying about in that regard is that it is none of your business."
"Perhaps I have spoken out of turn." His eyes remained narrowed. "But I do have some vested interest in ensuring a direct bloodline to the title. I have a great deal of respect for this family, and I would not like to think an injustice was being perpetrated on them." Julianne struggled to keep a rein on her temper, though his thinking was logical, if a bit boorish.
"Patrick is part of the family you claim to love," she reminded him. "Why do you hate him so much?"
"I do not hate him." Blythe's eyes flickered in hesitation. "But I admit a certain distrust, if you will. He always looked down his nose at those of us who spent time actually preparing for the possibility of inheriting the title."
"Far less a possibility for you than him, I should think," Julianne pointed out, against better sense.
"All the more reason he should have taken that duty seriously. His father, certainly, tried to groom him in that regard, but Patrick always refused to pay court. When he tucked himself off for 4 years on the continent, it came close to breaking his father's heart. If my mother looked on me with even half the pride the old Earl showered on his sons, I assure you I would not ever take it for granted. But your husband has proven himself unworthy at the end, as he was always bound to do."
"Your argument lacks logic."
Julianne knew she shouldn't vigorously engage a man as potentially dangerous as Blythe, but her ire was too high to leave off.
"If my husband was so reluctant to prepare himself for the possibility of the title, wouldn't that suggest he had no desire to be Earl? and therefore had no reason to kill his brother?
Blythe's dark brows pulled down. He stared at her a long, searching moment, and while his eyes stayed wide open, she could have sworn he was blinking on the inside. Finally, he gathered himself. Perhaps he changed his mind.
Perhaps you should change yours, Mr. Blythe. It is clear you have leaped to judgment based on old grudges, rather than any clear examination of the facts.
She gathered her skirts in one hand, preparing to turn away, but found herself hanging on the second half of the man's original, impudent question.
At the risk of very much proving myself an idiot, why, if I might dare to ask, did you suggest earlier I was an actress?
He looked down at her, and she could see a disarming resemblance to Patrick in the line of his jaw and the slope of his nose. You are putting on a good show, I'll give you that. Some of the guests are even making wagers on the outcome, though the discussion trends toward when the blessed event will occur, rather than if it will. But if we're not bound to be toasting your good fortune in an indecently short amount of time, it seems clear you and my cousin have orchestrated this sham of a marriage simply to prevent your testimony. Julianne reared back, her composure dangerously close to shattered. No. However she'd expected this conversation to go, this went very far afield. Blythe was wrong. Patrick had never demanded her silence, though she'd been all too happy to offer it. No, she repeated again, her voice firmer now. Have you asked him? Came the man's well-oiled reply.
I don't have to ask him, Mr. Blythe.
Her knees felt close to buckling.
You are tilting at windmills. My marriage is a happy one.
Now the man's smile turned positively feral, and it made the fine hairs on her arms prick to attention. Then perhaps that makes you an idiot after all, Lady Haversham. Patrick hated events like this. Stilted, polite conversation. Food he knew had been prepared to perfection, but which might as well have been made from sawdust for all that he was enjoying it. Julianne was seated next to him throughout the interminable course of the meal, a tempting distraction to the forced pleasantries. But her nearness and falsely bright smile could not remove the fact that the eyes of every soul at the table were focused squarely on him. At least with Blythe and Willoughby, a man knew where he stood. But Mr. Farmington was holding his cards quite close to his chest tonight. Although he had been a good friend of Patrick's father and had sat down for a dozen meals at this very table, the expression on the magistrate's face was indecipherable. It went little better after dinner, when the ladies had left for the drawing-room and the men were poured a glass of port. Through the open door, he could hear the appealing pitch of Julianne's laughter down the hallway. Patrick wanted to be there with her, the expectations of society be damned. But this bit of masculine banality was expected by the guests, and he was forced by his new position to play host to the lot of them. Willoughby, damn his imprudent tongue, tumbled into dangerous territory after only half a glass of port. How goes the inquest, Mr. Farmington? The room stilled, and all eyes turned toward the magistrate, who looked discomfited by the attention. The coroner's report will be returned soon enough, came the man's uneasy answer. I'm sure we can all speculate how it's going, now that the only witness has cried off. Blythe lifted his glass to his lips and swallowed, before adding, "Awfully convenient, that. A rather brilliant means to get away with murder." Patrick's fingers tightened around the cool edge of his crystal. "I did not murder my brother, Blythe. You'll forgive me if I retain some doubt. Everyone knows you hated your brother. You argued with him all the time." Patrick's pulse jumped angrily beneath his skin. It seemed Blythe was looking for a confession tonight, but he would not find one here. "I did not hate Eric," Patrick growled, though he could not deny their relationship had been tumultuous those last months. "Certainly not more than I hate you, and yet you are still standing before us." "Perhaps you ran out of bullets," Blythe sneered. "Or perhaps you ran out of nerve." "Gentlemen, enough!" Farmington placed his own nearly full glass down on the table. "It is pointless to speculate and ridiculous to argue. The only thing that matters in this moment is whether the coroner will determine there is enough evidence to commend Haversham to trial, and that is quite out of our hands now. We should speak of other things." Patrick seethed with anger. It was a bloody nightmare that would not end, and the port was loosening whatever bit of judiciousness he'd once possessed. "I did not kill my brother. But someone did. And you should be trying to find him, Farmington, instead of chasing me." A moment of awkward silence descended over the room. "You are changing your story now." Farmington's grey eyes flickered warily. A steady hand settled on his shoulder. "You've already admitted the shot was yours, Haversham," Lord Avery said quietly. "Have a care where you are going with this, son." Patrick could hear the echoing undercurrent of dissension spreading throughout the room. The urge to mention the second witness sat like a barbed hook on his tongue, but he was not so naive or inebriated to think that would go well in this crowd, especially without the witness in hand. Damn his questionable judgment. He'd spoken out of turn, without consulting Mackenzie first. Had he just irrevocably altered his defence, or planted a seed of truth that would encourage Mr. Farmington to look farther afield for his brother's murderer? "You provided a statement that your brother had also taken a shot that day," Farmington pointed out. Patrick gritted his teeth. I remember. "The subsequent investigation showed your brother's gun was never fired." Farmington shook his head. "You can be sure the coroner's report has already focused on those irregularities in your statement. I would discourage you from adding more such inconsistencies in your story will not help your cause, Haversham." While the aftermath of his brother's shooting was a clipped series of images, hazy and panicked, those moments before his death remained as clear as glass in Patrick's mind. But there was a second gunshot. His voice felt charred, but his memory swam drunkenly. "Did you not think to question anyone else about what they may have heard?" "Are you telling the magistrate how to do his job, Haversham?" Blythe snarled. "Christ, you are an arrogant sod, always thinking you are smarter than the rest of us. I was there, if you remember, and I only heard one shot. You were on the west bank of the lake that day, not the east, where Eric and I were hunting." Patrick ignored his cousin, focusing instead on the magistrate's reddening face. "I heard 2 shots, close in time but distinct. Julianne heard 2 shots as well," he urged. "Ask her, Farmington. She will tell you." The lines of tension about Farmington's eyes reminded Patrick that the events of 11 months ago had affected him too. He'd seemed as stunned as anyone over Eric's death, But in the aftermath, he'd had the unenviable job of methodically sorting through the additional evidence. Evidence that Patrick had not heretofore considered.
Ah, but your new wife has recused herself from all involvement in this nasty business of testifying, hasn't she?
Farmington shook his head sadly.
She cannot have it both ways, Haversham. And neither can you.
Chapter 21. The weather in Yorkshire could be uncertain in October, but as if mocking Julianne's own darkening mood, morning brought clear skies and an unseasonably mild temperature that invited a family excursion down to the lake. Julianne sat on a blanket, her feet tucked up under her and the remnants of a picnic luncheon scattered about. A slight wind had picked up from the west, and it rattled the dying leaves in overhead branches and knocked against the worry brewing inside her. Patrick was bent over Eleanor's head, patiently working his fingers over some knot in his sister's fishing line, even as he explained the mechanics of tossing out a proper cast to Mary. A muffled curse came from her right, and she turned her head to see George Willoughby tugging his line from an overhead branch. He smiled ruefully in her direction as he lowered his arms. Never was one for fishing. Perhaps I should join you and stop mauling the poor trees. Julianne smiled and patted the blanket.
Come and sit then, Mr. Willoughby. Leave the fishing to the experts. Perhaps we can both learn something from watching Patrick and Eleanor.
Willoughby settled beside her, stretching out his long, trouser-clad legs. Surely by this point there is no need for such formality. I think given names are a must, now that you know how terrible I am at fishing. She could see nothing immediately improper in the suggestion. He was family, after all.
Not so bad as that, George.
I am a terrible marksman as well. They only invite me along with the goal of improving my aim. But all told, I believe any man would prefer the pleasure of your company to the hunt. He shifted closer. I think today I will count myself fortunate to be such a poor sportsman.
Thank you.
Once upon a time, this was precisely the sort of attention Julianne would have wanted. A gentleman focused on her instead of the usual country pursuits. But today, it felt wrong. He was so close she could smell his hair pomade, some sickening scent of cloves. For a moment, she considered lengthening the inches that separated them into 10. But then Patrick glanced over his shoulder, disapproval clear in the slant of his brow. Julianne dug her fingers into the blanket, meeting her husband's gaze with the challenge in her own. Making Patrick jealous served no one's best interests, least of all Willoughby's. But George was harmless, and Patrick's bristling animosity was the closest she'd come to attention from her husband since their encounter at dinner last evening. You seem unusually quiet today. George leaned back on one elbow. I remember following you about last November, listening to your banter. It was wicked good fun. Never knew what you might say. Julianne frowned, a bit nonplussed by the man's admission.
I'm just preoccupied, I suppose. Mr. Blythe was bothersome last night.
Indeed, she could not stop thinking of their conversation, though it was foolhardy to give the man any credence.
I had hoped this outing to the lake would take my mind from it, she admitted, but instead I find myself with too much time for reflection.
Willoughby clucked sympathetically. I would have spared you if I had known. Did my cousin discuss his theories on Haversham's guilt to you as well? He was most vocal about it after dinner. Julianne sighed. George Willoughby was not the man she should be discussing this with, and she already regretted traipsing down this path with him. But the facts contributing to her poor mood lay like a black pool of oil on the surface of the day, and they wanted expunging.
No. He questioned the reasons behind my marriage.
Willoughby's hand came up to pat her own. You should pay my cousin no heed, he advised. He has never been one to properly guard his words.
I am less concerned about what Mr. Blythe is saying than others. He implied there was talk among the guests.
She swallowed, knowing that if nothing else, George Willoughby was someone who would at least speak truthfully of these matters.
Wagers as to my condition. Are others truly saying such things?
He hesitated a fraction too long. Some are. I have defended you against such vile talk, of course, and encouraged those who might repeat it to leave. He glanced toward Patrick, and his expression darkened. And, regardless, they should not blame you for any of it, Julianne. She tugged her fingers out of the young man's grasp.
I did not have to marry my husband, George. I am enormously fond of him. That is all that should be said about any of it.
And it was true, however hollow the sentiment sounded. Somewhere along the way, affection had indeed found her, bound her tight, but now it was shaking her with great, bared teeth as it laughed at her predicament. Willoughby tugged at his waistcoat, which had ridden up to reveal the beginnings of what Julianne had not previously realized was a middle that would soon lean toward a decided paunch. He flashed her a hopeful smile. Still, if there is any truth to it, I hope you would tell me. I believe those wagers must be laid before the end of the month. For the first time in all of her 20 years, Julianne found herself utterly without words. Good heavens! He not only believed the rumours, he wanted to profit from them? An awkward silence descended, punctuated only by the rustle of leaves and the smooth encouragement Patrick was offering his sisters. Willoughby closed his eyes and soon began to snore, thank goodness. But though the sun was warm on her face, Julianne found herself too keyed up to do anything so restful. Another time, another day, she might have enjoyed the experience of watching Patrick with his sisters, the sunlight glinting off the sandy slope of his hair. But it hurt, watching Patrick engage in such a personal, tactile interaction with people he loved. Because she couldn't help but think that perhaps she didn't receive such public attentions because she didn't merit them. Not that he was a man inclined to public tomfoolery, but once upon a time he had kissed her, nearly in public, there in Summersby's foyer. Why the change, now that he was legally entitled to do so? All morning, and arguably since dinner last night, he'd been aloof, as though that moment when her world had ground to a stop, and he had stood before her in the drawing-room, spit-polished and shining like a new penny, had never happened. She catalogued the myriad touches she had accumulated over the course of 2.5 weeks of marriage, more than she could count on her fingers, nary a one where anyone but she could see. Was it any wonder Mr. Blythe and George Willoughby were questioning the purpose behind their marriage? To the world, theirs must seem a cold sort of showing. Julianne fought her mind's insistence on drifting back to the conversation with Blythe. She watched Patrick toss the delicate silk thread out onto the water and pull it back in cunning, short strokes, and could not shake the sharp new thought that perhaps her husband had done nearly the same thing to her. Because if Mr. Blythe had been right about the matter of the guest's speculation, what else might he have had correct? Had Patrick really married her to ensure her silence? It was a stinging idea, but it was persistent. She had refused to believe Mr. Blythe's vile claims last night, and she didn't want to believe them now. But had she reacted so strongly to Blythe's taunts out of loyalty to her husband, or cowardice? She'd always prided herself on being able to read people, to understand their motives. She'd never truly believed Patrick's explanation for marrying her was to save her reputation. But she'd thought she'd understood his reasons for marrying her. She had presumed that, like her, Patrick felt this same driving, needy force that seemed to consume her every time she saw him, every time he kissed her. She'd been pushed, almost blindly, by an emotion she could now see came grievously close to love. She felt blind still, groping her way through a darkness she'd not seen coming. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Her stomach jumped in time with the smooth, unerring flick of Patrick's wrist, spooling into a tangle of confusion. She might arguably be called a fool, but she had never before considered herself a coward. But she was beginning to wonder if true cowardice was refusing to see what was looming before her. She was rather afraid she did not want to dissect Jonathan Blythe's accusations or George Willoughby's explanations because of what she might find. It took forever for the girls to admit they were not going to catch a fish that afternoon. Longer still to gather up the blanket and their picnic remains and set back toward the manor. As they began the long trek home, Eleanor and Mary chattered on like small sparrows, pulling George Willoughby by the hand as they skipped ahead on the path. Only when the trio had disappeared around a bend up ahead did she feel Patrick's hand reach out and brush her own. When he pulled her down a side path, she didn't resist, not even when briars pulled at her skirts and her shoes became hopelessly smudged with mud. Just a few hours ago, she would have welcomed the opportunity for a stolen kiss. Heavens, just a few hours ago, she might have suggested the excursion herself. But now, his quest for privacy niggled at her, like a key in the wrong lock. He pulled her behind the trunk of a large oak tree and brought his lips down to hers. She sorted through the taste of her husband as he kissed her, sunshine and laughter, and the turnovers they had eaten during the picnic, tart and sweet and faintly spiced. She wanted him to kiss her forever. But forever was a tricky beast when there were questions burning her tongue as fiercely as his kiss. He seemed to sense her hesitation and pulled back. "Is something amiss, wife?" Julianne looked away, down the path they had just come down. She could hear the concern in his voice, sounding every bit as real as the faint shouts of the girls. It should have warmed her heart to hear such regard in Patrick's voice, and his ready use of the word wife. But she, of all people, knew that concern could be conjured, words chosen with care to bend someone to your will. "Why did you marry me?" she asked. It felt as though her soul was being split open to ask it, but she resolutely pushed her shoulders back. "Was it only to ensure my silence?" His lips tipped downward. "Did George Willoughby tell you that when he sidled up to you on the blanket?" "Oh, for heaven's sake. This isn't about your cousin, Patrick." "Why did you marry me?" she repeated, louder now, a question and a demand. But his eyes were unreadable, his jaw set to stone. Why are you asking me this now, Julianne, instead of then, when it mattered?
I assure you, it matters now.
Her chest felt muffled, as though her heart was wrapped in wet wool.
Was our marriage nothing more than a ruse to prevent me from testifying against you?
She waited, for an answer, for a reaction. Perhaps, if he couldn't say those words, there was hope yet for them, a glimmer of something salvageable from what was fast becoming the wreck of her heart. But instead of handing her the answer she wanted, the answer she still foolishly believed and prayed he might give, he gave her the answer she feared. "Aye," he ground out. That single word cut with the surety of a sabre. For a moment, she only blinked, sure she had misheard him. But one did not mistake an admission like that. Blythe was right. It was a refrain chanting in her ears, deafening in its simplicity. And she realized she should have guessed it from the start. After all, one did not marry someone he scarcely knew unless he had a very, very good reason for it.
"So it is true,"
she gasped, stepping away from the man she had married for no other reason than foolish, girlish fancy. She had once considered Patrick little more than a pawn in her grand game, though that sentiment had ended nearly as soon as it had started. It was disconcerting to realize she was now the one so used. She wrapped her arms around herself, her mind too numb to sort through all the implications of his admission. Was the day warm, after all? She felt so cold. "In my defense," he said slowly, his expression still too blank for comfort, "I have regretted the lie nearly every day since." In his defense. She wanted to cover her ears with her hands, block out the sound of those words. What did that mean, exactly? She only heard that he regretted it. He regretted her. And she felt cleaved in two by her naivete.
"Why?"
she whispered.
"Why did you not simply tell me from the start?"
He exhaled loudly, and one hand came up to scrape against his already unruly hair. I should have been more honest. But at the time, my choice seemed fair. Understanding nudged aside her mind's quest for denial. Oh, God. He had married her for what, exactly? Expediency? Convenience? Revenge? And he'd done it brilliantly, too. He'd never once insisted she withhold her testimony, but he'd certainly asked it of her, hadn't he? Gauging the perfect moment of weakness, no less, that night in Leeds when she'd been knotted with tears and desperate to make things right between them. And ever since, he'd implied she held the noose in her hands, reminding her, with subtle, frequent encouragement, of the vital need for silence. She took another step back, wondering how far she would have to run to reclaim her pride. 1 mile? 1,000 miles? She waited for him to go on, to further explain his decision, to apologize. The sounds of the day intruded into the aborted conversation. Leaves rustled. The distant sound of girlish laughter hovered somewhere up the path. But louder than all of it was the pressing clamour of Patrick's silence. She, of all people, knew what that hard quiet meant. He was guilty, or at least he believed himself to be. Her throat closed over the silence, and then she was stumbling away, choking back her tears, scrambling to follow the blurry path back to the manor. "Julianne!" Patrick called out from somewhere behind her. "Wait!" But there was no waiting for this. The memory of that first fumbling night came flooding back, and that glorious night in the folly, and every night since. She tossed herself on him like an East End doxy. But worst of all was the haunting realization that she deserved this. All of it, the humiliation, the pain. Perhaps she even deserved worse. Because hadn't she told the first lie? Roots and limbs reached out to hinder her blind charge, but she ploughed on, desperate to put as much distance between her and Patrick as possible. She had spent 3 years avoiding the sort of emotionless match that most in the ton accepted as their due, determined to find someone who would appreciate her for who she was rather than who she pretended to be. She had thought wrong. She was in love with the blasted man. Helplessly, hopelessly in love with him. And he had sold his soul for her silence. Chapter 22. Patrick awakened to a dawn and a marriage bed much colder than he'd expected. It took him a slow, blinking moment to sort out the difference. Instead of his wife being tangled in his arms, as she had been these few days past, Julianne was hugging the far side of the mattress, curled up tight, a wall of muslin and pale skin that told him her state of mind in no uncertain terms. Damn it to hell and back. Yesterday had not gone well. He had told her the truth, a decision that turned out to be far more difficult to manage than his usual inconvenient silence. He regretted not having told her the truth from the first, but he could not regret the decision to marry her. She was the single bright spot out of the entire unholy mess of his life. But how else could he have responded to her trembled accusation? He could no longer remember the reasons he married her, much less justify them. He had flung himself into this marriage, knowing his motivations were wrong, only to discover the sweetest of promises in her kiss. He'd latched on to the hope she would find their union pleasing enough not to question the reasons behind their marriage. And the rub of it was that regardless of why he married her, the reason to stay married had nothing to do with her testimony and everything to do with how she made him feel. He lay there a moment, adjusting to wakefulness, wanting to gather her in his arms and tell her, to prove that the reason why he had married her no longer mattered. But the sound of oncoming hooves snatched his attention, rattling the window panes like distant thunder. He eased out of bed and pulled the curtains aside. Through the morning mist he could see 3 horses, only 2 with riders, cresting the last swell of Summersby's long drive. He recognized the magistrate's familiar, lean frame, sitting tall in the saddle, and beside him the stockier frame of someone who looked very much like his cousin, Jonathan Blythe. He could think of no explanation for the fact that the men were riding towards Summersby as if the very hounds of hell were nipping at their heels, except one. Julianne approached the window, her arms wrapped stiffly around her.
"Is it the magistrate?"
"Yes," he admitted, already turning to grab a pair of trousers from his bureau, where Julianne kept them neatly, maddeningly folded. He might be unable to avoid the coming confrontation, but he had the right to greet the men who would arrest him, clad in something other than his unutterables. "Blythe accompanies him. I imagine this means the inquest has returned a charge of murder." Julianne's night rail billowed around her legs as she stepped up to the window and squinted out into the morning. She stood a long moment, though he knew she could likely make little sense of the view.
"Why would Mr. Blythe come to arrest you?"
Perhaps Farmington felt I might not go willingly. Shippington was a small town. So small, in fact, it had never needed to hire a constable. But a citizen who wished to press charges was legally entitled to make an arrest. Blythe likely offered his assistance.
"Your cousin hates you enough not only to see you hang, but to escort you to the gallows?"
Patrick hesitated. He didn't want to answer these questions, but the fact she was speaking to him, even of such difficult things, was a stark improvement over how they had ended things yesterday. He has always been determined to best me. And if not best him, destroy him. He did not trust Blythe to leave Julianne out of whatever this was that simmered between them, and that sent his feet turning for the door. "Stay here," he told her, worry for Julianne's safety easily outweighing the desire to gather her in his arms and explain away the hurt that had lingered in her eyes since yesterday. The approaching pair had a riderless horse in tow, for God's sake. Whatever business brought them here, they did not plan to leave alone. Patrick strode down the stairwell 2 steps at a time. His boots echoed against the mostly silent house. It was early enough the lingering guests were all still abed, though he could hear the voices of some of the early servants kindling the fire in the parlour. They looked up as he passed, but did not question his direction, and he supposed the dog's dancing attendance at his heels lent his mission some legitimacy. Mr. Peters was not so easily fooled, however. The aging butler met Patrick at the door, in his nightcap, his eyes drawn with worry.
"Riders approach, my lord. Should I summon a few sturdy footmen?"
Patrick shook his head. Farmington was widely known as a fair and peaceful magistrate, but Blythe's arrival lent a decidedly different flavour to the morning. He did not trust this to go smoothly, and for better or worse, Patrick was responsible for everything and everyone at Somersby, from the broad-shouldered footman down to the lowest scullery maid. He would not see any of them placed in danger now. "No footman," he said firmly. "I would be grateful if you would personally summon Lord Avery and ask him to see that Julianne stays in her room." Patrick had a feeling he was going to need an ally in the older man this morning, even if from a distance. And at the very least, he was going to need someone to hold Julianne back. The butler nodded his acquiescence.
"Very good, my lord. But please, have a care. We've just gotten you returned home safely. We would not have you removed from us so soon."
Patrick opened the door, calming himself with a deep draught of morning air. The men were sawing their mounts to a stop, their horses blowing hard. The pair must have departed Shippington when it was still dark, and judging by the froth flying from their mounts, they must have galloped much of the way. Jemmy and Constance nosed their way through the open door and bounded out to greet the dismounting newcomers, barking and jumping up on the men with grass-slick paws. In the uncertain light of dawn, he glimpsed the glint of Blythe's revolver
as he raised the butt of it threateningly. Anger suffused through Patrick. Only cowards, or idiots, threatened dogs with guns. Patrick whistled sharply, calling the dogs back. Jemmy bounded back toward him, but Constance returned more slowly, her hackles on full display. Damned ill-behaved dog. But not as difficult as her mistress, who even now was emerging in the open doorway beside him. She had thrown on a dress of bright marigold yellow, living proof she could move quickly when she wanted to, but she'd missed a handful of buttons across the front, and her hair flamed defiantly around her face. "Julianne, go back to the room," he growled. The looming danger required his full attention, and Julianne's distracting presence had a way of sending his wits to ground. Exasperation crowded into the keen edge of his worry as, far from obeying, she bent down and scooped Constance up in her arms.
"You cannot prevent me from being here, Patrick."
She glared up at him over Constance's fur, her determined green eyes a distraction he did not need. "Damn it, this isn't a social call." Indeed, that was now clear. Jonathan Blythe's pistol was now out on full, pointed display, and Patrick felt perforated by fear. Not fear over what might happen to him. No, the fear of losing his wife to a misfired bullet was by far the more terrifying possibility of the morning. Julianne ignored his protests and pasted on what he could now recognize as her practiced smile, the one she trotted out for enemies and idiots. "Gentlemen," she called out from the top step, "lovely morning for a visit." The magistrate's eyes darted uncertainly between them. We've not come for a visit, Lady Haversham."
"Oh?"
She continued to smile, far too sweetly.
"Perhaps you've come for breakfast, then?"
Farmington tipped up the brim of his hat and wiped the sweat away from his brow with the back of an uneasy hand. "We have come to bring you in, Haversham. The jury returned a decision on the inquest late yesterday evening." Blythe's self-satisfied voice chimed in. "We've a warrant for your arrest." Patrick's chest hollowed out beneath the weight of his cousin's words. It was done. The whispered threat that had chased him for 11 months was now officially a murder charge. He scarcely knew whether to laugh or curse at the obvious progress that had been made. Behind him, muffled shouts rang out. Lord Avery all but tumbled from the house, Mr. Peters on his heels and panting hard. The Viscount's hair was sticking out at odd angles, and he was heaving as if he had jogged the entirety of the way from his room. Yet his eyes were still capable of flashing an aristocratic warning. "What is this about, Farmington?" he demanded. "Haversham is a peer." "He's a peer who's been charged with murder," Blythe replied, hotly. "This is an outrage," Avery blustered. "He should be permitted to remain here, at Somersby, or return to London to await trial. You cannot throw him in jail like a common criminal." Blythe demonstrated his apparent disagreement with Lord Avery's opinion by pulling down on the hammer of his pistol. It seated with an audible click. "I assure you, we can." Patrick cursed low under his breath. Worry for Julianne and all the people he counted among his responsibilities sent him stepping quickly in front of the imminent danger of that cocked pistol. He'd lost his brother to a bullet, for God's sake. He, of all people, knew the mistakes that could be made with a loaded firearm. "Have a care," Patrick cautioned, holding out his hands in a move he hoped would pacify his hot-blooded cousin. "I'll not resist." He tried to shut out the sight of Julianne's white face as the irons were placed over his wrists. He was boosted onto the back of the third horse. Any chance at a proper goodbye or murmured reassurance yanked rudely from his grasp. Not that she would have likely permitted him such an indulgence, given the way things were being left between them. As his captors mounted, he sought her attention, if only for the scant seconds he had left. "Wait here for Mackenzie to arrive, as we discussed, Julianne." She met his request with a mulish silence that made his lungs contract far more efficiently than any thought of what awaited him in jail. Jemmy whined anxiously and circled his horse's feet. The mare danced in agitation, and Lord Avery put a firm hand on the dog's collar and dragged the terrier back toward the house. Patrick hoped the man intended to show the same degree of sense when it came to his daughter, because there was no way in hell Patrick was going to permit Julianne to visit him in a louse-infested jail cell, especially not with Jonathan Blythe and his too easily cocked pistol standing guard. "Do not let her come to see me," he warned his father-in-law, as his captors pulled his horse roughly into line behind them. "I do not want her involved." Lord Avery's distant snort followed him down the drive. "You know as well as I that no one can bloody well force her to do anything, Haversham. You've made her a goddamn countess. There'll be no stopping her now." Chapter 23. Julianne felt helpless as she strode back into Somersby's grand foyer. The gleaming marble tile and bright hothouse flowers sitting on the centre table seemed madly inappropriate for the turn the morning had taken. Had she once imagined herself there, a grand countess amid such beauty and wealth? The reality, and the responsibility of it, was something far more terrifying. The desire to strike something, do something, fix something, proved a roaring counterpoint to her initial blind frustration. He thought she hated him. She'd made him think she hated him, when the truth of her emotion was far less black and white. She'd been impetuous and rigid in her attack yesterday, stalking away like a child, believing he deserved a dose of his own poison. But now he was gone, and she might never see him again. A crowd of gawking guests had gathered in the foyer, their hair still mussed from sleep. "Is it true?" one gasped. "'Tis utterly scandalous." Aunt Margaret stood at the foot of the stairs, her ridiculous turban left off for once, to reveal a head full of grey hair. "I hear they suspect him of the Earl's murder, too." That piece of it nearly made Julianne's pulse stutter to a stop. By the stars! Could someone really believe that of him? Patrick had been in Scotland these past 11 months, nowhere close to Yorkshire. He couldn't have killed his father. But that did not mean others did not believe it, or that the motives people wished to pin on him were not shaped by a terrible logic. "I ask that you all return to your rooms," she said, drawing her fury up tight. "Mr. Peters, I would like breakfast to be moved to 11 this morning. Given the unsettling events of the morning, I think a light repast will be more than sufficient." Peters inclined his head. "Of course, my lady. It shall be done." Her gaze moved next to Patrick's mother. Julianne could not immediately tell if the woman's white face was due to worry over Patrick or fury over the way Julianne had just assumed control over the household. "You do not look well," she said, reaching a hand out to squeeze Lady Haversham's hand. The older woman's skin was cool, clammy to the touch. In contrast,
Julianne felt as though there was a fire kindling beneath her skin.
"Is there something I can do for you?"
She half expected Patrick's mother to scream that she had done enough. After all, this was all her fault, in so many ways. But instead, her mother-in-law's brown eyes, so much like Patrick's, rose to meet hers. "No. You have it all in hand, as should be. I know you care for my son, and he cares for you as well. I am grateful to you, for more than you can know. Just help us, please. Help him." Julianne felt humbled and shocked by Lady Haversham's trust. Clearly, Patrick had not explained his motives in marrying her to his family any more than he'd explained them to her. It was obvious he loved his family. Their safety and happiness was the most important thing to him. Indeed, he'd married her to save them. No matter how she felt about him, or how he felt about her, she would not rest until she saw the door slammed shut on this tragedy she had kicked open.
"I will,"
she promised her mother-in-law. "I swear to you." One more face came into focus as Patrick's mother made her way unsteadily up the stairs. Her father was standing near the front door, and for the first time, Julianne realized he had been standing back, watching her bark orders. She flushed, imagining he must be about to chastise her in some way. Instead, he said, "What is your plan, Julianne?"
"My plan?"
she echoed. "I presume you and Patrick spoke of what might be needed in the event of his arrest." She hesitated, surprised her father had not inserted his usual authoritative opinion into this mix. She knew how to plan, even if doing so was not always her first inclination. She might have impulsively gone to Scotland to find Patrick on little more than a whim, but she'd also plotted for days how to procure that first initial waltz with him. She had an impulsive nature, a fact she refused to apologize for, but when her attentions and her inclinations were properly harnessed, she'd proven herself well. She needed some of that same nerve at the moment.
"Aunt Margaret said Patrick was suspected in the Earl's recent death. Is it true?"
At her father's nod, she swallowed the fear that wanted to sink its claws into her.
"He couldn't have done it, Father. Patrick has been in Scotland these past 11 months. He's witnesses there who can prove it."
"He'll need them, I'm afraid." Julianne's thoughts raced in time with her pulse.
"James Mackenzie travelled on to London to take care of legal matters for Patrick. He will have need of his friend's counsel, and Mackenzie can also serve as a witness. Now that Patrick has been arrested, there is no time to lose."
"I suppose you think I should go to London and fetch him?" At Julianne's nod, her father stroked his beard, thinking. "Haversham is important enough to you that you would send me away at a time like this." The memory of yesterday's argument hung like a full moon in her mind. But even with all that had passed between them, the answer that came to her lips was still instantaneous, still sure.
"He is."
Her father nodded. "Then of course I'll go immediately." He smiled grimly as he turned toward the stairs. "I confess, you seem well capable of managing affairs here without me." The praise slipped past her as her father left, a welcome surprise. She turned toward the study, determined to pen a letter for her father to carry to London in his quest to find James Mackenzie, only to pull up short when she realized she still had an audience of sorts. George Willoughby leaned casually against the wall of the nearby hallway, looking as though he'd just been pulled from bed. She raised a startled hand to her chest.
Oh, Mr. Willoughby. At his raised brow, she corrected herself. That is, George, you startled me. He pushed off the wall with a lazy shoulder. How are you managing, Julianne? I regret Haversham has put us all through this. And did I hear correctly that your father is leaving too? You've been abandoned, left here all alone.
Julianne blinked. I'm hardly alone. I've Mr. Peters and the Dowager Countess and family to think of, certainly.
She lifted a finger to one temple, wondering if she could rub him out of her way.
Truly, I'm fine, George.
His eyes swept her person, to the floor and back up, as if he did not believe her claim. We've at least 3 hours until breakfast. I would spend them comforting you.
Julianne raised a brow. Comforting me?
He shrugged. Offering my assistance. You must know I would do anything for you.
Julianne swallowed her annoyance. Perhaps she could assign him some mindless task, or demand he put on some clothes. But it occurred to her he would not be easily put off, and that, moreover, with his easygoing smile and knowledge of Somersby, perhaps there was something useful he could do. Can you ensure the needs of the guests are met?
She pulled a smile out of her arsenal, knew it was working when he perked to attention.
Patrick wished them to be permitted to stay as long as they wished, and I confess I lack the capacity to play the doting hostess at the moment.
Of course, Julianne. He breathed her name almost reverently, and his straight white teeth flashed like a mirror in sunlight. It is the very least I can do. I am completely at your disposal. A ruffle of unease shifted through her, like a change on the wind. She needed to focus on Patrick's defence, not worry about how to deflect Willoughby's panting adoration. But there was little she could do at the moment, besides smile benignly and hope his disposal kept him well out of her path. Had enough yet, Haversham? Jonathan Blythe's voice reached through the red-rimmed haze and yanked Patrick back to vivid consciousness. His eyes slowly focused on the jail's damp stone walls. The smell of urine clung about the place, a testament to the jail's more common use as a place for Shippington's less cautious souls to sleep off a bender. Hell, Patrick had spent his own 16th birthday in this very cell, urged to ill-celebratory judgment by Eric and a barkeep who was far too deferential to refuse the Earl's sons anything. But today, the stone walls he remembered had been turned over to a more formidable use. Patrick spit out a mouthful of blood onto the jail's dusty, disused floor, his ears still ringing from the last blow Blythe had delivered. He ought to feel helpless, tied to a wooden chair, while his cousin used him as a punching bag. In a fair fight, Patrick could have acquitted himself well. He'd done more than just study at Cambridge. This, however, was not Cambridge, and this was nothing close to a fair fight. Still, Patrick did not regret turning himself over to this arrest. His relatively peaceful surrender had pulled his pistol-waving cousin away from Somersby. Patrick could do nothing more now except wait for Mackenzie and pray that Blythe did not become more unhinged. And for every blow that fell, he'd be glad his cousin was here, swinging at him instead of Julianne. Blythe circled to the left, and Patrick braced himself for the coming blow, which, if he was to reach for any sort of silver lining, came and went quickly, and ensured the unpleasant ringing in his right ear
now had a matched partner in the left.
"Enough, Mr. Blythe."
The magistrate's disapproval rang sharply throughout the cell. Farmington leaned closer, his face white around the edges.
"The inquest has already determined the charge of murder. There is no need to continue in this vein."
Blythe cracked his knuckles.
"There is still the matter of the Earl's death to sort out."
A denial set up in Patrick's ears, even as he gingerly tested the movement of his jaw.
"I did not kill my father or my brother, Blythe. A beating will not change that truth." "The truth?" Blythe barked. "What do you know of the truth? It's as plain as Hades you've married the only witness to keep her from testifying and orchestrated the whole thing to subvert justice. Thank goodness the coroner saw fit to see justice served."
Patrick set his thankfully unbroken jaw against his cousin's accusation. He might have started out with such an indelicate mission in mind, but so much had changed between Julianne and himself that he could scarcely identify his original reasons for marrying her. Not that she seemed inclined to listen to him on that front.
"You always thought you were smarter than the lot of us," his cousin went on, "but this time your bloody arrogance has caught up with you. Because the inquest didn't need her testimony after all, did it? You murdered your brother and then poisoned your father, all to acquire the title." He drew in a ragged breath. "The title you never deserved."
Anger welled up, hotter than blood.
"By the balls, I didn't kill my brother or my father." "You certainly benefited from their deaths, though."
Jonathan Blythe's voice shook, and for the first time Patrick caught a glimpse of the man's motivation in moving these charges forward. Grief was etched there, in the lines around his eyes and the tremor of his hands.
"I had no hand in my father's death, Blythe. I've been in Scotland the past 11 months and have witnesses who can place me there."
Damn. But he needed Mackenzie right now. What in the devil was keeping the man so long? Farmington leaned in, and Patrick could smell the man's sour distaste for the proceedings roll off him.
"Haversham, I do not like seeing you so ill-used, but Blythe raises a serious accusation. It'll go better for you if you simply tell us the truth. Did you have a hand in your father's death?"
Patrick leaned back, knowing the truth was not what they sought. He'd hoped to be able to reason with the magistrate, but with Blythe's right hook flying so indiscriminately, it seemed that polite discourse was the furthest thing from either man's agenda, unless the discourse involved confessing to a crime he hadn't committed.
"This line of questioning is finished," he told them, even as he braced himself for another blow. "I will speak no further without my counsel present."
Chapter 24. Shippington was a town of 2 lazy streets and a few hundred people. Despite arriving in the middle of an apparent market day, complete with a parade of sheep through the middle of town, it took Julianne approximately 3 seconds to find the magistrate's office. She headed toward the stone building with its blue-painted shutters. Her feet might be on a collision course with mayhem, but her constitution was proving more reluctant. She'd felt nauseated most of the morning, but was it any wonder? Patrick had spent last night in the town's jail, while she had laid her head on a pillow that seemed to gradually, maddeningly, lose his scent. She leaned her head against the door frame to Farmington's office and breathed in deeply, trying to settle her faithless stomach. The door opened without warning. Scrambling back, she put a hand to her mouth.
as much to cover her explanation of surprise as ensure nothing unforgivable came out of it. Dr. Merrill stepped out, pulling his hat down over his brow. He stopped when he saw her. "Good morning, Lady Haversham. Is anything amiss?" Julianne shook her head.
"I've come to ask Mr. Farmington for permission to visit the jail."
She swallowed the bile still lingering in her throat.
"I am not sure if you've heard, Dr. Merrill, but my husband was arrested yesterday."
It made her feel ill just to utter the words. She'd scarcely ever given Britain's prison system a moment's thought, beyond the fact it kept madmen and criminals from bothering innocent citizens, but everything she'd ever read in the Times came flooding back now. The doctor's face betrayed his prior knowledge. "I've heard," he answered grimly. "Mr. Blythe was in the King's Widge last night, sharing all the sordid details." He eyed her speculatively. "Truly, you look terrible. Have you been sleeping?"
"It is just a little nausea. But why are you here?"
Worry speared her. Worry that she might have come all this way only to find Mr. Farmington discomposed.
"Is the magistrate ill?"
"No, I was summoned for a different matter entirely." He cocked his head, as if sorting out a puzzle. "Have you any fever?" Julianne shook her head.
"Truly, Dr. Merrill, I'm already feeling much better."
She tried on a too tight smile, the sort Patrick, but no one else, would have seen right through. He smiled encouragingly. "Ah, well then, nausea without fever is not a cause for alarm in a young married woman of otherwise good health, but, if I may offer a word of advice, I do not recommend using Shippington's midwife on these matters. The woman is 100 years old, if she's a day." Julianne's cheeks warmed.
"I've been married but a few weeks, Dr. Merrill. I assure you, it is premature for any discussion of that nature."
"Of course." His dark eyes flashed with humour. "But, just in case, you might try eating something bland, such as dry toast, upon first rising. It, helps." Oh, good heavens. It seemed Mr. Blythe had discussed more than just Patrick's arrest at the King's Widge last night.
"That is not why I married my husband," she insisted.
Truly, it was for a far less palatable reason. She might have preferred the rumour as truth. The doctor smiled, which had the grave misfortune of making him appear even more handsome. Julianne stared at his straight white teeth, mesmerized by the flash of them. Good gracious! No wonder the entire house had been a-twitter during the dinner party. She fished for a diversion, anything to draw his attention away from her and what might or might not have been the cause of her hasty marriage.
"It is said you were of great comfort to the Earl in the hours before he died. The family is grateful for your kindness."
"I only wish I could have done more. His rapid decline surprised me greatly. He was, by all accounts, a man in excellent health, even a week before his death." Julianne's stomach rolled precipitously.
"Are you saying there is some truth to the rumours that the Earl's death might have been caused by something untoward?"
Merrill's hands tightened around the handle of his bag. "I am new from university and have little enough experience in determining such things. But in truth, I am hard-pressed to deny his decline might have been assisted by something more mortal. I am afraid that is why I was summoned to the magistrate's offices today. Mr. Farmington wanted to question me on the matter. I was asked here this morning to provide a statement under oath." Fear threaded its way through her.
"Do you believe my husband was involved?"
"No." He offered her a small shake of his head. But I cannot prove it, one way or the other. And regardless of my opinion, all that matters is that others clearly do.
I see, she said.
And unfortunately, she did. Was it not enough to hang an innocent man once? They needed to charge him with a second murder just to be sure. She fought off a fresh wave of nausea as Dr. Merrill tipped his hat and took his leave. This was not the time to be ill. This was the time to act. Because as she knocked on the magistrate's door, her thoughts tripped over the chilling realization that not only had there been one murder at Somersby, there had likely been two. But whoever had killed Patrick's father would have needed to be at Somersby before the funeral. And that meant the list of potential suspects was smaller than they had imagined. More than the silence, Patrick hated the rats. Not because they skittered over him as he lay on his bunk, jarring him awake with a whisper of toes. Not even because they gnawed at his food and fouled his drinking water when he tried to stretch those precious commodities. No, he hated the rats because they were free to come and go. They appeared out of nowhere, flattening their rib cages to squeeze through holes no bigger than a fingernail. He could respect such creatures of stealth and wisdom, even as they mocked his own desperate straits. But he didn't have to like them. He had no idea how much time had passed. 2 hours, 2 days, it all blurred together with the removal of sunlight. But now the sound of the door to his cell opening sent him scrambling to his feet, and the rats scuttling for holes. A light was lifted aloft, and his eyes blinked warily against the breached darkness. But the sight that greeted him as his eyes adjusted to the light's intrusion was neither Blythe, returning for another piece of him, nor another awful meal to replace the congealed porridge he'd been given earlier. It was Julianne, accompanied by Mr. Farmington, and the sight of her in his filthy cell proved as sharp and breath-robbing as the light from her lantern. For a moment Patrick could only blink, his eyes running over her swoop of a chin, lifted in challenge. When Farmington stepped out and the door swung shut behind her, she set the lantern down with the slightest hesitation. And then she flung herself into his arms with a sudden rush of movement. He could do naught but catch her up, having neither the strength nor the good sense to push her away. He held her a long, trembling moment, though he was sure he would sully her merely with the air he exhaled from his lungs. He absorbed the feel of her, shored up his reserves in preparation for the time when that door would swing shut on her, and he would be wrapped in darkness again. Her hands scraped against his injured ribs, and the slight groan of pain gave him away. She drew back and peered up at him.
"What have they done to you?"
she whispered, her hands cupping each side of his face.
"What have I done to you?"
He winced against the stark questions he saw there, and the way her fingertip traced some unseen injury below one of his eyes. "It is nothing, Julianne." He set her away from him with jaw-gritting determination. "Why in the devil did you come here? I specifically asked you not to. These are not kind men who hold me."
"You didn't ask me, Patrick. You ordered me about as if I hadn't a choice in the matter, which, of course, I do. Mr. Farmington was not pleased with my request to visit you this morning, but I eventually talked him around."
She untied the string to her bonnet and removed it carefully from her head.
"We've a quarter hour. I would not spend it arguing with you over whether I should or should not have come."
Her mention of the magistrate made his teeth grit in anger. Of course the man had permitted her this visit, particularly after Patrick had refused to confess during his interrogation. Farmington probably had an ear to the door just now, listening for clues that might be used in the eventual trial. And what did she expect to do in this hard-won quarter of an hour, with naught but his blooded person and a squalid cell to entertain her? He breathed her in as if she were the very air, but she was a gift he could not have, and a distraction he did not want. Even now, her body held in stiff defiance, he could see the cogs in that pretty head turning with ruthless intent. He didn't want her putting those hidden freckles to the ground and sussing out more danger, not when he wasn't there to protect her. I asked you to stay away for your own safety, not because I didn't want to see you. He told her not to come, not to meddle. Yet here she was, in his cell, and damned if she didn't smell like a bloody cake, fresh from the oven, which only sent his temper, and other unnamed emotions, spiking higher. Jonathan Blythe is not opposed to using violence to achieve his goals, and Farmington proved little better yesterday. They faced off, two determined souls, neither willing to give an inch.
I am perfectly safe, Patrick,
came her firm retort. The very fact that you are here suggests otherwise. You could fall ill or be charged with conspiracy. He stared down at her in growing irritation. Christ, she looked exquisite, like a flame-haired ghost haunting his private hell. Impertinent gown she had on too, some confection of air and lace that made her skin glow to perfection, even here in the squalor of this cell. I do not want you anywhere close to their crosshairs, Julianne.
A long, wordless moment passed before she spoke again. I spoke briefly with Dr. Merrill this morning. He told Farmington he believes your father might have been murdered. Were you aware such accusations were being lodged against you?
Her words burrowed into his brain. It was not a new idea, and so he did not react as he might once have, but it was new to hear it fall from Julianne's lips. Are you asking if I killed my father? He asked hoarsely.
No.
She shook her head and raised her voice.
It never crossed my mind. I think the more logical presumption is that whoever killed your brother also killed your father.
Please, Julianne. He glanced toward the door. I would ask you to keep your voice down.
But whoever killed your father would have needed to be at Somersby before your father died, she whispered, still far too loudly. Which narrows our list of suspects down quite a bit, don't you think?
Patrick tried to find his voice. He'd hoped Avery's warning would come to naught, that it was nothing more than a rumour, a twisting of facts against him. He hadn't truly believed his father might have died from unreasonable circumstances. But Dr. Merrill was an excellent physician, as well as a friend. If the doctor believed the Earl had been murdered, Patrick was inclined to trust the man. Julianne had cobbled together a logical, chilling explanation he had not previously considered. He'd initially presumed the person who had wanted Eric dead was someone from whom his brother had borrowed money. But she was right. The pieces of this puzzle could easily fit into a far more sinister shape. He could come up with two men who made sense, always underfoot, always wanting more than they had. A person who murdered an earl was mad, desperate, or stupid. Truly, either of his bloody cousins could fit the bill. It could be Blythe, he admitted, or Willoughby. Julianne shook her head.
I cannot believe it of George. He would never do such a thing.
The air between them stilled. George, is it? Patrick's voice deepened with distrust. I do not like how close you have become with Willoughby.
He believes you are innocent, and I think we both know that George Willoughby is far too simple to be involved in such a complex plot.
There are layers to both men you don't understand, he warned her. Hell, he was beginning to suspect there were layers to both men he didn't understand, and he'd practically grown up with them. George Willoughby might be too simple to conceive of a murder plot, but he was proving devilishly clever sidling up to Julianne. But he shook off the pull of petty jealousy and concentrated instead on the facts as he knew them. He could not deny that given their history, Blythe made more sense as the killer.
I need to find Prudence.
Julianne's voice echoed rudely across the low stone ceiling. Patrick glanced toward the door. He could see a light hovering in the crack just above the floor. I am not yet ready to discuss such things with Farmington, he warned.
She saw the killer pull the trigger, Patrick, she argued, though she at least lowered her voice. If I can put her in front of Blythe, she can identify him.
No. If Blythe is our man, this is infinitely more dangerous. It is not safe for you to be involved. Hadn't his cousin already proven himself capable of violence, especially when expended in the name of a cause he believed in? But what was the cause here? Patrick could think of little by way of human emotion that could justify such an urge as murder. Love and family certainly knocked around at the top of that list. In this moment, he could well imagine killing someone who threatened those he loved. He refused to be moved by the flash of hurt surprise on his wife's face. After so much recent loss in his life, the thought of losing her was untenable. Quite simply, saving her neck was worth risking her ire.
I am more capable than you credit me.
Her voice remained calm, though her words were thickened with distrust.
I would not say anything that would alter your defense.
Christ above, Julianne! The devil take it, she made him feel bloody powerless. I am not worried about the danger in what you might say. I am worried about what the killer might do. To you. Whoever this is, he is a dangerous man. I will not have you in harm's way. The door swung open. Farmington's shadow fell across them, dividing them more effectively than any fence. "The time is up, Lady Haversham," he told her, his face unreadable. Patrick shook off the thought of the coming darkness and the rodents that would emerge with it. Any thought of his own discomfort paled in comparison to the worry that sliced through him now. For God's sake, please do not investigate this any further on your own, he told her, not even caring that Farmington could hear every word of their exchange now. It is too dangerous, and I do not want to lose you too.
I will be careful, was her only response.
And then she stepped out of the cell, and the darkness closed in once more. Patrick stared at the place where she had just stood, imagining he could still see her,
still smell her unique fragrance. It was a hell of a thing to be locked in jail while your wife ran amok. Impotent rage streaked through him as he reimagined their conversation and still arrived at the same maddening conclusion. She was going after Prudence. He could see it in the tilt of her jaw. Fear was a paralyzing thing, and he was undeniably afraid for her. Because if she insisted on investigating these events on her own, he was terrified she could very well find herself the killer's next victim. Chapter 25. Two things soon became clear. Prudence was proving devilishly difficult to find, and George Willoughby was trying to drive Julianne mad. Whereas the gentleman had once been content to merely offer his smiles and besotted glances, he now turned himself over to the business of making himself indispensable. He fetched her slippers, insisted on reading to her, as if it was too taxing for her brain to hold a book and be female. He used words like rest and gentle and please. In his efforts, she could see echoes of those men of the ton who had pursued her these past 3 seasons, men who saw her only as an object to be admired, petted, cosseted. Far from making her feel better, it made her miss her husband. Not because she required male attention, but because she was beginning to realize why she had been attracted to Patrick in the first place. In contrast to Willoughby's fawning attentions, Patrick treated her like an equal. Oh, he argued with her, ordered her about rudely at times, and railed against her at others, pushed her against walls, and kissed her senseless. But never did he treat her as though she was some fragile flower, bound to be crushed beneath his boot with a single misstep, not even when he was truly and reasonably worried for her safety. Worse, she'd been unable to locate Prudence, despite 2 more trips into town. The former maid had completely abandoned her post at the seamstress's shop, and it seemed likely that she and Julianne's 5 sovereigns were now in Leeds, blending into the working-class woodwork there. With Mackenzie not yet returned from London, and Farmington refusing her requests to see Patrick again, she felt shackled by ineptitude and desperate to do something. Anything. Anything except tolerate Willoughby. "You should accompany me to church today," George said as he followed her to the breakfast table on Sunday morning. Julianne glowered at him as she settled into her chair. When had he stopped asking questions and begun presuming he knew her mind? "Actually, I had thought to take a trip into Leeds." "Is that wise?" He moved to pour her a cup of tea at the sideboard. "You seem out of sorts, and Leeds is some distance away." She couldn't deny she felt out of sorts. A faint sense of nausea had trailed her all week, but it seemed to have grown claws this morning. "Nonetheless, I have business there. You should ask someone else to accompany you to church. The Dowager Countess, perhaps. And I feel sure Aunt Margaret would be willing to accompany you, if you ask her." Sitting in church with Aunt Margaret would make it difficult to pray for her departure. George set a cup of tea down in front of her and smiled, one conspirator to another. "She's the only one who refuses to leave, you know." Julianne glanced down at her cup, staring at the innocuous curl of steam hovering about the porcelain rim. Not the only one, surely. After all, he
was still here, handily underfoot. The tea was a perfect example. George had taken to bringing her cup after cup of the vile beverage, this one sweetened with honey, that one flavoured with rose hips. The thing was, she didn't like tea, however unpatriotic a sentiment that might be. She would have much preferred chocolate. But she clamped her lips round the thought as George sat down beside her, because to give voice to it would surely result in an avalanche of the sweet drink. Aunt Margaret is the only one who has decided to stay on, despite my encouragement otherwise. George reached for a piece of toast and spread it with jam and clotted cream before laying it on Julianne's plate. The last of the guests left this morning. Julianne looked up in surprise over the rim of her cup. For the first time, it occurred to her that the table stretched empty on either side. It didn't matter that she couldn't normally see her guests with any clarity beyond the 5th or 6th seat. There were clearly no faces to be seen this morning. She eyed the man who had orchestrated it all. George looked his usual benign self. Brown eyes, mild smile. His clothing had been selected to accentuate, if not outright exaggerate, the breadth of his shoulders, and his brown hair had been carefully combed into compliance. But he sounded like someone else entirely. "You've evicted them?" she demanded. She'd scarcely thought of Aunt Margaret these past few days, beyond someone to generally avoid, but the woman was not being particularly troublesome at the moment. In fact, given the choice of Willoughby or Aunt Margaret's company this morning, she'd be hard-pressed not to pick the latter. Without consulting me first. "You were the one who put the idea in my head, asking me to see to the needs of the guests." She drew a deep breath. "My husband clearly indicated he wished to extend our hospitality as his father had always done. You had no right, George." "Your husband is not here, and you need to rest." George reached over and tucked a napkin across her lap. "But do not worry," he said, ending on a smile. "I think I can hurry Aunt Margaret along in another few days." "I did not ask you to hurry her along. I do not require your protection, George." His hand moved suggestively from the napkin to squeeze her thigh. "Julianne, I want to protect you, and should the worst happen, although I am sure we can all agree we hope it doesn't come to that, I want you to know that I would fight to keep the title within our family and offer you the protection of my name." Julianne stared at him, incredulous. "What name, George? If Patrick is found guilty and hanged, the title will revert to the crown." The hand in her lap shifted from a squeeze to a patronizing weight. "I was as devastated as anyone when it seemed the title was in jeopardy. But Jonathan Blythe has spoken with several influential people in London during these past difficult months. He assures me the Crown would likely consider a close relative's petition to be awarded the title." Julianne eyed George Willoughby with a dawning horror. Blythe was making inquiries into whether he might qualify to be considered for the title. As far as motives went, it was every bit as logical as the one people wished to pin on Patrick. "But until it comes to that, I'll not have you dance attendance on a woman who should have left a week ago," George blundered on. "Not when you are expecting." "For heaven's sake! Shouldn't George have left a week ago?" She opened her mouth, about to snap that she was most assuredly not expecting anything but his own swift departure, when Mr. Peters stepped into the dining room and cleared his throat. Mr. James Mackenzie has arrived, my lady. I've brought him straight in, as you requested."
"Oh, thank heavens."
Julianne twisted around in her seat, grateful for a reprieve from the unpleasant surprise George Willoughby was turning out to be. Her stomach cartwheeled at the sight of James Mackenzie, looming tall behind the butler's shoulder. His clothes bore the imprint of travel, and his face was marred by a new slash of beard. But she had never been so glad to see a dusty, dirty soul in her life.
"Mr. Mackenzie."
She gained her feet. A rush of dizziness made the floor slip beneath her feet, and she placed a steadying hand on the back of her chair.
"I am so relieved to see you. I trust my father explained the current situation?"
Aye, I came as soon as I could. Your father will be a day yet, some business in London." Mackenzie's gaze swung across the table, his eyes narrowing on George. "How is Haversham?"
"He's still being held at the Shippington jail."
Mackenzie frowned. "I had hoped he might have been transferred to North Riding at least. Is he well?"
"I do not know," Julianne admitted. "I visited him the day after his arrest, but the magistrate has refused my request to see him again."
The solicitor uttered a brogue-rich curse, then spun on his heel. Julianne scrambled to follow him down the hallway into the foyer.
"Let me have the coach called up and we can take it into town together."
"No, lass, that's a poor idea all around. I have a horse I rented from Leeds that will carry me there well enough. He'll only slow me down. Patrick's been rotting in jail for almost a week, not knowing where I am. I'll not have him thinking I've abandoned him too." Julianne's leap to understanding was swiftly cruel.
"I have not abandoned him."
"No?" Mackenzie jerked his chin toward the dining room, and Julianne imagined she could see disappointment in his green eyes. "Your cosy breakfast suggests otherwise." Julianne gasped, though her outrage was tinged with guilt as well.
"George Willoughby is Patrick's cousin. There is naught between us that is improper."
"The gentleman had his hands in your lap. Your mind does not seem on your husband, Lady Haversham." Julianne gathered herself for a proper denial, but just as her mouth was opening, she was struck by an unexpected maelstrom in her gut. She pitched for the umbrella stand, the contents of her stomach ejecting in great, heaving rolls. Embarrassment and nausea colluded against her, and a long moment passed before she had the courage to look back up at her guest. "How long have you been feeling poorly?" he asked, a curious expression on his face. A grey cloud crept in on the edge of her vision.
"A touch of upset, nothing to be concerned about. Probably the clotted cream at breakfast. Although I don't know how I'm going to explain the umbrellas to Mr. Peters."
He lifted a dark brow. "Georgette keeps the chamber pot at hand when she feels poorly. Of course, I try to keep a wide berth on those days." He pulled on his hat and reached for the front door. "If you are feeling ill, all the more reason to stay here instead of taking the coach to Shippington. Patrick needs your strength, Lady Haversham, not your theatrics." Chapter 26. Patrick had come to dread the scrape of keys at his cell door. Beyond what the opening of that door meant to him, he lived in continual worry of what the scrape of those keys might mean for Julianne. He'd dreamed, on more than one occasion, the door might swing open to reveal someone bearing news of her injury, or worse. And so, as the unmistakable sound reached his ears, he gained his feet, readying himself for the worst. But the worry Patrick carried on his shoulders lightened as James Mackenzie ducked his familiar dark head into the cell, a lantern in one hand.
Bloody hell, Mackenzie. Patrick grinned around the sight of him. At last you decided to grace me with your presence. I figured you decided I was guilty after all. James chuckled. The only thing you are guilty of is questionable hygiene. He enveloped Patrick in a back-slapping hug as the door swung shut behind him. Still refusing to bathe, I see. Patrick twisted out of his friend's bruising grip, his ribs healing, but still not quite up to the task of such an enthusiastic greeting. I am glad to see you. James snorted. I'm pleased someone is, because your jailer seems to be of the opposite opinion. Mr. Blythe nearly tore off a limb when I informed him your solicitor was here to see you, and moreover, to demand your removal to North Riding. James eyed the closed door with an upraised brow. Is Shippington so small they must conscript your cousin to serve as guard? I assure you, the man is more intent on keeping me locked away than any hired thug, Patrick said dryly. Where in the blazes have you been? James hesitated and glanced toward the closed door again. Things in London took longer than I expected, but I was able to settle the matter of your petition. Can we speak freely? Or is there someplace else I should request you be moved? Patrick shrugged. I am not sure we'll be given an opportunity for anything more private. Let us talk, but try to keep your voice low. James sat down on the narrow cot and set the lantern down beside him. Your petition has been filed, and they are preparing to convene a special session in the House of Lords, although I'll not be permitted to defend you there. I found you a sergeant at law, though, given what the man charges, it is likely to be a painful experience. James's eyes narrowed. Although, I suppose, pain is relative. You look as though you're in need of more than just a bit of soap to set you to rights. I see they've been trying to beat a confession out of you. I've given them naught. Good lad. James hesitated a telling moment. And how are you getting on with the delectable Julianne? He grinned. Still inhabiting separate rooms, I see. I'll admit things could be improved at the moment. Patrick winced. Being here is certainly not helping my circumstances. No, I'd imagine it isn't. James's grin fell away, and he studied him with eyes sharp as talons. Haversham, about your wife. Do you trust her? Patrick knew not even a second's hesitation. Aye, she's proven herself loyal, I'd say. Refused to testify against me. Tried to take on the whole of my relatives, merely for voicing a few negative opinions. I think the bigger question is whether she should trust me. Oh? She knows why I married her. He dragged a hand through his hair. I would not be surprised if she hates me now. I've been a terrible husband, all told. But why would you ask such a thing? Because I've come from Summersby this morning, and she is acting deucedly strange. Patrick's thoughts jerked hard to centre. What in the hell are you talking about? She took ill this morning. Cast up her accounts, right in front of me. I've seen it happen to people who are struggling under a tremendous amount of guilt. Patrick's hands balled to fists. Damn it, man, why didn't you say something from the start? He had never struck his friend in anger, though they had certainly engaged in their share of good-natured sparring. He stood on the verge of rectifying that oversight now. If she is ill, you should have told me immediately. The Scotsman shrugged. Your wife's condition is not my primary concern. Yours is, in seeing you released, although I am not sure that illness or guilt are the only possible explanations for the theatrical bit of nausea I saw this morning.
Georgette had much the same look about her during the early part of a pregnancy. Couldn't stand to look at food, and even ordinary smells would send her running. James offered him an indelicate sniff. Perhaps it is a good thing she isn't here to see ye. You're enough to turn my stomach right enough. Patrick stilled against his friend's suggestion. Are you implying Julianne may be pregnant? The idea rolled around in his head, gathered speed. It is far too early, he protested, even as hope began to strangle logic. We've been married only a few weeks. She's a dramatic sort. You've admitted as much yourself. Perhaps such things might affect her earlier than other women. Mackenzie's matter-of-fact observation made Patrick want to plant a fist in his friend's mouth, never mind that his statement was deadly accurate. Of course, you might want to make sure it's yours, because she's become very cosy with your cousin, George Willoughby. Bloody hell. Patrick had meant it when he'd said he trusted Julianne. He did not think her infatuated with his cousin, but he'd not ruled Willoughby out as a suspect, certainly not with enough assurance he felt comfortable knowing Julianne was so close to him. But of course, Mackenzie didn't know any of this. And so Patrick told his friend everything, about Prudence, and the fact that his brother's gun had never been fired, and the suspicions about his father's death. And as he related the course of events, he became increasingly consumed by desperation. So your cousin, Jonathan Blythe, who even now is sitting outside the cell while you rot inside it, is your primary suspect for Eric's death? James asked, close to incredulous. Patrick nodded grimly. And my father's as well. And Blythe is also the party responsible for bruising your ribs. Another nod. Julianne's illness. Patrick's voice rang hoarse, but oh God, it hurt to think of what this all could mean. It could be something more sinister. My father was poisoned, and I am not there to protect her. A frown spread across his friend's face. Well then. James rose to his feet, his hands balled to fists. It sounds like we need to fetch the magistrate. Julianne awoke in a state of confusion, blinking against the grey light threading its way through the bedroom window. She lay a moment, the air in the room too still, too heavy for comfort. And then she remembered. She'd taken ill in front of Mr. Mackenzie, casting up her accounts in the umbrella stand of all things. Someone, Aunt Margaret perhaps, had brought her a ginger water to rinse her mouth, which had helped. But then had come the awful vertigo that had sent the walls spinning like a child's toy and forced her to lie down on the bed and close her eyes. And that was the last she remembered, until waking in a room as quiet as a tomb. Gingerly, she tested her limbs, which were thankfully in working order. Her stomach seemed to have quieted dramatically, thank the stars. The stillness was odd. Summersby was never still. There was always someone about, servants chattering in the hallway, or the girls' feet pounding in the upstairs nursery. Shouldn't there be someone about? A dog, or a maid, perhaps? The ever-lingering George Willoughby? The first splatters of rain began to pelt her window, and she pulled herself from bed to peer out at a building storm. It seemed the weather today was determined to match her health. Or perhaps her condition had soured on account of the gathering clouds. Of course, She didn't need a grey sky to justify her black mood. Though her poor, pitching stomach was much improved over its performance earlier this morning, she had a perfectly reasonable reason to feel emotionally out of sorts. James Mackenzie had accused her of unfaithfulness and then gone on to see Patrick in the jail without her. She made her way downstairs, her feet unsteady enough that she had to grip the banister for support. How she felt made not a whit of difference. Whatever she might have hoped to salvage of her marriage would surely be lost the moment the Scotsman mentioned his suspicions. She needed to go to Patrick immediately to explain that Mr. Mackenzie had dreadfully misinterpreted whatever he thought he'd seen. But Mr. Peters shook his head, clearly nonplussed at her request to have the coach called up.
"I am terribly sorry, my lady. I was not aware you were planning to travel today. The coach has taken the household into Shippington to attend Sunday services."
He hesitated.
"We were led to believe you were resting above stairs and were told not to disturb you. But if you are feeling better, you've a visitor just arrived. She was most insistent on waiting for you. I've installed her in the green salon."
"Mr. Peters, I do not think I am up for receiving anyone today."
"Shall I turn Miss Smith away?"
Julianne's senses marched toward alert. Miss Prudence Smith. He inclined his big head, kindly concern in his eyes.
"Yes, my lady, if you're not feeling up for it."
But Julianne was already hurrying toward the green salon as fast as her unsteady feet could carry her. Her eyes fixed on a familiar dark head, pacing nervously near the windows. "Prudence," she said, closing the doors behind her, "I am so glad to see you have not gone back to Leeds after all." The former maid bowed her head.
"No, miss. I've been hiding in my rooms trying to decide. I thought more about what you said and what I did. Or more what I didn't do."
Prudence frowned.
"You are right. So much of this is my fault for being too frightened to say anything. But I'm far more frightened now than I ever was in November. I can't eat. I can't sleep. I'm too afraid the killer might strike again. I've been afraid to go back to Leeds even. Surely he could find me there if he wanted to. That's why I'm here."
She fairly shook beneath the weight of her teary confession.
"The only way to be safe is to see him arrested, isn't it? That's what you've been trying to tell me all along."
"Yes," Julianne nodded. "You know we would protect you here at Summersby."
"That's just it, miss."
Prudence darted a glance toward the door, and her voice hushed to a whisper.
"I don't think you can protect me at Summersby, or yourself either. I went to church today to pray on it, and I saw him again."
"You saw the killer at church?" Awareness charged in like a runaway horse.
"Do you know his name?"
Julianne asked frantically.
"No, miss, but—"
Prudence's breathing hitched, coming faster now in a series of quick pants.
"He was sitting in the Haversham pew, next to Lady Haversham."
Julianne was seized with an awful, knee-buckling certainty. "You did not speak to him?" she asked sharply, suddenly afraid for the girl.
"No. I panicked, slipped out of church and ran back to my rooms, right in the middle of the opening prayer. But after I thought about it a moment, I realised I needed to tell you, and that I had this one chance to do it before church let out. So I rented a carriage and came straight here."
She hesitated.
"Oh, please, please tell me you know who it is. I couldn't bear it if after all this we still had no idea."
The room seemed to tilt beneath Julianne's 3-inch heels. "Yes," she admitted, though her gut wanted to deny it.
I am afraid I do know who it is.
Prudence worried her lower lip between her teeth.
Then you can tell the magistrate.
You need to tell the magistrate, Julianne corrected, already bundling the frozen girl toward the door.
I couldn't miss. They won't take my word for it, Prudence. The gentleman who would have been sitting with Lady Haversham in church this morning is George Willoughby, my husband's cousin. We must return to Shippington immediately and tell the magistrate everything you have told me.
Prudence tensed.
I know I've caused a good deal of trouble, but I'm not sure I can...
For a moment, Julianne was afraid she might be facing a repeat performance of the girl's prior disappearing act. She forced her voice to soften.
We both caused the trouble, Prudence. I should never have claimed to have seen something I hadn't.
She hesitated.
In truth, I should not have pretended I could see so well on any number of occasions.
Julianne knew, however, that if she got a second chance at this, she would proceed far differently. There was no shame in admitting a deficiency. The only shame to be found was in hurting people she loved, because of little more than vanity.
I know this will be difficult,
she told the former maid,
and you have every right to be afraid. But I want you to know, when this is through, you shall have a position here at Summersby. I am still searching for a proper lady's maid, after all.
The girl's eyes widened, though her face was still a sickly white.
Truly?
Julianne nodded and squeezed her hand.
Quickly then.
Chapter 27. James Mackenzie proved remarkably talented in the art of persuasion. Within a quarter hour, he'd seen the magistrate fetched from church and had Farmington and Blythe sitting on 2 chairs they'd brought into the cell, ostensibly waiting for a promised confession. Of course, Blythe had no idea who the intended confessor was.
I understand Mr. Blythe assisted with my client's arrest,
James said easily. Too easily, considering his friend looked all too ready to break a law or a leg, or both. Farmington had the good grace to at least look chagrined.
We do not have a constable here in Shippington. Mr. Blythe has been most helpful in that regard.
What does this have to do with Haversham's confession? Blythe demanded. I did not see the confession with my clients. James smiled patiently. We have invited you here, actually, because I wanted to ask you some questions, Mr. Blythe, and we wanted Mr. Farmington to be present in case you see something interesting. Blythe turned pale at the thinly veiled threat. I have nothing to hide. Patrick stepped closer to the seated man and put a hand on the back of Blythe's chair. Time to tell the truth at long last. There's a witness who can prove I didn't murder my brother. The little cell fell quiet, except for the hypnotic drip of water somewhere in a hidden corner. Finally, Farmington's voice severed the disarming silence. Do you speak of your wife? He asked slowly. She has said she will not testify. There is a second witness, Patrick admitted. He kept his eyes trained on Blythe, trying to read his cousin's frozen face. Who can name someone else as the killer?
Have you been withholding this piece of it, Haversham?
Farmington's strangled voice finally pulled Patrick's attention away from Blythe. For the first time since his whole business had started, the magistrate sounded truly, legitimately angry. Not that Patrick could blame the man. Even though he was magistrate of little more than a sleepy Yorkshire town, it was still Farmington's job to sort out the truth, not field the bits and pieces of it someone saw fit to gift him. Patrick suspected the beleaguered magistrate was already viewed somewhat precariously because of the long-delayed inquest. He was poised to look more than merely foolish if a second witness could be produced. Patrick could almost feel sorry for him.
"Who is this witness?" Farmington demanded. "I'll have his name."
But Patrick hesitated to reveal any more. His whole point in mentioning the second witness had been to use the element of surprise as leverage against Blythe, and the bloody man had barely blinked.
"All in due time, Mr. Farmington. But on the matter of witnesses, you should also know Mr. Mackenzie can place me in Scotland during my father's illness, which brings us back around to our original reason to call you both here."
Patrick leaned down, closer to Blythe's ear.
"Perhaps we should direct the question of my father's death to you then, cousin, because it occurs to me that you have as much to gain by his passing as anyone."
Now, finally, Blythe's stony gaze cracked. His eyes swung wildly between the men in the room.
"What? No! Why would you have cause to think such a thing?"
"The chance at a title, and the accoutrements that come with it." Blythe stood, bristling ominously.
"Then I bloody well would have killed you too, wouldn't I have? Far better to see you dead than hanged. At least then the title wouldn't be in question. The fact I haven't killed you yet ought to prove I'm not capable of it."
"Do not try to tell me I should presume you are innocent," Patrick snarled, as James grasped his cousin's shoulder and shoved him back down forcefully in the chair. "You proved long ago what you were capable of." Blythe's eyes flashed.
"Is this still about those damned puppies? For God's sake, Haversham! You're a grown man. To accuse me of Eric's murder is outrage enough, but the Earl—"
His voice cracked.
"Nay, never. The man treated me as well as a son."
Patrick narrowly controlled the urge to wrap his hands around the young man's neck. He could allow that strangling his cousin might make him feel a sight better, but it was unlikely to free him of a murder charge.
"Where were you when my father fell ill?" "I was in London. Can you prove it?"
Blythe drew in an unsteady breath.
"There are any number of witnesses who can place me in London in the weeks before he fell ill."
"You'd best enumerate them," Patrick warned.
"My mistress, for one. The patrons of the club I frequent."
Blythe hesitated.
"You really think I could have done something so terrible?"
"History is a damnable thing," Patrick countered, "and none of the witnesses you mention are here for us to question. Rather inconvenient, wouldn't you say?"
"My mother was staying at Somersby all through September, and she can stand as witness I was not here in Yorkshire. She sent me a letter when the Earl fell ill, and I rushed to Somersby, worried for his health."
Blythe's chin lifted, a hint of his usual arrogance suffusing his earlier panic.
"It was the least I could do for the man, given that you were still playing the prodigal son. I didn't kill the Earl. You know he was like a father to me."
"That sort of familial thinking seems to have slipped your mind when you accused me of the deed," Patrick all but growled. His relationship with his father and brother might have been strained 11 months ago, but even at its worst, it had still been based on love and respect. He could see that now, and regret the profound loss of it. But someone had killed them, and he was not going to rest until he proved it. "Your mother is not here at the moment either," he reminded Blythe.
"Damn it, Haversham, no one is here."
Blythe swallowed roughly.
"But Mr. Farmington can attest to the fact I was not at Somersby in the weeks before the Earl's death. He spends a good deal of time there with my mother." Patrick glanced away toward the magistrate, surprised. Farmington looked muddled, his grey brows pulled down unhappily. "That is, I take dinner there, regularly, when Margaret and Jonathan are visiting Somersby. Your aunt and I have an understanding of sorts, and I am afraid Jonathan is correct. He did not arrive at Somersby until after your father fell ill." Patrick's thoughts wrapped tight around that. Margaret. The use of his aunt's given name was rather telling, all told, never mind that they were both consenting, unencumbered adults. But if Blythe was telling the truth, things were far more tangled than he had imagined. Could it really be Willoughby, after all? Patrick glared down at his cousin. Damn Blythe's ready answers, Patrick was tempted to believe him. The young man's angst at being accused was too authentic, his anger too real. No matter his hot temper and his past mistakes, Blythe's affection and respect for the Earl was something Patrick had seen firsthand. It was almost as though his cousin had wished, or coveted, Patrick's father as his own. He could well envision the rage that would have enveloped his cousin at the thought of someone murdering the man. It would not be far off from the anger he felt himself. But if he was wrong about Blythe, he was wrong about other things as well. "Was George Willoughby at Somersby during September?" he asked Farmington, panic bumping up his heart rate. The magistrate mopped his brow with a white kerchief. "Yes, but it is the shadiest leap of logic. He was also there in November, and out with our hunting party that morning, though he hung back from the others. He has every bit the motive Blythe would have." Farmington shifted uncomfortably in his chair. "I don't see how this line of questioning is helpful. You've no evidence against Mr. Blythe or Mr. Willoughby, and you are facing a charge of murder, handed down by a coroner's jury. This is conjecture, at best." "I need to go to Somersby," Patrick insisted. "Willoughby is there. He needs to be questioned." When the magistrate did no more than shuffle his feet in discomfort, Patrick felt near to exploding. "Damn it, Farmington! If Willoughby is our man, Julianne is in grave danger." "You're under arrest, Haversham." Farmington seemed to shrink against the back of his chair. "I cannot just release you on such little evidence." "You certainly have the right to move a prisoner," James pointed out. "Move Haversham to Somersby. You'll be with him, so no one can claim he's been freed." Farmington's last remaining bit of colour fled at that. "This is all highly irregular. I could not bring myself to circumvent the requirements of my position." Blythe rose from his seat. "I find myself in agreement. Willoughby should be questioned, if nothing else." Though Patrick was quite sure he would never like the man, given their fractious history, he discovered that he appreciated his cousin's verve a good deal more when it was directed toward a common goal instead of against his jaw. "There are still guests at Somersby who could be in danger," Blythe went on. "My mother is still there. Or does she suddenly mean so little to you?" Farmington's mouth moved a wordless moment. When he spoke, it was with a voice that seemed fraught with uncertainty. "The rules, you know. I'm still expected to adhere to 'em." James stepped closer to Patrick, his big arms folded menacingly across his chest. After a tension-fraught moment, Blythe stepped in beside them. Together, they all faced Farmington down. "Hang the rules," James said vehemently. And for once, Patrick didn't mind the word. They were already too late. As Julianne and Prudence careened out onto the flagstone front steps, the man in question stepped down from the mud-splattered coach, shielded by an army of umbrella-wielding footmen. Julianne muttered a foul oath, something so incongruous with a young lady's vocabulary she ought to have her Almack's voucher revoked. But she had neither the time nor the inclination to apologize. They were caught, like moths in a spider's web, and the spider had already seen them. A prickling awareness ran the length of her spine as George Willoughby grinned up at her. Lady Haversham exited next, Mary and Eleanor tumbling out behind her, turning their innocent faces up to the sky and trying to catch raindrops on their tongues. Aunt Margaret rounded out the group, lifting her skirts high against the mudded drive. The pulse in Julianne's ears pounded in time with the rain accelerating on the overhead roof tiles. Willoughby didn't look malicious. In point of fact, he looked disastrously ordinary, if a bit presumptuous. Stepping down from the mud-splattered coach, emblazoned with the Haversham crest, his necktie starched to perfection despite the wilting weather, Patrick's cousin seemed far too assured with his position and his future. He herded the church-going brood toward the house under the canopy of umbrellas. Julianne struggled against her rising ire at the evidence of the young man's now complete intercalation into the family. He'd escorted Patrick's sisters to church, for heaven's sake. Bastard. Not that George Willoughby was a bastard, per se. Life would have been so much simpler if he was. The dogs came streaking up from wherever they had been down near the lake, covered in mud and heaven knew what else. They slid to a raucous halt on the front steps and shook, each in turn, earning shrieks from the girls and a glower from Aunt Margaret. George, however, remained unruffled as he strode toward the door under his umbrella. "You missed a delightful sermon today, Julianne." He spoke loudly to reach over the rain, and smiled wide enough to swallow the sun, no matter the near opening of the heavens. But that smile faltered somewhat as his gaze moved on to the young woman standing quietly beside her. "Have we a visitor?" Though Julianne was relieved to hear that George did not precisely recognize Prudence, fear refused to loosen its hold. A man depraved enough to kill his relatives and then eat breakfast placidly at their table was a man who would think nothing of killing a simple servant if he felt he had been recognized. If he found Prudence remotely familiar, the situation could rapidly turn from unpredictable to desperate. To Julianne's surprise, Prudence delivered the unswerving performance that belied the fear the girl ought to have felt. "I was just leaving." She looked up at Julianne. "Will you come in with me, Lady Haversham?" Julianne hesitated, unnerved by the girl's stalwart recital. She was not sure she could manage the same now that she was facing the man who had killed Eric. She settled a hand against her stomach, praying for divine inspiration. It came in the form of George Willoughby. "Is something wrong, Julianne?" he asked, raising his voice to be heard over the raindrops drumming overhead. He stepped closer. "You look a bit peaked, truth be told. Do you feel faint again? You gave us quite a scare this morning." His nearness kicked her protective instincts higher.
Yes."
She widened her eyes purposefully in Prudence's direction.
"I do not think I should travel in my condition, but you should go ahead and discuss the matter with the relevant parties without delay."
Prudence paled somewhat. "Are you sure?"
"Yes."
Julianne nodded firmly, praying she would not argue.
"Just as we discussed. Quickly now."
The girl picked up her skirts and, eschewing the footman's offer of an oilskin umbrella, dashed off through the downpour toward her rented cart. Willoughby watched her go, a perplexed look on his handsome face. She looks deucedly familiar, doesn't she? Merciful heavens! If he recognised the former maid now, before she'd even left the front drive, all would be lost. "Would you please help me inside, George?" Julianne said hurriedly. He offered his arm, though his face screwed up in thought. "Miss Smith, you said? She dresses like a servant. Was she once employed at Somersby?"
"Oh," Julianne moaned. "I am feeling so faint."
As George helped her back inside the house, she peeked out from lowered lashes to judge the impact of her subterfuge. Aunt Margaret was watching her with a frown, and the worried faces of Patrick's mother and sisters swam into view. Julianne was reminded in that moment of what she stood to lose if she failed at this most basic task of distracting the gentleman. If Willoughby felt he was threatened, there was no telling what he might do, or whom he might hurt. Patrick would want his family protected, above all else. "Why was Miss Smith here?" George pressed, handing his dripping umbrella to Mr. Peters.
"She has just started working with Dr. Merrill," Julianne said, desperately stretching for an answer that avoided suspicion, but circled Willoughby's attention squarely back around to her.
She needed to give Prudence every chance at a firm head start, before George's suspicions caught up with him.
"She was here about my condition."
She splayed a hand across her abdomen.
Perhaps I should lie down."
Jemmy immediately, and uncharacteristically, dropped to the floor, his muzzle quivering between his two front paws. Constance, however, knew her mistress better. She cocked her head as if to acknowledge the fine bit of acting unfolding before her eyes. Surprisingly, it was Aunt Margaret who clucked into action. "George, be a dear and help the poor girl back up to her room before she pitches over. She should not have left her bed today, feeling as poorly as she has. Lady Haversham, perhaps you ought to take those girls right upstairs and get them out of their wet shoes, possibly even call for a bath."
"A bath?"
exclaimed Mary.
"We've just had a bath. Last night,"
echoed Eleanor indignantly. "Your new sister is ill," Aunt Margaret chided. "Do you want to contract something terrible?" She shooed them on and then added, "I'll summon the housekeeper to make a hot tisane. I know that always makes me feel better when I'm out of sorts." Julianne watched it all unfold like a runaway carriage, unable to even insert her own opinion into the mix because she was supposed to be wretchedly ill. The Dowager Countess herded the whispering children up the stairs, presumably to put as much distance between them and a source of possible contagion as possible. Aunt Margaret's plan was brilliant in at least one respect. If George was busy helping her, perhaps he would be too occupied to think about Prudence. But halfway up the stairs, George leaned in low to murmur in her ear, "Are you sure Miss Smith was not the lady's maid who helped you during the November house party? I recall someone who looked just like her." Julianne promptly wilted, praying he was naive enough to catch her, if not believe her. George scooped her up. The feel of his hands on her body was close to agonizing. This was, after all, the man who had killed Eric and possibly the old Earl. The man who had stood by and let Patrick be blamed for a murder he hadn't committed, all to save his own sorry hide. Instinct told her to bite, kick, scream. Instead, she summoned every bit of theatrical skill she had obtained at the hands of the Ton, forcing herself to stay limp as George Willoughby carried her to her room. She could hear Constance's nails following steadily on the floor beneath her, and swallowed the urge to send the little dog to safety with a sharp word. If she spoke now, it would give her away. As George settled her atop the coverlet on her bed, She felt him smooth a hand down one arm, coming dangerously close to one breast in the process. Clearly, this was not a man a woman ought to faint around. "Where am I?" she asked, injecting her voice with just the right amount of grogginess. Time to rouse herself before Willoughby took it upon himself to loosen her corset. "I've taken you to your room. Are you—" George leaned in, and the motion seemed somehow all the more ominous for the fact he looked concerned. "Is there a chance you could be losing the baby?" She tried to affect a distraught look. "Please," she croaked in what she hoped was a pitiful voice. "I should like some water." "I think tea is better called for in a situation like this." Aunt Margaret bustled into the doorway, blurry but unmistakable in her turban. She came closer, slipping into Julianne's grateful line of vision, bearing a tray and tea set. "George, I imagine Lady Haversham would prefer the company of another woman at the moment. But now, George—" Still, he hesitated. Julianne added her agreement through artfully lowered lashes.
"I confess I would prefer if Aunt Margaret stayed with me, if you do not mind. But please, stay close, if you would."
She offered him a tremulous smile, praying her request would hold him to Somersby long enough for Prudence to be safely away.
"In case I need you."
George's eyes searched hers. "Of course, Julianne. You know I would do anything for you." Aunt Margaret locked the door behind him with a deft turn of her hand and slipped the key into a pocket in her skirts. "There," she muttered to the door. "Now that beef-witted boy will not bother us." Julianne exhaled in relief as Constance jumped up on the bed and nudged at Julianne's hand. She could not imagine how Aunt Margaret understood to do it, but she was relieved at the woman's astuteness. George could not reach her through a locked door. The girls were safe with their mother, she hoped, being scrubbed down from whatever miasmas to which they were feared to have been exposed. And Aunt Margaret's reassuring presence was blotting Willoughby from the room, at least for the moment. She dutifully tried to sip the tea Aunt Margaret brought her, but after the first bare taste she found herself unable to stomach it, and surreptitiously tossed it into a nearby vase of flowers. She continued to pretend to sip it, wanting to ensure she did not hurt her aunt's feelings, and needing her to remain as a buffer against Willoughby's return. Now began a waiting game, waiting for Prudence to reach the magistrate, and for the magistrate to reach Somersby. She prayed Mr. Farmington believed the girl, because she had no plan for managing Willoughby beyond a few hours' delay. Chapter 28. Patrick had believed he was used to rain. He'd presumed the sorts of showers he'd become accustomed to in Scotland, storms that bore in from the coast and anchored themselves in the hills above Morake, would have immured him to the drudgery of a dour English drizzle. But as they began the last push towards Somersby in Farmington's unfortunately open-topped carriage, Patrick was forced to acknowledge that the storm battering them was no typical English rainstorm. It poured down from a dark slash of sky, obscuring their vision and roaring in their ears. It slowed them down, but with Blythe at the reins, the carriage continued to lurch across the mud-soaked ruts with a vigour just short of reckless. Patrick could feel the knot of worry tightening in his chest as they turned onto Somersby's long, muddy drive, and Blythe pushed the horses harder, faster. Far ahead, rising up through the trees, the manor house could be seen, a Gothic nightmare come to life. Slate-tipped turrets watched their progress like great mythical eyes, and even from this distance the grey stone walls gleamed slick with rain and moss. With such a spurious welcome, it seemed easy to question the wisdom of their rushed approach. No one with an ounce of sense in his head would be out in weather such as this. But Julianne was somewhere inside those damp walls, and he would not be able to rest until he reassured himself she was well. As fate would have it, they weren't the only ones lacking good sense. Less than a quarter of the way up Somersby's rambling drive, they came across a single-horse carriage mired in mud. The driver, a lone figure in a soaked-through dress, waved at them from atop the dangerously tilted curricle, and Blythe pulled their team to a stop a safe distance from the muddied dip of the road, where a nearby creek had overflowed its bank. Patrick warred with two competing, animalistic instincts. To pass the stranded woman by and leave her to the elements was a thought so cruel as to be villainous. But to add even a moment's delay to their push towards Somersby was untenable. "She's stuck all right." Blythe raised his voice to be heard above the rain. "If she'd a proper team, she might have been all right." "She's in an eye livery," Farmington said. "I recognise the horse from Shippington." "Right then," James said, leaping down with a formidable splash. "We need to get her out if we've a hope of getting our carriage past in this weather. Patrick, let's see if we can get our shoulders behind helping this poor woman out." Patrick climbed down, cursing fate, the rain, the day. Julianne was in danger, and Willoughby was an unpredictable fool. He didn't just want to get to Somersby. He needed to be there, to protect his family and the woman he cared for, enough to charge through an autumn downpour.
"Oh, I am so glad to see you,"
the stranded woman gasped, blinking through the pelting rain.
"I'm in ever so much of a hurry."
"You shouldn't be out in a storm like this," Patrick told her gruffly. The driver was a slip of a girl, dark hair plastered against her head. She looked vaguely familiar, but then again, most of Shippington's residents were people he had seen in one form or another over the course of his life. The woman shrank against his curt observation, pulling her arms close around her, as if she could ward off his glower with the rain. Neither was even a remote possibility. James climbed up onto the cart seat and took over the reins, while Patrick put his shoulder to the rear of the carriage, little more than a curricle really, and infinitely inappropriate for the weather. He dug his boots into the muck, pushing with all his might, rocking and cajoling until the wheel came free. As the mud finally gave way with a loud groan and James urged the horse to take over, Patrick went down to his knees in the filthy water. "The devil take it," he cursed, clambering heavily to his feet, his boots squelching through the mud. James hauled back on the reins and grinned down at him. "A fine sight we'll be, descending on Somersby like this. This Willoughby fellow's likely to laugh himself to death and save us the trouble of a trial." The woman stared at James, her eyes flashing through the rain.
Did you say George Willoughby?"
Patrick tensed, suddenly more alert to hear his cousin's name on this young woman's lips. "Aye. Do you know him?" The girl paled beneath the curtain of rain that enveloped them all.
I have a message about George Willoughby. I must deliver it to the magistrate. 'Tis an emergency, and the only reason I am out in this terrible weather."
Patrick swiped a hand across his face, although the water ran back into his eyes almost immediately. "What is your name, miss?"
"Prudence Smith."
Patrick stood frozen as he realized he was speaking with the second witness, the girl who, thank God, had not disappeared into the teeming cesspool of Leeds. She was the key to everything. And she was here, in front of him, the magistrate only steps away. "What is the message?" he asked, forcing himself to remain calm.
"I've strict instructions from Lady Haversham to deliver it only to the magistrate, sir."
"I am the lady's husband," he told her, impatience sinking its teeth into him. "I assure you it will be fine to share it with me." The girl's lip trembled in indecision.
I am sorry, my lord, but I would prefer to speak directly with the magistrate."
Patrick bit back a snarl of frustration. Beside him, James climbed down from the cart and beckoned to the cowering Miss Smith.
"Well, despite the inauspicious start to your drive, you are in luck, Miss Smith. We've the magistrate with us, in a carriage just over there. If you have a message for him regarding Willoughby, you need go no further."
"Oh."
She blinked and then jerked to awareness. "Oh!" But as they slugged their way through the mud toward Farmington's carriage, and the two men waiting inside came into clearer view, the young woman suddenly planted her feet and looked wildly between Patrick and James.
"What sort of trap is this?"
Patrick bit the inside of his cheek at what appeared to be yet another delay. The girl was clearly frightened, though of what he could not tell. "You wanted to speak with the magistrate," he growled, anxious to be done with this. "He's just there, Mr. Farmington, the older gentleman to the right."
"But that is George Willoughby," Prudence gasped. "Isn't it?"
Patrick and James glanced at each other over the young woman's head. No. Do you recognize him?" Prudence closed her eyes and nodded.
"I saw him this morning. At church."
Patrick offered James a telling look, then slowly chose his words, feeling his way toward the truth the way a blind man would find his bed. "I believe you might be confused, Miss Smith. The older gentleman you have pointed out is not Mr. Willoughby. That is Mr. Farmington, Shippington's magistrate." She turned deathly white, then whirled in a shower of rain-soaked skirts and splashed back to her carriage, scrambling back up into the seat like a cat with a singed tail. They plunged after her. "What in the devil has you so spooked?" Patrick demanded. "You cannot leave, Miss Smith. We need your testimony."
"I cannot deliver it to him," she moaned.
"Why ever not?" Patrick grabbed hold of the girl's reins, trying desperately to slow her panicked flight. Damn it, she couldn't leave. Miss Prudence Smith, hysterical or not, was the key to this whole damnable puzzle. The carriage whip sliced down on Patrick, and the unexpected pain on his arm loosened his hold. The carriage lurched forward, and then it was pulling away. But the girl's voice wavered, faint and ominous, against the steady clap of rain.
"Because he's the one who killed Lord Haversham's heir."
Julianne leaned back into her pillows, rubbing the silky fur of Constance's ears absently between two fingers. Aunt Margaret seemed in no hurry to leave, floating around the room, straightening, shifting, touching. Julianne would have preferred to be alone with her thoughts, but she also knew that as long as Patrick's aunt remained, George Willoughby would be held at bay. Aunt Margaret hummed an indiscernible tune as she rearranged the service, straightened the teaspoons, repositioned the sugar dish.
"Have you finished your tea?"
The older woman called absently over her shoulder.
Yes, your kindness is appreciated.
Julianne held out her empty cup. She realized then, with the degree of difficulty that accompanied the simple motion, that her head felt strange, as though it was stuffed with wet cotton. "Did you enjoy it, dear?" Julianne squinted at her aunt. Usually, at this close proximity, she could see people quite clearly. But Aunt Margaret's round face was out of focus. Or perhaps it was that Julianne's eyes would not be still. Whatever the cause, she felt quite odd.
"I think I would have preferred chocolate,"
she murmured distractedly. Aunt Margaret placed the cup on the tray. "Tst, child. I can't think such a rich drink would be good for you, given your condition."
"My condition?"
Julianne tried to raise a brow, but the motion felt disastrously slow. Aunt Margaret peered closely at her. Whatever she saw in Julianne's face seemed to cheer her immensely. "Yes, your condition. Rather inconvenient, Haversham reappearing to face his murder charge with a pregnant wife in tow. I scarcely think any of us is looking forward to another heir to stumble over." Julianne blinked her way back into focus.
"Aunt Margaret, I think George must have put something in my tea."
The older woman smiled patiently. George would never be so pragmatic. Why, the very idea you might be expecting has sent the poor young man into a veritable paroxysm of panic. How could he manage something requiring actual planning? Julianne struggled to wrap her head around the flying, disjointed thoughts. Why did Aunt Margaret have cause to dislike Willoughby? It scarcely signified that Julianne no longer liked him either. Willoughby is, for want of a better term, a short-sighted simpleton, Aunt Margaret continued. Ask yourself, why would he want to ensure your comfort when the very child causing your illness is a threat to his own future? It would be a shame if the earldom was given to a man like that, when my son is so much more deserving of the title. And when the time comes, I am confident Willoughby's lack of ambition and mental acuity will ensure the Crown views my own son's petition more favourably. Julianne recoiled against the woman's words. Her leap to understanding was slower than usual, but it carried the horror of perfect clarity. Her nausea this morning had not been the result of the clotted cream. She could feel the remnants of that same illness now, churning back to vicious life. "Oh, dear God," she swore, not even caring that she had uttered the unladylike curse out loud. "You've put something in my tea." Aunt Margaret's atrocious turban bobbed agreeably. "I've put something in your tea much of the last week. A touch of arsenic. Yet another advantage of poor George Willoughby's oblivious nature. I was originally hoping for a slow erosion of your health. The poor new wife wasting away while her husband was tried for murder. I learned with the Earl that too sudden a decline could raise undue suspicion. But your pregnancy has now given me the perfect excuse for action. You shall lose the child and die yourself from complications." "You killed the Earl?" Julianne gasped. "Did you kill Eric too?" Only that couldn't be right. Her brain was befuddled, but she was quite sure Prudence had said the killer she had seen was a man. Aunt Margaret leaned in, so close Julianne could see the fine lines radiating out from the woman's narrowed eyes. "We've made too many mistakes, but I will salvage it now. Your husband is next. Whether by noose or deceit, I care not a whit. He should have been killed back in November, had the deed been properly finished. But if you think I will sit placidly by while you poke your nose about Somersby, stirring up trouble, you are mistaken in the extreme. The cup of tea you just finished had enough belladonna in it to fell an ox. I probably ought to apologize for that," she shrugged. "I could not take any chances." Julianne swallowed the bile that pricked the back of her throat. How much poison had she consumed? Not the entirety of the cup. Not that Aunt Margaret knew any better. Certainly enough to affect her. But enough to kill her? "Are you telling me this now?" she rasped, wondering if Prudence had any hope at all of reaching help before the poison took its full effect. "Why should I not?" The older woman smiled, and the sight of it sent a chill through Julianne. "It is not as though you will be able to tell a soul. Of course, I shall be sure to claim I did everything I could to help you, short of fetching your chocolate. How about some more tea instead?" Julianne thrashed her head mutely. "No? Well, you're in no position to negotiate, dear. In fact, I quite insist on it." Chapter 29. Bloody hell. Farmington had been his father's friend. The man had taught him how to tie fishing lures, for God's sake, and had spent many a memorable night in Somersby's parlour, moving chess pieces across a board with Patrick's father. For a brief moment, the utter sense of betrayal Patrick felt threatened to drown him far more effectively than the howling wind and rain. But then anger lifted his feet and carried him back toward the carriage. James followed close on his heels, as if reading his thoughts. "Who was the girl?" Farmington asked, as they swung up onto the wet seat. Weary lines of cold and exhaustion peered out from the dripping brim of the magistrate's top hat. "Not from Shippington, I should think. I don't recognise her. Whoever has the charge of her ought to be shot, letting her traipse about in a storm like this." The man's casual reference to violence snapped whatever finesse Patrick had thought to manage here. He grabbed Farmington's arm and twisted it, wrenching a shout of surprise and pain from the older man's mouth. Blythe lurched around, the reins bunched in one fist. His face darkened when he saw what was happening. He reached into his jacket, pulling out his revolver, but James had already anticipated it and wrenched it from his hand before Blythe's thumb could reach the hammer. "Bloody hell," Blythe swore as he realized his vulnerability. "I knew we shouldn't have trusted you, Haversham." "I'm not the one who has breached an essential trust here." Patrick directed his bitter glower toward the magistrate. "She was the missing witness, Farmington, and she's just named you as the man who pulled the trigger on Eric." For a moment, Patrick thought Farmington would struggle, or at least offer a word of denial. But instead, he sagged against Patrick's punishing grip, offering no resistance at all. "For God's sake, Farmington, tell them it isn't true," Blythe blustered. Patrick ignored his cousin. "Have you any rope, Mackenzie?" "No."
The sound of a pistol cocking rang out, distinct over the merciless sound of the rain. James pointed the barrel toward Farmington's chest, cupping his hand over the top of the piece to protect it from the weather. "I've something better." "You can't point a bloody weapon at a magistrate," Blythe objected. "He's not been charged with any crime, for God's sake. There's a process to follow." James illustrated his opinion of the process and stopped the man's tirade by pointing Blythe's own weapon toward him. "Are you going to make me secure you too, Mr. Blythe?" the solicitor drawled, his voice deceptively low. "Because I confess, I've a mind to give you a taste of your own methods. A few crack ribs would shut you up. I won't even tie you up." He smiled, wickedly. "Not that I need such an advantage. Unlike you, I know how to aim my fists without hog-tying my target." "Put it away, Mr. Mackenzie. There's been enough violence." Farmington's voice rang out, thick with sadness and pain. "I'll not have more deaths on my hands. Eric's was hard enough." "It's true, then?" Blythe blinked, almost stupidly. "It's been you? All along?" The magistrate nodded. Only once, before his lips settled into a firm line that refused to budge. Clearly, Farmington was through talking. But he'd said enough to take the starch from Blythe's sails. When next his cousin's eyes met Patrick's, he appeared shocked, but newly resolute. "Do we travel on to Somersby, then? We have Farmington in custody, and Lady Haversham's safety is no longer a question." James shook his head. "We should take the prisoner back to Shippington." A sound plan. Logical. The sort of thinking Patrick was usually wont to do. Except he couldn't shake the feeling they were missing something vital in their understanding of the magistrate's involvement. By all accounts, Farmington was a man without motive. He was a close friend of Patrick's father, had known both Patrick and his brother their entire lives. What had possessed him to take the lives of people he ought to hold dear? The answer, Patrick felt, would be found at Somersby. If they were going to question the man, he wanted to do it where it had all started. His father's study. Only this time, Patrick was going to be on the business end of the interrogation. "I must make sure my family has not been harmed," he ground out, motioning for Blythe to drive on. "We can arrest him properly later." They pulled up to the manor house just as the rain started to slacken and clattered through Somersby's front door in sodden boots, their coats dripping puddles onto gleaming floor. Jemmy greeted Patrick as if he'd been gone on a 3-month sea journey, leaping in wild circles around Patrick, but he sidestepped the dog's exuberance. "Julianne!" he shouted, his voice echoing across the marble floor and high ceiling. Instead of his wife, Mr. Peters appeared from a side hallway, hurrying forward. "My lord," he said, breathing hard, "you've returned without notice." He caught sight of Mr. Farmington, held fast in Blythe's grip, and his eyes widened. "And in a far different manner than when you left, I see." "Where's Julianne?" Patrick demanded. Mr. Peters hesitated. "She was not feeling well, my lord. In fact, I'm rather concerned about her. She's gone above stairs." "Thank you, Mr. Peters." A feminine voice rang out. "That will be quite enough." Patrick's attention lifted toward the stairs. Aunt Margaret was descending, one purposeful step at a time. "I saw your arrival from an upstairs window, Haversham. Am I to presume this means you have been released?" "In a manner of speaking," he said slowly, trying to sort out why his aunt was issuing the staff orders instead of his wife. Aunt Margaret's gaze fell questioningly on Farmington as she reached the final step. Patrick's mind scuttled backward to a conclusion that made sense. He had long struggled to conceive of any motive that would justify his brother's murder, and drawn a blank for all save one. Love. A desire to protect, to nurture at all costs. Some shade of the same breath-robbing emotion that drove him here, desperate to see Julianne, and willing to kill anyone who might think to stop him. The pieces fell into place with alarming alacrity. Patrick shoved Farmington into the centre of the foyer. As the man fell to his knees, Aunt Margaret's gasp of dismay rattled in his ears. "I should never have been arrested," Patrick ground out, "as I am sure you know, Aunt Margaret." "What are you talking about, Haversham?" Blythe demanded, whirling on Patrick with knotted fists. "Farmington has admitted killing Eric." "Aye." Patrick kept his attention directed toward his aunt, but he didn't admit why. Given how reticent he's been to talk about it, I'll wager he's protecting someone. And while he has admitted a role in Eric's death, he has not confessed to killing my father. It would take someone close to the family to accomplish that. Someone who stayed at Somersby, whom the staff trusted. Someone a bit more bloodthirsty, and with a stronger degree of motivation. He took a step toward his aunt. Someone like you, Aunt Margaret. Farmington struggled to his feet. "Is Haversham correct, Margaret?" His voice rang thick with emotion. "Did you kill the Earl?" Aunt Margaret's hand closed over the mourning brooch at her throat. "Do not say another word," she warned. Farmington's throat worked convulsively. "You swore me to... swore that after Eric you were content to wait for the order of things to progress. But if you have killed your brother..." "You are the one who cocked it up to begin with, not killing Patrick when you had the chance. I was only thinking of my son. For God's sake, Margaret, I do not want to hear about your blessed son." Farmington straightened, his face blooming red. "I killed a man for you. The least you can do is be honest with me, if you have done the same." Her reply was only silence. That is, until the sound of a scuffle broke out behind them. Patrick turned to see Mackenzie and his cousin battling for control of the gun. Though his friend was stronger, Blythe had the advantage of surprise this time, and in less than a second, Blythe had the pistol in his hands. And then he pointed the weapon straight at his own mother, the engaging of the hammer unmistakable. "Answer Mr. Farmington's question, Mother." Aunt Margaret gasped. "You cannot be serious, Jonathan." "I assure you, I am deadly so. You see, I can well believe you might have coerced Mr. Farmington into pulling the trigger. I should know. I found myself at the receiving end of your schemes more than once in my life." The barrel of his pistol did not waver. "I grow impatient for your response." "Yes," she finally hissed. "I knew you would never conceive of doing such a thing for yourself, or agree to the plan. But I did it for you." Blythe swayed unsteadily, clearly horrified by his mother's confession, despite his steel-edged demand for it. My God. Patrick eased closer to his cousin. She's admitted it, Blythe, he said, in what he hoped was a soothing voice. He, of all people, knew the toxic consequences of absorbing guilt that was not yours to take. This is not your fault. Blythe shook his head, his eyes blinking rapidly. No. It is, you see. She's my mother. I knew her heart was dark. My entire life I've sought to distance myself from that darkness. Do you recall that summer with the dogs? Aye, Patrick said, trying to sort out whether he could slip the wavering pistol from his cousin's hands without risking it going off. 'Twas the start of the animosity between us. She caused it. You thought I had drowned those puppies to punish you, but it wasn't my idea, Haversham. We were all of, 9 years old? She made me drown them. To teach me of duty, she said. Blythe renewed his grip on the pistol, holding it with both hands now. I knew then, knew there was evil in you, Mother. His voice cracked. But to take a human life, your own brother's life, how could you do such a thing? Patrick held up a cautious hand. It was far too easy to be riveted by the unfolding drama. For once, thankfully, not his own. He could see James sidling closer to Aunt Margaret, and the thought that his friend was stepping closer to the path of a potential bullet made his chest tighten. I did not trust my brother would leave this world in time for you to see the title. Aunt Margaret shook her head. And he was beginning to ask questions, beginning to suspect. I could not risk it, not after waiting for so long. Damn it, Mother. I ought to kill you. Blythe's voice cracked. But you won't, she whispered, lifting her chin. I am your mother. You killed your brother. Who is to say I don't carry the same lack of morality in my blood? Who is to say I am not like you? The moment stretched to silence, long and hard, seconds ticking away. Jonathan. Patrick laid a careful hand on his cousin's arm. He could feel the tension in the younger man, coiled and ready to strike. You are in charge of your own decisions, your own life. Family history cannot force you to be someone you are not. That's a sodding lie, and you know it. Blythe shook his head, almost desperately. You are your own worst example, Haversham. Here you are, titled and miserable, forced back to Somersby where you never wanted to be. Patrick recognized echoes of his own confused choices in his cousin's anguished voice, but he knew one clear truth. No, no one forced this of me. I could have remained in Scotland, hiding from it all. But I chose to take on this responsibility, Jonathan, to return and face a murder charge I did not deserve. This is not your fault, cousin, any more than Eric's death was mine. And you can choose to not be like her. He could see his cousin hesitate, see his words slip through the young man's confusion. Patrick stepped closer still. And then he was lowering Blythe's weapon-wielding arm and pulling the pistol from his cousin's hand. From the corner of his eye, Patrick could see James seize Aunt Margaret by the arm. And just like that, it was over. The danger was diffused. His future was returned. Patrick stood unsteadily in the middle of Somersby's foyer, watching as James secured Aunt Margaret with a length of hastily produced rope. He ought to be glad. His life was waiting for him to gather up the pieces and craft them back into something whole. He couldn't bring his brother and father back, but he could make damned sure he well honoured their memories. But happiness and relief were hard to find when his wife was still very much missing. "Where is Julianne?" he demanded.
"I believe she's in her room, my lord." Mr. Peters bowed his head. "She has been ill, and Mrs. Blythe insisted on attending her this hour past."
Willoughby chose that moment to bumble out of a side hallway, a cold leg of chicken in one hand. "I've asked the cook to send up a tray to Julianne's room to go with Aunt Margaret's tea." His face settled into open surprise as he encountered the group in the foyer. He wiped his mouth with a guilty sleeve. "Oh, I say, what have I missed? And why is Haversham here instead of jail? Has Julianne lost the baby after all?" But Patrick was already off like a shot. He took the stairs 2 at a time and reached his bedroom door in record time. His hand rattled the latch, confirming its locked state. Beyond the looming barrier, he could hear Constance's anxious whine, the scratch of the little dog's nails against the door, but no answering flow of human voice. Fear speared his gut. Aunt Margaret was unstable, that much was clear. She claimed she would do anything for her son. But how much harm had she done? He set his shoulder against the door, splintering the wood around the latch in 2 hard slams. Constance greeted him on the inside with a ferocious growl, charging at him with her hackles raised. But he sidestepped the danger of the protective little dog and rushed toward the bed, where his wife lay still as death itself. 1,000 thoughts swam through his panic at the sight of Julianne's pale face, but one thought pushed insistently to the surface of that vortex. Aunt Margaret had poisoned his father. Surely she would not have left Julianne untouched. He collapsed beside the bed, seizing his wife's thankfully still warm hand. Constance leaped up on the bed beside him and nudged her mistress's arm. Julianne's lack of response to either touch sent Patrick's gnarled lungs into ever tighter contortions. He leaned over her, searching for some trace of poison, some odour that might provide a clue. Julianne. His fingers instinctively searched the base of one slender wrist, seeking evidence she yet lived. "We know about Aunt Margaret. She and Mr. Farmington are in custody. You are safe now." His voice cracked around the impossible words. "But I need you to wake up and tell me what she has given you, or I am afraid I shall lose you too." She remained deathly pale, eyes closed, no discernible response. He could feel her pulse thumping merrily along beneath his fingers, but its steady bump could not reassure him when she remained so still. He sagged against the mattress. He felt jerked backward in time to a mist-covered glen, his brother's blood spreading out on the ground. The same feeling of helplessness he'd felt then enveloped him now. 4 years at Turin, countless medical texts studied. He'd not been able to save Eric. and now he faced losing Julianne, and quite possibly his unborn child. He had no means of knowing what Aunt Margaret might have slipped in her tea, no way to quickly sort through the hundreds of potential possibilities. Still, he had to try. There was so much he regretted already. He did not want losing her to be the worst of it. Chapter 30. Julianne studied her husband's profile through barely closed lashes. The feeling of his fingers on her wrist was a fine thing, but the sight of him proved even better. Her eyes lingered over the curve of his nose, the strong line of his jaw hidden behind a week's growth of beard. His hair hung in wet clumps, and his mud-splattered clothing was soaking through her own, raising the goose-flesh on her arms. Once upon a time, such a sight as this big, mud-encrusted man looming over her would have sent her scrambling away, calling for a bath, demanding an entire year's worth of soap. But the raw emotion on his face kept her still as a statue, lying on the bed. Hadn't she dreamed of disrupting this serious, studious man's composure? Hadn't she wanted to shatter his calm and yank against the chains of his careful restraint and prove, once and for all, that he was capable of terrible feelings? Well, apparently feigning death was one way to accomplish it. Oh, but he was going to be angry with her. But her performance had fooled Aunt Margaret, and likely saved her life. She could not bring herself to regret the subterfuge now. He lowered his ear to her chest, closing his eyes, listening. She held her breath, enjoying the feel of him pressed there against her breast. Had it really been only a week since he had touched her there last? It felt like an eternity. But then his eyes cracked open, and she was swept up in the suspicious brown warmth of his gaze. Julianne, are you pretending? Her eyes fluttered full on open. I am merely timing my entrance for maximum effect. Bloody hell, woman! He pushed away from her. The air between them hummed with his anger, and Constance, her faithful companion through the last hellish half-hour, jumped down from the bed to seek calmer quarters. Do you know how scared I was? He demanded. I've lost my brother and father, for God's sake. I thought... Julianne struggled to a sitting position, still a bit dizzy from her close brush with Aunt Margaret's special recipe, though the effects had been muted by lying so still. Her heart did a pathetic little jump in her chest as she watched him glare at her. You thought? She asked, pleadingly. He offered her a fresh, muttered oath and slicked a hand through his rain-soaked hair, sending clumps of mud and dirt splattering to the floor. This isn't a game, Julianne. If you are trying to punish me, you've picked a drastic means of achieving that end. The sharpness of his words dug under her skin, rooting for a foothold. I did not do this to punish you, Patrick, or to coerce you into confessing some ill-timed romantic notion of your regard for me. Although that would have been nice to hear. When I heard someone crashing through the door, I presumed my performance was still required for survival. Aunt Margaret had already tried to poison me once. I didn't want her thinking I was ready for another dose. He paled beneath the ragged growth of beard. Another dose. And then his big, mud-splattered hands were on her face, lifting her eyes wide, turning her head from side to side. Patrick, she protested, trying to squirm free. Your pupils are dilated. What did she give you? Julianne sighed,
well recognizing the clinical fervour that now had hold of him. "Belladonna." He released her face, only to hold 3 fingers in front of her eyes, tracking them slowly back and forth. "How many fingers am I holding up?"
"I did not consume the entire dose she intended for me.
Answer me, Julianne." She glared at him in response. He ought to be kissing her. Instead, he devolved into the veterinarian, and she was his latest beast of burden.
"Oh, for heaven's sake. 3. And if you bring them any closer, you'll find yourself missing one."
She tucked a curl behind one ear.
"I had no more than a taste of it. Surely too little to effect any lasting damage if I am awake now." I poured the cup out when she wasn't looking. Truly, the arsenic she'd been slipping in my tea over the past week affected me far more.
Patrick paled beneath his scruff of a jailhouse beard, and Julianne almost found a smile at his distress.
Her mistake was poisoning my tea. If she'd brought me chocolate instead.
She shuddered to think that she might very well have been fooled into consuming the entire dose.
"I think it is safe to say I shall not be accepting another cup of tea any time soon, no matter how desperate my thirst, nor how prettily packaged the offer."
Patrick leaned back, and though he did no more than place a few inches between them, she felt the loss of contact acutely. "She and Farmington are in custody now," he told her. "You do not have to worry about them any more."
"Mr. Farmington?"
Julianne drew in a surprised breath, trying to process it all.
"But I thought... Well, once it became clear it wasn't George, perhaps it was Jonathan Blythe."
He frowned. "Blythe is innocent, as it turns out. Farmington has admitted he killed Eric, although he appears to have done it for Aunt Margaret." He lifted a hand, his right palm hovering over her abdomen. "Julianne," he asked, his voice lower now, "I have to ask. Something George Willoughby said below stairs. Are you pregnant? Because both arsenic and belladonna can have harmful effects on the womb." Julianne sighed.
"No, I am not pregnant. I had my courses the day you were admitted to jail. Honestly, why does everyone think that?"
"George Willoughby implied you were, and Mackenzie suggested it as a possible explanation for your illness this morning." His eyes narrowed ominously. "Or have you been pretending to be pregnant too?"
"That," she snapped, shoving him aside and swinging her legs over the bed, "is less my fault than everyone else's. My uncertain stomach can be laid at the hands of your aunt and her pharmaceutical skills. Everyone seemed determined to presume the fact of my pregnancy, as though it could be the only possible explanation for our quick marriage. But I am not with child."
She stood up, swaying as her muscles readjusted to their new permission to move.
"And that was not the reason we married. There is nothing in that vein that would irrevocably tie you to this marriage. Nothing at all."
Julianne gathered her courage into a tight ball and shaped it into the weapon she needed to guard her heart. After the initial rush of euphoria she had felt upon discovering it was Patrick bursting into her room, instead of the frankly terrifying Aunt Margaret, reality and disappointment were once again intruding into her world. This was her husband, and despite all odds, he'd just been handed back his future. If she did not do this, she risked having him hate her every day for the rest of their lives. She was a woman used to pursuing and acquiring what she wanted, whether it be the latest fashion from Paris or a husband whose kiss made her heart fling itself against the walls of her chest. She had married Patrick
because she had wanted to. She had wanted him. Her body was even now leaning toward him, wanting the reassurance of his touch. But now that she knew she loved him, she faced a far more difficult choice. She drew herself up, though she leaned against the bedpost for support.
You only married me to ensure I could not be compelled to testify against you.
Julianne, you cannot know.
Don't.
She threw up her hand, shielding herself from the sting of his certain protest.
Do not try to spare my feelings on this matter. I will not have another falsehood between us, now that we are finally being truthful with each other. You have been freed of the murder charge. You are home with your family, your title returned to you. You no longer need me. It would not be fair to hold you to the vows you made.
He flinched backward. What are you saying? A half-hour of feigning death with Aunt Margaret watching over her had given her a long time to consider the future. She had reacted harshly to his confession that day by the lake. She was shallow and selfish and spoiled, things she had never regretted in her life and had always understood. She feared she was selfish enough to keep him. But those were not things a man like Patrick would want in a wife. He deserved a wife he wanted, one he chose without the press of a noose about his neck. He deserved a chance to find his happiness. And so she faced her dripping, dishevelled, muddied husband and lifted her chin with a courage she did not feel.
Given that you are safe now, I suppose we ought to discuss the possibility of an annulment.
Surely she was pretending this bit of it too. Any moment now, her mouth would curve upward into a real, heartfelt smile, and Patrick would be able to sort out what she was actually thinking. Except, damn her flashing eyes, he had a sinking feeling she was all too serious. He tried to school his lungs to breathe normally, tried to force his hands to unclench. All his efforts failed. You would end it. He was startled to hear the hoarse tenor of his voice, wrapping itself around those terrible words. After all we have been through, you would simply walk away. Her lips stretched the merest fraction of an inch.
I don't blame you for marrying me, Patrick, truly I don't. You were desperate, and I was willing, if a bit naive. There was no coercion, no outright lie on that front. But the circumstances that drew us together no longer matter. We've spent scarcely a few weeks in each other's company. There is no child to be affected by the decision, no reason to delay the inevitable. Everything has changed, and because of it, I would not force you to honour our original arrangement.
By the devil's balls. It sounded as though she didn't want to honour their original arrangement. Patrick drew a deep breath, feeling his way through this unexpected quagmire of emotion. I don't think an annulment is possible, he told her. At least, Mackenzie warned me it wasn't. She inhaled sharply.
So you've discussed the option with your solicitor?
He stood stock still. Damn it. This was her idea. Why did she sound so irritated? You've been poisoned, Julianne. Perhaps the belladonna has confused your thoughts. Give it some time.
I do not need time to know what is right, Patrick, she interrupted. If we are truly tied to each other, I suppose we could deal with an unwanted marriage the same way everyone else in the ton does. 'Tis no small matter for me to live in London. I know your heart would keep you at Summersby, and your mother and sisters certainly need you here.
Her words slid into him like a freshly sharpened knife. An unwanted marriage, she called it. He had thought it so himself, once upon a time, had envisioned just this means of escape, handed to him on a silver platter. But for Patrick, this had ceased to be an unwanted marriage, almost from the start. All through his time in the jail, through the endless press of day and night, he'd thought of her, of the stunning gift of her love, and the promise that awaited him when finally he fought his way free of the charges, of how he had hurt her with his silence, and how he could make it right. He'd come through hell, dreaming of this opportunity to prove himself to her, only to find that what waited on the other side was infinitely worse. You may think that an admirable solution, but what of my need for an heir? Patrick took a step toward her, reaching for her, sure that if he could only take her in his arms, he could prove why this was a poor idea. But she flinched as his hand brushed her cheek. He could feel her muscles tense, ready for flight. Imagined he could see the revulsion floating beneath her skin.
"You've cousins who could fill that role," she told him,
her voice shattering the last of his hope.
"And apparently, though it strains the imagination to consider it, they are both of the innocent variety."
Patrick's hand fell away. She didn't want him. Her eyes had been opened, and her heart had been closed. And it was no less than he deserved. Chapter 31. Patrick slammed into his father's study, still stunned by Julianne's ruthless request and his own reaction to it. She had stood in front of him, still swaying unsteadily from the effects of her near poisoning, and told him she wanted a goddamned annulment. There was naught for it but whiskey and the solitude of his father's chair. Or, more correctly, his chair. But neither solitude nor whiskey were to be found in that chair, because James Mackenzie was sitting in it, his muddy boots propped up on the desk, the ever-present decanter of brandy uncorked in one hand. The whiskey bottle was empty, so I sought my sins elsewhere. His friend eyed him a long, studious moment, then held the decanter out. "You look as though you could use a drink. I presume this means your wife has awakened to torment you anew." Patrick snatched the decanter from his friend's hand. "I thought you were heading back to Shippington with Blythe and the prisoners. Your butler dispatched an entire army of footmen to see them on their way. And your cousin, Blythe, seemed more than willing to see his mother go to jail. Bloodthirsty fellow, that. Righteous, I would say. He was always so, only now it seems he had reason to be." Patrick shook his head. "I have misjudged him somewhat, I'm afraid." "Well, it seems with your poor, wee, misjudged cousin so eager to guard his mother, I was—" James paused and waved his hand about. "Superfluous." "I understand the feeling." Patrick shoved his friend's boots to the side and perched on the edge of the desk. "Only it turns out the person who considers me most unessential is my wife." He obviated the search for a glass in favour of more immediate salvation and tipped the decanter up to his lips. The long, sweet draught of brandy ought to have calmed him. Instead, it sharpened his pain like a damned whetstone. "She wants an annulment," he said, "as much to the wall as anything." "Pregnant women can be a touch unpredictable." James shrugged. "Georgette told me she wanted me to grow my beard back just last month." and then turned around the day after and said I needed to shave. His lips twitched. There is naught for it but to let it blow over. She is not pregnant, Patrick said, realizing that the admission hurt. She was ill because Aunt Margaret was trying to poison her, although she seems well on her way to recovery now. And I do not believe this is going to blow over. James leaned back, his dark brows bunching. Well, she can't bloody well have an annulment. Tight as a drum, that contract is. I ought to know. I orchestrated the thing. Patrick glared at his friend. You've made that perfectly clear, and I was willing to accept that ours might not be a happy union at the start. Only, and here's the rub, I didn't expect to feel this way about her. Driving you crazy, is she? Crazy seems a euphemism at best. My brain goes to rot around her. It's like I cease to be the person I thought I was the moment I see her. Think on it. Have you ever seen me this way? More or less breaking out of jail, wresting pistols out of people's hands. It is as though I cannot remember who I meant to be because of her. Perhaps she has turned you into who you are supposed to be, James unexpectedly countered. She is a challenge, to be sure, but in my experience, one needs a little challenge to grow in life. Do you want an annulment? For shite's sake, no. Patrick waved the decanter about, trying to express how she made him feel. She's maddening and unpredictable, and a little bit vain, but the damnable thing is, every one of those flaws, if you will, contribute to something more than just their sum. I enjoy her, Mackenzie. She makes me want to stick around to discover what unexpected, brilliant thing she might do next. Ah. A knowing grin claimed his friend's face, even as his head shook in the universal gesture of sympathetic friendship. Shouldn't you be telling her these things instead of me? Patrick glared down at him. You aren't helping matters. I am not someone who finds it easy to express my feelings. If you want my advice, which I don't. James's brow winged up. But if I were to give it anyway, which of course you will, then I would say you need to find a way to tell her everything you just told me. James's mouth pulled down into a frown. Unless you want to give her an annulment. I've already said I don't want an annulment, Patrick snarled into his decanter, before slugging down another throatful of regret. He wiped his mouth on his shirt sleeve, the incongruity of the motion with the expectations of his new title be damned. But I don't want her to be unhappy either. You would grant it to her, even if it made you miserable. Patrick floated a moment on the terrible thought. When he thought he had lost her, his world had razored into focus. His future had ceased to exist for that frightening slice of time. And he knew in his gut, knew in his heart. He loved her. He would do anything to make her happy, and the sacrifice of his own happiness in pursuit of hers barely scratched the surface of it. If Julianne told him the key to her happiness was in his recusal, he would give it to her. Because he didn't just enjoy her. That implied pleasure over pain. This thing he felt for her, by God, it hurt. But it was the kind of hurt that made him happy to suffer it. I would, Patrick told his friend, cold with the truth of it. If it was within my power, and I could not convince her otherwise. James lifted a dubious brow. You would accept her right to leave you and seek another husband. You can be sure your cousin George Willoughby would be first in line, slavering for a chance at her. The very thought clawed at Patrick's conscience. If she wanted him, I could not deny it of her, he said, more slowly this time. Truthfully, this was a bit of a stretch. He could accept that Julianne could not be happy with him, but he was not at all sure he could accept her being happy with George Willoughby. James sat back in the chair, rubbing a hand across his chin. Bugger it all, you're well and truly smitten. His friend eyed him with something approaching respect. All right then, you should have given her one. Damn it all to hell. What was Mackenzie about here? I don't see how, Patrick protested. From the start, you told me the only way to do this was to be sure she could not press for an annulment. I followed your instructions to the letter, down to the requisite awkward wedding night. The deed is sealed in blood. She cannot press for an annulment, but you can, on the grounds of fraud. Patrick grappled with a growing unease. Damn Mackenzie's black soul, he looked deadly serious, no matter that his words completely contradicted his earlier position on the matter. How can I accuse her of fraud when I am the one who lied to her about my motives in marrying her? I was your witness, and managed the settlement papers, if you recall. I was not sure, when all was said and done, you would want to stay married to her. She'd ruined your life once already. He smiled in a self-deprecating manner. But she was also far too trusting, signing whatever I slid in front of her. She misrepresented her age. Her age? James cleared his throat. The paper she signed may have indicated she was born in the year 1802. Patrick's imagination kicked at the absurdity of it. No one will believe she is 40 years old. She's just come off her 3rd season. The whole of London knows she's just shy of her majority. No one needs to believe she is 40, Patrick. They just need to believe you believed it. The chit signed the papers without looking at them. She's as culpable as anyone. It is a petty thing, I know, but enough to take before the commissary courts to request an annulment. I thought you prided yourself on your honesty, Patrick protested, still trying to wrap his head around it. Oh, do not mistake me. I do not recommend this course. It rubbed me wrong to do it then, and it rubs me wrong to tell you of it now. But if you are serious, and by God, you'd better be if you decide to pursue it, you can claim you did not realise she was underage. If Julianne is the one who so desperately wants this annulment, she could claim she willingly lied. Or, if you would rather offer some version closer to the truth, you could claim that I was the fraudulent party. Patrick fixated on the last of his friend's offer. As a solicitor in Morake, James Mackenzie was well known for his fair dealings and his sense of social justice. But now he was offering to destroy that reputation, all to help a friend. That's a big risk to take, Mackenzie. What about your reputation you were always harping about? James shrugged, damnably unrepentant for his sleight of hand. My reputation seems a small sacrifice if it saves your miserable arse. It was my decision to orchestrate it, and it is my consequence to face, if it comes to it. I only envisioned this means of escape employed as a matter of last resort, and had hoped to never need to tell you. Truly, I see much potential between you and Julianne.
Patrick swivelled a disbelieving eye on his friend. I thought you said you engineered this entire bit of lunacy on the basis that we might not suit.
I didn't know her when I penned that settlement.
But travelling with you both down from Marake, I saw a different side of her. She is funny and smart, and yes, maddening if you don't take the time to sort out that beneath that fashionable exterior lies a sharp, loyal mind. You told me this morning I ought not to trust her.
I was testing you. Anyone with a pair of eyes can see you each care for the other. She is fierce in her desire to help you, and puts your needs above her own comfort.
That is an admirable prelude to love.
So you don't think I should grant her an annulment?
I think you need to think, Haversham. Patrick studied his friend a long, tense moment. I suppose you think I should thank you for this. You will forgive me if I'm not feeling all that gracious. James slipped the decanter bottle from Patrick's hand. It remains to be seen whether you will thank me or hate me later. But regardless of how you feel toward me, you have the means to grant your wife the annulment she wants. He shook his head and refilled his glass. But I'll be damned if I can see why you'd want to. Chapter 32. Patrick pushed his way up the long, winding staircase and pointed his boots toward his bedroom door. Far from steadying his nerves, the brandy had obliterated his resolve to approach this conundrum in a civilized, cerebral fashion. The denial that had sent him searching for a bottle had been displaced by a howling sort of anger since his conversation with Mackenzie. He was livid with his friend for machinating such a damnably brilliant fix. He was angry with his wife for wanting it. But most of all, he was furious with himself for lying to Julianne in the first place. The weather, it seemed, had spent itself out, and through the windows at the far end of the hallway he could see the beginning of what promised to be a significant sunset. But the lingering storm still seemed to hang in a bit of indecision, with grey-tinged clouds boiling low on the horizon. Long fingers of amber light splashed across the hall's carpet runner and played about his feet, and he knew, like those shadows, he needed to make a decision which way things would go. He wanted Julianne to be happy. He had not lied to Mackenzie about that. But he was beginning to think that he had lied to himself, because while it might be selfish, he wanted Julianne to be happy with him. He opened the door to his room, and the belligerent bump of his pulse shifted toward confusion. Because instead of packing her things in a mad dash for London, as he had half feared she would be doing, Julianne was standing over a steaming bath. She looked up as he stepped inside, and the light from the fireplace danced across her face. She had changed into a nearly translucent wrapper, and it swung like a gossamer pendulum about her body. The room was bathed in heat, thanks to the fire that had been laid. She'd let her hair down, and it streamed down her back like the flames in the grate, halos of red and amber, and always, those endless curls he wanted to wrap up in his fist. "You have returned." Her voice was steady, giving no hint as to her state of mind. He closed the door as best he could, given that he had so recently smashed through the latch in his quest to reach her side. "I am sorry. I should have knocked."
He could think of no excuse for his poor manners beyond the fact that his thoughts had been fixed on the dilemma of his wife's future happiness rather than his wife's breasts, though they were certainly on his wife's breasts now. He'd come to talk, to dissect their options, to determine if even a spark of the passion she had shown him that night in the Folly might still be glowing beneath her skin, waiting to be kindled back to life. But as she straightened over the bath, the hopeful evening light danced about the thin fabric and tripped across the outline of the lithe body against which it floated, and that frantic, gasping glimpse told him, beyond any shadow of a doubt, she was wearing nothing beneath that wrapper. Bloody hell! This was no way to end a marriage. The physical demands of his body were already colluding against the analytical arguments he needed to make. "I have interrupted your bath," he said, rather stupidly. "I can return when you are, presentable."
"'Tis your bedroom, Patrick," she said, and her lips lifted in a manner that skirted into dangerous territory. "You have no need to knock or to leave. And this is not my bath. I ordered it for you." Her smile became as translucent as her wrapper as she stepped toward him. The diaphanous white hem billowed out around her ankles, and his eyes felt burned by the glimpses of curves beneath it. She stepped closer still until she was upon him, and his nostrils were filled with her feminine, cinnamon scent. "We must decide what our future holds. You are covered in mud, and look as though you haven't bathed since your arrest. I would have the conversation with a cleaner version of my husband."
He swallowed. "Even if the conversation is about whether I will no longer be your husband." She held out her hand. He watched it come, transfixed by the sight of Julianne reaching for him. Patrick struggled to comprehend the incongruity of what she seemed to be offering. Not an hour ago she had flinched from the merest brush of his fingers, but this seemed a seduction of the highest order. Was this yet another demonstration of her superb dramatic skills? Or something else entirely? Her fingers uncurled slowly, and his breath lodged deep in his throat. In her palm lay nothing more seductive than a bloody cake of soap. "Do you really think a bath is a higher priority than this discussion?" he asked.
"Your bath is," she told him,
her lips turned down. He reached out his hand and took it. The soap warmed in his hands, releasing its scent. It smelled, well, heavenly was the word that came to mind. He could see now why she always smelled like cinnamon. She was a cosseted, perfumed, damnably inconvenient intrusion into his easy, ordered, unhygienic life. And he was convinced of the need to keep her there. He sat on the edge of the tub and began to pull off his boots. At the moment, he was anxious to plunge into the arguments of keeping their marriage intact, not plunge into a bath. But if dislodging the worst of his dirt would help her sit quietly through this coming conversation, he supposed he ought to delay the inevitable another 5 minutes, even though every instinct in his body told him that this reckoning needed to be taken by the throat. As he began to work on the buttons of his shirt, the scrape of heavy furniture across the floor caught his attention. He turned to see Julianne shoving his reading chair in front of the door. "What are you doing?" he asked, perplexed.
"Ensuring we will not be interrupted. You've destroyed the latch after all."
Patrick shouldered out of his shirt. There was that damned we again. Maddening, perplexing woman when she had just demanded her freedom. How was he going to do this? If she was going to strip him down to his most vulnerable and settle in to watch, she was going to see that he was fast becoming interested in doing things more intimate than talking. She glided toward him, her hand held out for his shirt. "I'll take that now, thank you." Instead of dropping it on the floor, as he would usually do, he placed it hesitantly in her open palm. Incredibly, inconceivably, she accepted the filthy thing, folded it carefully, and laid it on top of the bureau. "Now the trousers," she said, and then treated them to the same exacting process. "Why take the time to fold clothes that I probably ought to burn?" he protested. "'Cause it is the natural order of things, and it hurts my eyes to see them tossed about on the floor." She beckoned with her fingers. It was to be small clothes next, then. Oh, bloody, bloody hell. "If we are discussing natural order, you should know that a gentleman usually shaves before his bath," he told her, turning over his small clothes and the last shreds of his dignity. Any hope of wrangling his unruly body into something approaching respectable was lost. He'd been at attention from the moment he'd stepped into the room, and that interest had no hope of flagging now that at least one of them was naked. "I thought it was well established some time ago that you were not a gentleman." She raised a brow. "Should I shave you then?" He shook his head. Julianne and sharp objects and his neck were a combination of events best avoided in the heat of an argument. "If you think I am handing you a razor, given the conversation we are about to have, you are mistaken, wife." If she was startled to hear his proprietary claim, she hid the emotion well. Her lips pursed, and he felt the scrape of her eyes against his jaw as acutely as any straight razor. "That is just as well, because I find I rather like this rakish, unshaved look." And then her gaze arced downward, sliding along his body to pool somewhere far too low for comfort. And the rest of it as well. "Julianne." The sound of his voice echoed like the snap of a whip, jerking her gaze in a more northerly direction. Her cheeks flamed warm against his stern, knowing gaze. Did he know what the sight of his body did to her? Did he understand that despite her offer to end this marriage, to give him his happiness, the loss of him, if it came down to that, would cripple her? "Yes," she answered, hoarsely. "What game do you play here?" Julianne swallowed. "I wish to test a theory." He swore, something filthy and flush-inducing. "You've said you wish to end our marriage, and yet you are sending rather mixed messages in that regard. For God's sake, have a bit of mercy here, wife." Julianne moistened her lips, which felt as dry as glass paper. He had called her wife again, and he had not yet said he wished to end the marriage. "If you would think back to our discussion before you stormed out, I did not say I wished to procure an annulment. I said we ought to discuss the possibility." She paused, her heart in her throat. "Have you? Given it any thought, I mean?" He jerked away from her with a snarl of frustration. She had a meagre, heart-stuttering glimpse of the bare arse she had once ogled from Summersby's foyer, and then he was lowering his tall frame into the bath.
Water sloshed heavily at the sides as he worked the soap into a frenzied lather. "Mackenzie says there may be a way." He scrubbed up one arm and then down the other. "Your age is misrepresented on the wedding documents." She stared at him.
"I beg your pardon?"
"Apparently, you are 40, or else pretending to be."
"But that is ridiculous. I do not even reach my majority until next month."
"You signed a document stating otherwise. Mackenzie has suggested it could be used to argue a claim of fraud." He lifted his soapy hands to his head and scrubbed his hair for a long moment. "Apparently, I must pretend I have a taste for older women. You are to be a disappointment to me." His lips firmed. "Or something of that ilk." Julianne felt as though she were being pushed under the very tub in which he sat. As he submerged his head to rinse the soap from his hair, her eyes fixed on the sloshing, brown water. She had hoped, prayed, actually, that Mr. Mackenzie would tell Patrick the contract was unbreakable, that they were well and truly sewn into this marriage despite her offer to free him. She had hoped there would be nothing for it but to regroup, accept their situation, and fall back into each other's arms. But apparently, this marriage could be dissolved as easily as the blasted soap. He came up sputtering, groping a hand for a towel. She snatched it up and stepped forward, dangling it in front of him.
"Are you really willing to lie about this?" she demanded. "You knew exactly how old I was when we married. There was no fraud involved in the negotiation of that contract, and you seemed remarkably pleased with me that night in the Folly."
He reached for the towel, but she jerked it higher, angry now. How dare he contemplate an annulment that required her to lie to procure it for him? How dare he contemplate a blasted annulment at all? It is the only way. His brown-eyed gaze shifted from the towel to her face. "And yes," he told her, "I am willing to lie for you."
"What do you mean, lie for me? I am not the one about to destroy this marriage."
A very clean hand snaked out of that very filthy water. And then she was seized in his grasp and tipping into the tub, towel and all. "Aren't you?" he all but growled as he hauled her against his damp chest. The shock of the water was nothing compared to the shock of his skin, humming through the meagre layer of wet muslin. "I am not the one who broached this subject."
"You spoke of an annulment with Mackenzie before I ever mentioned it," she protested,
her hands pushing ineffectively against the wall of his chest. His hands came up to cup her face, holding her still to his gaze. The horror of the used bath water fell away to the thrill of his touch. "That conversation happened before we married, before I even knew you. I married you with the understanding it could not be undone."
"You married me for revenge."
His fingers gripped tighter. "What kind of lunacy is that? I never wish to hurt you, not even in the worst of it. Do not pretend to me an annulment is logical or necessary to right a great wrong. You married me knowing I didn't love you. I never pretended otherwise. But how can you leave me, knowing I love you now?" His words swam upstream in her brain, seeking a coherence that continued to outwit her.
"You love me?"
she asked. "Yes." His eyes darkened. "Christ, you really can't see a thing in front of your face." And then his lips slanted over hers, warm and brandy-touched, and violently right. She sank into him, shimmered there, floating, until the press of his mouth was no longer enough. He loved her. Merciful heavens, how had it come to this? She'd imagined only convincing him to keep her. This was a gift beyond hope. She lifted her hands into his damp hair and yanked him closer into her. They clashed there, wet heat and open mouths and pounding hearts.
"I love you as well,"
she gasped against his mouth. She sucked in a breath, unable and unwilling to take it back.
"But I thought you would no longer want me, now that you had been freed of the murder charge."
"Bloody hell, Julianne, I want you in my sleep. You are the only thing that kept me sane over the last week, during those long, dark days in jail. When I thought you were in danger, I was tossed back to hell, staring down the barrel of a rifle with no future in sight." He tipped his wet head against hers, breathing hard. And then, just as I was clawing my way out, just when I could see the end of this nightmare, you told me you wanted to live apart. But I can't face it. You belong here, with me. Julianne choked on a sob.
"Say it again."
His lips curved up, mere inches from her own. "The part where you belong with me."
"The part where you love me."
He laughed. "I love you, wife." She pressed her finger against his lips, determined to commit the act to permanent memory.
"Again."
"I love you." The rumble of words against her finger sent a skitter of warmth through the whole of her. "I will say it every day if this is what it takes to keep you here. I can't do this without you."
"You don't have to,"
she told him, and then she pulled him in for a kiss. Chapter 33. Though he'd spent a good deal of time tonight trying to see through it, Patrick's affaire de coeur with Julianne's wrapper was at an end. The damned thing had to go. He stood up from the tub, his wife in his arms, water streaming off them both. The towel was now soaked, but he found he did not care. The air in the room was languorous and warm, thanks to the fire blazing in the grate. Neither of them risked being felled by pneumonia as a consequence of what he was about to do. Because while the next sensible step might have been to cover up her wet body as quickly as possible, he wasn't feeling entirely sensible at the moment. He carried her, soaking wet, to the bed and set about peeling the wet, transparent wrapper from her skin. The fabric stymied him at every turn, clinging to her shoulders, sticking to her arms. Slowly, slowly, he tugged until it bunched about her waist and the pale perfection of her breasts tipped into his greedy view. A word took a claw-hold in his mind. Mine. A simple enough sentiment, one that even a fool like himself could understand, and yet it was so much more complicated than that. She was finely moulded, peaks and valleys tempting a man to chart his own course, a fever dream one wished to never wake from. He leaned in and feathered a kiss down the slope of one breast before running his tongue up the other. She squirmed beneath him. "I've decided I like it when you meander," she gasped. "Meandering has its place, certainly." He lingered over the damp scent of her as his mouth explored her body, moving up to brush his lips against the soft skin on the underside of her jaw. "But I confess,
This particular waiting has come close to killing me." He slipped the robe completely off her and rocked her gently back onto the bed. He stared down at his wife's flushed face, then tripped down to her toes and back again. Lord, but she was beautiful. She was pale, smooth perfection, and vivid red curls. The mere curve of her collarbone was eroticism redefined. He ran his hands down the still damp length of her, pausing over the gentle flare of hip, stroking up the lust-provoking curve of her calf until he found the sweet, secret indentation at the hollow of her knee. He wanted to explore every inch of her, from the high arch of her foot to that lovely mouth that could slice a man in two or take him to heaven, depending on her mood and fate's whimsy. He hoped fate was feeling whimsical tonight. He eased his own body onto the mattress beside her and trailed a finger down her abdomen. His hand brushed the tempting curls waiting there at the juncture of her legs. He found her more than ready to receive him, and his body jerked painfully at the discovery. "Do you know how often I have dreamed of seeing you like this, naked beneath me?" She shuddered beneath his touch, and her legs fell open in a silent but unmistakable invitation.
"It cannot be that often. We've only been married 3 weeks.
A chuckle built in his throat. "Oh no, love." Slowly, slowly, he found the hidden place that made her tremble with pleasure and arch upward into his touch. "You've occupied a place in my mind for far longer than the length of our marriage. Almost a year now."
"So long?"
she gasped. He pressed more firmly, enjoying the way her breathing had accelerated to quick, hard pants with just a touch. "Aye, ever since that damned waltz. Devilish thing, that. I almost refused you. I knew you were trouble, sure enough, and looking for more. And I was right. When it was through, I couldn't get you out of my head."
"I thought you hated me,"
she protested, thrashing her head with the pleasure he was determined to coax out of her. "I wanted to hate you." He slipped a finger inside her and almost groaned from the contrast of silk and heat. "But I also wanted to top you. Whenever I thought of you at night, in my lonely bed in Morake, I imagined you, flushed and panting beneath me, eager for whatever I had in mind. And that was after a single dance and a murder accusation. Imagine what I want to do with you now that I have had a taste of you." Julianne wanted to collide with her husband in damp, twisted sheets. She wanted to dive into madness and never come up. And she wanted to do it now. Desire snaked through her in a delicious, erotic pulse. His confession loosened some critical tether in her soul, and she pulled him down hard toward her mouth. She licked the space behind his ear, almost experimentally. The taste of him, salt and subtle spice, and the distinctive tattoo of her own soap, was a heady, forbidden thrill. Next, she scraped her teeth along the skin at the base of Patrick's neck, smiling as the gesture ripped glad laughter from his throat. She had a feeling she was going to like tupping. Very much indeed. "Are you trying to mortally wound me, wife?" He chuckled, and the sound of his amusement was the most intimate thing imaginable.
"I am trying to get you to hurry," she admitted.
Not that her body objected to the pace of her husband's ministrations, per se. He was brilliant in his leisure. But the blood hummed in her veins. The argument that had led them here had left behind a thrumming heat, demanding something more than the gentle press of her husband's hand. They'd meandered enough on their way to this startling bit of happiness. It was time to finish the journey.
I don't want to wait, she told him,
ready to beg if it came down to it. I've no objection to hurrying, he told her, threading his fingers through her hair and anchoring her tight, as long as we are hurrying together. He captured her lips in a deep kiss as he entered her. She yielded to the sweet torture that began where he joined his body with hers and ended somewhere in the vicinity of her heart. She clung to him, reaching for the release she knew hovered, just out of reach. It was a far different journey, now that she understood the fire beneath her skin was merely the prelude to something more portentous. He drove her there, with the feel of his hand at her breast and the impossibly sweet sound of her name on his lips. She was in awe of the emotion he'd unleashed in her, in the strength of her love. She let herself go, trusting him, trusting herself. Her body was tutored now, aching for that peak, willing to expend whatever was needed to find it.
Please,
she begged him. He obligingly bent his damp head and captured her nipple in his mouth, and that was all it took to hurl her right over the edge. She broke apart in his arms, her eyes blurring with the pleasure-pain of it. The cry that was wrenched from her throat would have sounded feral, but for the sound of his own lashing release. Her return to sanity was blissfully slow. The room came back into focus in slow measures. First, the fire, burning low in the grate. Then the floor, where Patrick's boots lay tossed about like so much rubbish, and the water soaking the carpet beneath the tub. And finally, her husband, with his unkempt sandy hair and lovely lean body and smug grin. Although, surely, if anyone ought to be a bit smug, it was she. She smiled through the remaining fog of pleasure.
Why are you grinning in such a lascivious manner?
He gathered her back against his chest. One big hand trailed down her arm, raising gooseflesh anew. You are sweating. I am not sure I realized before tonight that ladies might sweat.
I imagine most ladies don't, she admitted, knowing she ought to take offence.
But how could she object to her state of dishevelment when she wanted only to indulge in the act again?
Although they probably don't tup either.
His chuckle floated just behind her ear. More fool they. She wanted only to stay here, safe in his sweat-slick arms, the world held at bay by nothing more than a busted latch and a heavy chair. But reality tried to nudge that delicious logic aside.
I suppose I ought to call for another bath.
Whatever for?
Why, because I am sweating, of course, as you have been so kind to point out.
He lifted the damp curls off her neck and pressed a kiss against her heated skin. You might want to wait until I finished with you. He pressed into her, and she could feel him already stirring to life again against the small of her back. She closed her eyes and turned herself over to the delicious sweep of longing that once again began to displace good sense.
I suppose I could delay it a bit longer, she gasped as his mouth once more began its sweet, busy assault on her senses. Until you've finished.
He laughed against her shoulder, and his chuckle reverberated through her. I will never be finished with you, Julianne, so best be careful, love. You may never bathe again. Epilogue. October 1843. He wasn't in the mood for a proper English miss. Not that those words precisely described the red-haired infant Julianne delivered into Patrick's arms that full moon October night. Their new daughter's entrance into the world was timed, of course, for maximum effect. The baby was a good 2 weeks earlier than predicted, the better, Patrick supposed, to surprise them all. And more to the point, she arrived a mere 5 hours after announcing her intentions with the onset of labour during the second course of dinner. Once the first blush of panic had worn off, and Patrick realised his wife was not inclined to take a leisurely, rational approach to childbirth, he had elbowed the housekeeper aside, rolled up his sleeves, and proceeded with the decidedly un-Earl-like behaviour of delivering his firstborn. Patrick held the slippery bundle in his hands and stared down into his new daughter's scrunched-up face, thinking her quite possibly the most beautiful thing he had ever seen. He wiped her tiny nostrils clean with the soft cloth the housekeeper handed him, willing his daughter to breathe. She did so with a short, soft gasp, inhaling her first taste of life. And then the new Lady Sarah Jane Channing let loose a high, warbling wail that reminded Patrick very much of the child's mother. He reluctantly turned her over to the housekeeper. While his medical skills had rendered him perfectly capable of delivering his daughter, the scrubbing and swaddling part of the experience was admittedly beyond his scope of experience. When baby Sarah was finally presentable in a manner befitting the offspring of a peer of the realm, Patrick carried her back to Julianne. He stood beside them, humbled to silence by the experience of seeing his daughter's cries subside as she nestled tight into the crook of his wife's arm. He wondered, for a breathless moment, how his normally squeamish wife would react to the sight of a newly born human, which admittedly lacked the innate softness he knew the baby would later acquire. But Julianne looked down on her daughter with as much awe as Patrick felt himself, and he felt something slip in the vicinity of his heart. "You amaze me, wife." She looked up.
"I do?"
"Aye." He had memorized every feature, every nuanced emotion of his wife's beautiful face, and damned if there wasn't something missing. I don't know a single other woman who could come through childbirth with her freckles still carefully hidden from view. "A lady does not like to be reminded of her flaws," Julianne said, her voice ringing with amusement and weary happiness. "I confess, this little one took me by surprise. 'Tis unnerving to find yourself at the whim of another person, even one so sweet and little." Patrick chuckled. "At last you know how I feel, almost every day." His wife's eyes flashed like green ocean glass tumbling in water. "Then you are now saddled with 2 unpredictable females. Whatever deity did you insult to be so blessed?" "Never let it be said I do not count myself fortunate in that regard. You've a way of making me look forward to the unknown. And while baby Sarah took us all by surprise, it is better for you, certainly. The faster and earlier the delivery, the less difficulty you were likely to encounter." He cleared his throat. At least, that is the way of it with horses." That made her laugh again, which made the baby stir in annoyance. "Well," Julianne said, smiling over their daughter's head, "I am glad to see your medical skills and good humour have not rusted during the months of disuse, at any rate. Oh, I found plenty by way of diversion about Summersby, to keep those old skills sharp, he assured her. Indeed, he'd found a heady mix of responsibility awaited him as the new Earl of Haversham, a unique concoction of affairs that involved as much or as little veterinary knowledge as he wished to apply to the business of managing and improving his estate. And with every night spent in Julianne's arms, his good humour was by now firmly established.
"Can you fetch my spectacles?" she asked, nodding to the bedside table. "I want to inspect her thoroughly."
Patrick picked up the delicate wire rims. He settled them doubtfully on her nose. "You only need these to see at a distance. Why do you want them now?"
"I don't want to take any chances on missing anything about her," she said,
squinting down through the lens at her daughter. After a short moment, she sighed and pulled them off.
"You are correct, as you almost always are. I can see her far better without them."
Patrick grinned. "Until she gains her legs, then I suspect you shall find yourself relying on them more than you want." He leaned down to kiss the tip of his wife's nose, and the love he felt for her almost dragged him under with the force of it. "Does our little Sarah fit your mother's name, as you had hoped she would?" he asked. Julianne smoothed a gentle head over her daughter's still damp hair.
"That she does. My mother would have been so pleased. But are you disappointed I have not delivered you an heir? I know you had hoped for a son we could name after Eric."
Patrick shook his head, as sure of this as anything in his life. "No, love, I am not disappointed in the slightest. She is absolutely perfect. I can already see her chasing Jemmy and Constance and twisting her grandmother round her little finger. She's bound to lay waste to hearts from here to Scotland in about 20 years. Indeed, Patrick had a feeling the little waif was bound for trouble. After all, she had a head full of red hair and her mother's demonstrably healthy lungs. And she might be tiny, but she'd already disappointed many a fortune-seeking bounder. Half of London had been waiting breathlessly for her appearance, the gaming books heavy with wagers on when she would arrive, most erring on the side of expediency over caution.
"We certainly showed the cynics, didn't we?"
Julianne lifted a brow, dragging his heart along with it. And well they had. It was a good 12 months after the date scrawled on the blacksmith's register in Morake, and 10 from when they had repeated those vows at the parish church, ensuring no one could ever challenge the validity of their union. No one could claim any longer that their marriage had been made in the worst sort of haste, or orchestrated to cover an imprudent night of passion. "Yes, love, we've shown them all. You no longer have to chafe against the whispers."
"Idiotic gossip. The fools making such wagers deserve to be parted with their money. You shall never, ever put stock in such things, will you?" Julianne crooned down at her daughter. "You shall be brave and bold and true to yourself. And above all, you shall marry for love." Patrick smiled, because in truth he knew that as time went by, they would quiet the gossip with more than just baby Sarah's timing. Anyone who saw him with Julianne could not fail to see the rare affection between them. They had more than just the appearance of a love match.
They had one in actuality. And that was a rumour he was all too willing to prove.